10 minutes later, in the southwestern corner of the Gloom City, Han Kursen gazed with contentment and joy as a shimmering tower, adorned with intricate runic patterns, emerged from the ground. Finally, it was done. Creating this tower had required significant effort on her part. Now, her long-awaited vision had become a reality. This tower held immense significance for the growth of the Demon King's territory. She sent a message to Zhang Nu, "Potato Boss, the teleportation tower is now complete. How are things on your end?" The Potato Demon King appeared to be occupied. After approximately half an hour, he finally responded, "I'm ready as well. As per our previous agreement, let's establish the connection." Even after spending a fortune to acquire the blueprints, he still managed to swiftly construct the teleportation tower. Han Kursen could not help but jest about the boundless wealth of this affluent figure. Could this doggedly rich person truly never run out of money? While she found it amusing, she was not particularly surprised. The Potato Demon King's economic power was indeed the strongest she had ever witnessed among the Demon Kings. With all the necessary procedures completed, the teleportation nodes were successfully connected. Darkness City. Gloom City. The two locations were now officially linked. Han Kursen promptly suggested, "It's done. We're practically neighbors now. How about coming over for a celebratory drink? It's an excellent opportunity for you and your subordinates to visit my Grand Demon King city." With a population of hundreds of thousands, Gloom City was undeniably one of the foremost Demon King cities at this stage. Han Kursen believed that even the mighty Potato Demon King would be astonished and filled with admiration upon seeing this colossal underworld city under the Queen's dominion. However, to her surprise, the Potato Boss completely missed the intended message she was trying to convey. Zhang Nu responded with a simple message, "Next time, I'm a bit busy." Han Kursen clenched her teeth in annoyance. Rejecting a girl's invitation without even bothering to come up with a decent excuse. How rude. Zhang Nu clarified, "You've misunderstood. I really am busy at the moment. How about you visit my territory instead? We have a major event happening, and having a powerful Demon King like you there would help boost my reputation." The title Powerful Demon King made Han Kursen feel quite pleased. She didn't consider herself the strongest Demon King, but being referred to as powerful was an acknowledgement she could embrace. "Alright, I haven't been to the surface before. I'll come and see what it's like up there and also find out why you're so busy," Han Kursen replied. "Welcome. I'll have my subordinates take care of you," Zhang Nu assured her. Han Kursen activated the teleportation tower, summoning a teleportation field. It connected to the teleportation tower in the Chaos Forest. The cost of this teleportation is 5,750 gold. Han Kursen furrowed her brows at the unexpectedly high price. The cost of teleportation depended on the distance traveled. Considering the vast distance between the underworld and the surface world, the price seemed reasonable. Han Kursen activated the teleportation array, and her vision was engulfed in a radiant light. After approximately 4 or 5 seconds, her surroundings came back into focus. The gentle breeze rustled through the trees, and the serene atmosphere embraced her. Verdant grass, lush forests, colorful flowers, and fluttering butterflies painted a picturesque scene. The sunlight illuminated the landscape, casting a warm glow. Han Kursen took a deep breath, relishing the absence of the sulfuric odor and the murky aura she had grown accustomed to in the underworld. The air here was pure and refreshing, surpassing her expectations. As she lifted her gaze, she was greeted by a pristine sky, adorned with an endless expanse of azure, devoid of a single cloud. It was a sight she had long forgotten. In that moment, she could not help but feel a sense of enchantment. The underworld was no place for true enjoyment. This world above ground offered an unparalleled beauty. Despite being in the vicinity of the Darkness City's Tower of Fog, Han Kursen remained unaffected. With her formidable monarch-level power as a level 5 Demon King and her exceptional psychic strength, the influence of a mere level 3 Tower of Fog was negligible. This showed just how powerful this Demon King was. "You must be the renowned succubus queen, Han Kursen. I am Guigua, the Flower Fae. It is a great honor to meet you in person. I've heard so much about you," Guigua introduced herself with enthusiasm. Han Kursen recognized the Demon King before her. "What? You're Guigua, the Flower Fae?" While Guigua did not possess the same level of fame as Han Kursen or Zhang Nu, her name still held recognition among the Demon King community. They had interacted and even conducted a few seedling trades in the Demon King channel, though they were not particularly close. Thus, Han Kursen was not expecting to meet her here. Casting a glance at Chen Guogua, Han Kursen arched an eyebrow. A level 4 Demon King? Not bad in strength. She inquired, how did you end up here? It's not that surprising. I am one of Zhang Nu's subordinates. Since he's currently occupied, he entrusted me with the task of welcoming the esteemed Demon Queen. You're associated with Zhang Nu? He, you could say that. I'm Zhang Nu's #1 fan. This matter remained unknown to outsiders, leaving Han Kursen understandably surprised. It all made sense now how Zhang Nu managed to dominate such a large share of the food market. After all, he was one of the earliest and most successful farmers, and with the addition of Chen Guogua, the Flower Fey Demon King, as his ally, their production capacity was bound to be substantial. Chen Guogua suggested, let's not linger here. Allow me to take you to the Darkness City and introduce you to other Demon King friends. There will surely be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Other Demon King friends? What did she mean? Were the Demon Kings here all on such friendly terms? In 2 days, we have a grand celebration that you shouldn't miss. It will be a lively event attended by the leaders of various forest tribes. It's an excellent opportunity for you to mingle with the indigenous communities, Chen Guogua added. Han Kursen was left slightly bewildered. Chen Guogua's words contained quite a lot of information. Before she could fully comprehend it all, Chen Guogua took off into the air, leaving the succubus queen in a state of mild confusion. Han Kursen then soared into the air, following Chen Guogua. Her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when a spectacle entered her view. A city stood before them, grand and majestic, its structure and design filled with imagination. Is this Zhang Nu's main city? It's truly spectacular. Han Kursen curiously asked, from which race did he seize this city? I can't discern its original dominant race. Chen Guogua explained, the Darkness City wasn't plundered. The big boss employed tens of thousands of draconian workers and spent a considerable amount of time building it from scratch as his main city. Built from scratch? Han Kursen was once again astonished. It was at this moment that she noticed the towering castle at the center of the magnificent Darkness City, resembling an ancient colossal dragon crawling over the earth, emitting a mysterious and majestic aura. It was the Demon King's castle. The Demon King's castle could only be constructed atop a Demon King altar. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a self-built city. The amount of financial, human, and material resources required for such a city was beyond extravagant. Looking at the castle, it was undoubtedly upgraded. Han Kursen herself possessed an advanced Demon King castle, so she was familiar with it. However, this castle surpassed the advanced Demon King castle in every aspect, be it aura, scale, or appearance. This is the big boss's Demon Dragon Castle, an even more formidable castle than the advanced Demon King castle, Chen Guogua explained. In addition to the Demon Dragon Castle, the Darkness City also houses numerous top-tier structures, such as the Altar of Sacred King, Soul Altar, Tower of Lost Trials, Ancient Elven Sanctuary, Temple of Nature, Temple of War. In fact, there was no need for Chen Guogua's introduction. As a Demon King, Han Kursen could sense the immense power emanating from these buildings. Within the Darkness City, there were countless level 4 and even level 5 structures, and even the ordinary city structures were enveloped in an aura of energy. Suffice to say, this city had surpassed imagination itself. Han Kursen was suddenly taken aback. She realized that her efforts and meticulous planning to build the Gloom City seemed insignificant now. No wonder Zhang Nu showed no interest in her invitation. He already possessed a city of this magnitude, so why would he be impressed by others? Without dwelling on these thoughts for too long, they arrived at the main gate. 2 colossal figures, standing 50 meters tall with a majestic golden texture, guarded the entrance on both sides. Han Kursen exclaimed in astonishment, are those giants? And advanced giants at that. It's unbelievable that Zhang Nu has such units in his ranks. Chen Guogua explained, these are the Golden Giants who reside atop the Western Thunder Highlands. After their city was conquered by the big boss, they willingly pledged their allegiance and became his loyal subordinates. Han Kursen could not help but express her disbelief. Are you telling me that Zhang Nu successfully conquered a city of giants? That feat alone would be incredibly challenging, let alone recruiting them all as his subordinates. With an air of pride, Chen Guogua responded, what's a mere giant city? The big boss now commands John Tree City, Berserk Beast City, Ironheart City, Thousand Fangs City, Silver Spring City, and more than a dozen other large forest cities. In addition, there are countless medium-sized and small forest cities under his banner. In total, he has almost 100 cities under his control. 100 cities? Upon hearing this shocking news, Han Kursen almost lost consciousness and collapsed. She had struggled tirelessly to capture a single city, hoping to astonish the Potato Demon King. Yet, he casually revealed that he had 100 cities under his control. How could she compete with that? How could she boast her accomplishments now? Controlling dozens, if not hundreds, of cities all at once, this was beyond outrageous. Could someone actually achieve such a feat? Han Kursen could not help but ask, "You're not kidding me, are you?" Qin Guogua replied, "Why would I lie to you, boss? But I understand how unbelievable it sounds. Even I would find it hard to believe if I were in your shoes. But for the big boss, nothing is impossible. He reigns supreme over this region. The upcoming grand event he's organizing is his formal declaration as the Lord of the Forest." Han Kursen felt utterly bewildered. She had known that the Potato Demon King was immensely powerful, but she never expected his strength to reach such unimaginable heights. She used to believe that, despite the disparity in power, they were both top-tier demon kings, and the gap between them would not be too significant. She thought that with enough effort, she could catch up to him and witness the astonished and admiring expression on his face. Little did she know that while she was tirelessly plotting to conquer an underworld city, he had effortlessly annexed dozens of forest cities. Not only that, he has achieved complete dominance over the region. Such a feat is unprecedented among demon kings. Han Kursen was led into the Dragon Demon Castle. As they entered a room, she beheld around 20 to 30 figures, including creatures like slimes, treants, ghosts, skeletons, zombies, and stone golems. Alliance leader Guogua. Why did you suddenly leave? Oh, who is this? I haven't seen you before. Qin Guogua addressed them, saying, I received orders from the big boss to welcome a distinguished guest to the Darkness City. Allow me to introduce her to you all. She is none other than the renowned and powerful demon king, Han Kursen, the succubus queen. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. So, you're the succubus queen. I've heard of you before. You're among the top 100 demon kings in the region, even in the top 10. I heard the queen is the most beautiful demon king in the region, and seeing you in person confirms it. I never expected the mighty succubus queen to be invited to this event. Our boss truly commands great respect. Although introductions were unnecessary, Han Kursen could discern their identities. However, out of courtesy, Qin Guogua proceeded with the introductions. They are all followers of the big boss, just like me. Together, we have formed an alliance known as the Chaos Forest Demon King Alliance. The Slime Demon King goes by the name of Feng Yen Yen, the Treant Demon King is known as Mu Mu, the Ghost Demon King is called Lan Yu, and the Skeleton Demon King is Li Chong. She introduced them all, a total of 28. These were the demon kings from various parts of the Chaos Forest. They had successfully passed the assessment and were granted the decree of allegiance. Now, like Qin Guogua, they became subordinate demon kings under the Great Dragon Demon King. Most of them possessed relatively weak power, generally at level 2. They were often considered inconspicuous and insignificant. However, with an abundance of souls at Zhang Nu's disposal, upon joining, they were directly elevated to level 3. Their races, talents, and the abilities possessed by their units, especially the advanced units, varied greatly. They could be deployed strategically to reinforce Zhang Nu's rule or provide diverse forms of support. For these demon kings, with limited competitive strength, joining a super demon king like Qin Guogua did was a secure path for development. At this moment, these demon kings were filled with excitement. They approached the succubus queen eagerly, extending their greetings. Being under the big boss's command truly made a difference. In the past, as demon kings from remote mountainous regions, they lived in constant fear of heroes' attacks. How could they have ever imagined having the opportunity to meet a powerful demon king like the succubus queen? Han Kursen's emotions were complex. She had realized the vast disparity between herself and Zhang Nu. In the local demon king channel, both Zhang Nu and Han Kursen stood as undeniable giants. When it came to fame, the Potato Demon King did have a slight edge over the succubus queen, but in the hearts of hundreds of thousands of demon kings, they were considered to be on a similar tier. The distinction was that Zhang Nu was recognized as one of the top 3 demon kings, while Han Kursen held a place among the top 10. This gave the succubus queen a false impression that, although there might be a disparity in power between her and Zhang Nu, it was not too vast. However, that was quite far from the truth. Zhang Nu had an incredibly low-profile presence, rarely showcasing himself in public. Other demon kings remained unaware of his true nature, as his messages in the chat channel solely revolved around trade and never wasted a moment on other matters. As a result, beyond the labels of being a wealthy landowner and a tycoon who amassed riches through farming, most demon kings possessed limited knowledge about Zhang Nu, leading to a grave underestimation of his abilities. Now, Han Kursen was beginning to comprehend the stark reality. Regardless of herself or the other self-proclaimed powerhouses, the disparity between them and Zhang Nu was staggering. The Potato Demon King was far more than just a fortunate entrepreneur. His strength and influence firmly established him as the unspoken king among the demon kings in their region. "Don't call me big shot or boss anymore," Han Kursen exclaimed. "The true big shot is your boss now." She continued, "Compared to him, I'm nothing. Following a leader like him is an incredible opportunity for all of you, so make sure you seize it." The other demon kings were taken aback. Han Kursen's previous identity had long been recognized by others. She was the young and talented leader of a top-tier domestic conglomerate, boasting an impressive academic and professional background. She was a force to be reckoned with, both in reputation and ability. Moreover, Han Kursen was renowned for her strong-willed personality. Whether in academia or her career, she always strived for excellence, refusing to settle for anything less. Her dominance was unquestionable. However, this formidable individual openly admitted that she was no match for Zhang Nu, leaving the audience of demon kings in disbelief. Han Kursen wore a calm expression on her face. While she had a strong personality, it did not mean she could not accept defeat. Only by acknowledging the gap could she strive to catch up. After all, for them as demon kings, they were still in the early stages of their careers. The world was vast, brimming with opportunities and encounters waiting to be discovered. Numerous territories awaited conquest and domination. The greater the stimulation and shock they experienced, the more it fueled the succubus queen's fighting spirit. "Thank you for your advice, Queen. The queen's straightforwardness is admirable. Although our boss is the strongest demon king, it doesn't diminish the queen's status as a big shot in our hearts." "That's right. If you and our boss join forces, there will be no one in this world who can rival you. I've heard that the bar in Jantri City is excellent. Since there are so many demon kings gathered here, why don't we pay a visit? Let's go, let's go. Together." As the demon kings erupted in excitement and raised a clamor, Chen Guogua stepped forward to intervene. "Enough with the commotion," she said. "The queen is a busy demon king, overseeing countless responsibilities. She doesn't have time to entertain a bunch of idle slackers like you. If you want to go to Jantri City for some fun, go ahead, but we have other places to visit." Despite all being demon kings, they understood the hierarchy and respected the distinctions among them. After introducing the Chaos Forest Demon Kings Alliance, Chen Guogua continued guiding Han Kursen through other areas of the castle. "Guogua," exclaimed the young elven king, accompanied by a serene and gentle young girl. Both the elven king and the succubus queen possessed highly acute perceptions, and in that moment, they mutually sensed each other's immense power. Their levels of strength were undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even rivaling their own. Chen Guogua introduced, "This is Nancilia, the city lord of Jantri City and the elven king. She is one of our own." "The elven king?" Han Kursen, who believed she had already been shocked enough, found herself once again dumbfounded. She gazed at the young elven girl before her and exclaimed, "An elven king so young? And the ruler of Jantri City? Could she also be affiliated with the Darkness City?" It was beyond belief. This was a monarch. Not just any monarch, but the highly esteemed elven king. Before Chen Guogua could respond, the elven king spoke with pride, "Indeed, I am a citizen of the Darkness City and a loyal subordinate of the Dragon Demon King. The Demon King places great trust in me. An indigenous monarch. Subjugated under his command." It was truly inconceivable. How many more secrets did the Potato Demon King hold? Han Kursen felt her mind becoming a jumble. The elven king was taken aback upon learning that Han Kursen was also a demon king. Despite the considerable gap between his majesty and the succubus queen, this female demon king possessed a terrifying power that even the elven king was not certain she could overcome. Never did they expect that in this world, there would be such a formidable demon king. Who is this young lady? Chinguagua noticed the girl beside the elven king and asked. The elven king immediately introduced her with enthusiasm. This is Shui Yao of White Sands, a merfolk from the Southern Azure Water Federation. The Azure Water Federation? A mermaid? Chinguagua exclaimed in surprise. To think that we have an ally from the sea. Just 2 days after returning to Holy Tide City, Shui Yao had heard from the Dragon's Shadow heroes about the grand event taking place in the Darkness City and had made a special effort to attend. Along her journey, she coincidentally encountered Nancilia, the Elven King, who harbored a profound curiosity about the outside world and was naturally intrigued by the prospect of meeting a member of the merfolk for the first time. Given the friendly and elegant nature of the merfolk, they found instant harmony with the elven temperament. Shui Yao was astonished by the Elven King's status and her down-to-earth demeanor, which instantly formed a bond between them. Shui Yao felt an immense sense of honor. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine befriending a monarch. And now, having just met the Elven King, she encountered a mysteriously powerful demon king who might even surpass the Elven King in strength. It was truly awe-inspiring. Were monarchs becoming more common? This was already the third monarch she had encountered in the Darkness City. Shui Yao was deeply impressed by the profound power of the Darkness City. Upon discovering Shui Yao's identity, Han Kursen's curiosity grew, prompting her to conduct further inquiries. The revelations left her utterly astonished. The Water Blue Federation? A vast power that could rival an empire. As a top-tier demon king, Han Kursen possessed a sharp intuition. She quickly realized why Zhang Nu had recruited Shui Yao as his subordinate. It was all part of his strategic planning. She was, in essence, a chess piece strategically positioned by Zhang Nu in advance. However, based on the fragments of information she had gathered, Han Kursen also understood the predicament currently facing the Chaos Forest. Zhang Nu's primary adversary was likely the Thunder Empire in the north. Even with his terrifying strength, engaging in a direct confrontation with an imperial force at this stage would be highly challenging and risky. He could not afford to establish 2 battlefronts simultaneously. Han Kursen's eyes flickered with realization. She sensed a potential for cooperation. Although her strength and influence were inferior to Zhang Nu's, she was by no means a force to be underestimated. Moreover, her racial talents and the abilities of her troops were assets that the Chaos Forest lacked. Greetings, Miss Shui Yao. It's a pleasure to meet you, the Succubus Queen proactively greeted her, leaving the mermaid girl pleasantly surprised once again. Whether it was the Elven King or the Succubus Queen, their status equaled that of the King of the Pale Moon Kingdom. Their bloodline, race, and potential surpassed expectations. Under normal circumstances, encountering such individuals would have demanded reverential submission from someone like Shui Yao. If she could forge connections with 2 monarch-level beings for the White Sands family, then there would be nothing to fear of the Holy Tide City's Heroes Guild and its major families. The Elven King smiled and exclaimed, "That's fantastic. My circle of friends keeps growing. It's a shame that Su Yan couldn't join us. If she were here, the 5 of us could have a great time together." Su Yan was the leader of the Dragon's Shadow heroes. After assisting Zhang Nu in subduing the other demon kings in the Chaos Forest, she had embarked on another mission and was currently away from the main city. Even if she were present in the Darkness City, she would need to maintain a low profile. Su Yan was the mastermind behind intelligence operations for the Dragon Demon King, and it was crucial to keep her existence hidden from outsiders, including the Alliance of Demon Kings, to avoid any potential exposure. Moving forward, the 4 women engaged in various activities together. During their time together, Han Kursen gained a deeper understanding of the surface world's political landscape, the current situation near the Chaos Forest, and the enigmatic depths of Zhang Nu's power. This newfound knowledge proved to be invaluable to her. While the Succubus Queen's strategic focus primarily centered around the underworld, it did not hinder her from seeking resources and forging alliances with forces on the surface. In fact, such collaborations held numerous advantages and benefits for both sides. At this moment, Zhang Nu had already met with the city lords and tribal chieftains. He conducted a loyalty ceremony for them, where they drank from the Holy Grail of Blood's blood wine. This step was crucial because these cities and tribes were located far from the main city, and Zhang Nu could not ensure their long-term loyalty without employing some form of compulsory control to establish trust. Moreover, each city lord and chieftain brought forth their cities or tribes' meager treasures, including gold, materials, and various precious items, as offerings to the Demon King. Although these native people were not affluent, their contributions of gold ranged from a few tens of thousands to 1 or 2 million gold. In total, the accumulated amount was approximately 14 million gold. When considering the gold obtained from reward chests, the overall gold acquired from indigenous forces alone reached at least 20 million gold coins. These indigenous factions, for the most part, were not particularly wealthy. Their substantial tributes to the main city already demonstrated their utmost sincerity. Alongside the gold, Zhang Nu received dozens of blueprints, primarily consisting of level 2 or 3 ones. While some were noteworthy, Zhang Nu decided to store them for future use. At this moment, Li Si, the archpriest, spoke up, "My master, our preparations and preliminary work are almost complete. It is time to hold the grand celebration." Zhang Nu nodded with satisfaction and replied, "In that case, let us not squander any more time. Gather all the high-ranking officials from the cities and tribes, as well as all the participants, and have them assemble in the main square of the Darkness City for the Demon King ceremony." Li Si promptly acknowledged, "Understood." The long-awaited day had finally arrived. While everything seemed to fall into place for Zhang Nu, he could not help but feel a profound sense of significance and exhilaration as he took this pivotal step in his journey as a Demon King. In front of the Darkness City's Demon King Castle stood a colossal square, the Darkness City Grand Square. It had the capacity to accommodate up to 3 million human beings at once. In the vicinity of this area, 2 significant structures could be found: the Life Spring, which provided rapid restoration of vitality and spiritual energy, and the newly constructed Altar of Sacred King. On this momentous day, it held immense significance for both the Darkness City and the Chaos Forest. Countless legions of Demon King soldiers encompassed the surroundings, numbering in the tens of thousands. Alongside them were vast numbers of various prominent races, including elves, orcs, giants, gnomes, and even goblins, with their combined presence reaching hundreds of thousands, spread across the left and right sides of the square. As for the central area, it was occupied by the high-ranking officials from the cities and tribes of the Chaos Forest. There were figures like the Jauntry City's Lord, Nancilia, its Deputy City Lord, Miley Millen, and dozens of elders. The representatives from Ironheart City included Zhang Dachui, Ironbeard, and the Dwarven chieftains. Additionally, there was the chieftain of Thunderclap City, Jin Kuei, and the Lord of Thousand Fangs City, Sigan. In the entire region, every influential leader was gathered in the forefront formation, arranged according to their stature and status. Each person was filled with excitement, anticipation, and nervousness. "It's truly a magnificent sight," Hanku Xian exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she witnessed the scene before her. Standing near the altar alongside Chen Guogua and other demon kings, Hanku Xian, as a special guest, had been invited to attend this extraordinary celebration, despite not being a resident of the Darkness City. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding beat of drums reverberated through the air as the minotaurs struck them. The crowd held their breath, their anticipation reaching its peak. At that moment, a colossal dark figure over 100 meters long descended from the Demon King's castle, emanating a terrifying aura as it dominated the grand square. After gracefully circling in the air, the Demon King then took on humanoid form and landed on the Altar of Sacred King. With a towering height exceeding 3.5 meters, majestic wings, imposing horns, and an overwhelming presence, the Demon King instantly commanded the attention of everyone present. "All hail His Majesty, the Dragon Demon King." Zhang San, leading his legion, dropped to their knees and shouted in unison. "All hail His Majesty, the Dragon Demon King." "All hail His Majesty, the Dragon Demon King." From the elves of Jauntry City to the giants of Thunderclap City, the orcs of Berserk Beast City, and the dwarves of Ironheart City, along with tens of thousands of Demon King servants, all knelt in reverence, their collective voices creating a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the valley. His gaze swept across the servants and subordinates, and the Demon King nodded with utmost satisfaction. Archpriest Li Si then stepped forward and declared, "Today, this grand celebration serves one purpose: to proclaim to the world the formal establishment of the Chaos Federation. The Chaos Forest shall stand as the first territory of the Chaos Federation. Henceforth, the ceaseless cycles of strife and discord shall be quelled. The days of fragmentation and external oppression shall be brought to an end. The Demon King shall ascend as the supreme ruler, encompassing all races, mountains, and forests within the Chaos Forest. From this very instant, all cities, tribes, and inhabitants shall abide by the order of the Dark City. Those who obstruct, those who defy, shall be marked as adversaries of the Federation. Let us unite as one. Pledge to defend the Chaos Forest with unwavering resolve. Pledge loyalty to the Demon King till eternity. As those words reverberated, the entire venue erupted in a wave of exultation. Pledge loyalty to the Demon King till eternity. May the Chaos Federation stand forever. The Elven King, Nancilia, was the first to bellow with a resounding voice. Leaders like Jean Coué, the giant, Ironbeard, the dwarf, Gru, the orc, Segan, the gnome, and many others joined in unison, roaring, "Pledge loyalty to the Demon King till eternity. May the Chaos Federation stand forever." The crowd amplified the chorus, their fervent cries echoing throughout the Chaos Valley and beyond. At that moment, Lisi stepped back, and the Demon King approached the altar. The entire Grand Plaza, filled with hundreds of thousands of people, fell into a profound silence, where not even the faintest sound could be heard. With a contented gaze, Zhang Nu surveyed the scene before him and spoke in a measured tone, "From this day forth, the Chaos Forest shall no longer be just the homeland we have known, but a sacred and inviolable territory of the Chaos Federation. No matter how formidable the enemy, no matter how dire the calamity, I, as your king, shall stand united with the Federation and each and every one of you. Let us forge a prosperous future together, let the Federation flourish and endure for eternity. May the Chaos Forest become the epitome of wealth and power, unrivaled in the world." As his words echoed, Zhang Nu initiated the Sacred King's baptism. The altar of Sacred King, its ritual requiring 10 million gold per activation, was employed without hesitation. With approximately 2,000 leaders from various cities and tribes present, Zhang Nu spared no expense on this momentous occasion. He performed the Sacred King's baptism twice on the assembled high-ranking figures and leaders. In an instant, 2 radiant beams of light ascended to the sky, descending as a cascade of ethereal energy. The dignitaries participating in the celebration were enveloped in this divine energy, feeling a profound transformation permeate their bodies as invisible forces merged into their very essence. Even the attending demon kings were not exempted from this extraordinary baptism. Han Kursen received a notification. "You've received the Sacred King's baptism. HP plus 300, MP plus 300, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Will plus 30 permanently." Upon seeing this, Han Kursen was once again astounded. The magnitude of these attribute enhancements was significant. How did Zhang Nu manage to achieve such a feat? If it were only a few individuals receiving attribute enhancements, it would not be so surprising. However, the power was not exclusive to the few demon kings present. It encompassed the entire formation of leaders on the scene, including the 2,000 high-ranking figures, city lords, chieftains, elders, as well as the demon king's generals, priests, and personal guards. Every one of them was enveloped in this surge of power, experiencing tremendous advancements in their strength. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of individuals broke through from level 3 to 4. Even for those who did not achieve an immediate breakthrough, their strength and cultivation visibly improved. This scene left everyone present in a state of complete astonishment and disbelief. It was worth noting that the vast majority of city lords, chieftains, and elders present did not possess strength beyond level 3. Under normal circumstances, it was highly unlikely for them to ever break through to level 4 in their lifetimes. But now, with the energy released by the Demon King, hundreds of individuals on the scene achieved breakthroughs in their strength. Others experienced tremendous boosts in their power. The scene before them had no logical explanation. It could only be described as a miracle, a true miracle. Yes. It was a miracle. This was a miracle summoned by the Demon King. The gods responded to the call of the Demon King. The gods celebrated the establishment of the Chaos Federation. Countless tens of thousands of subordinates once again prostrated themselves before the Demon King. May the Chaos Federation stand eternal. May His Majesty be eternal. Zhang Nu could clearly witness the remarkable results of the 2 waves of the Sacred King's baptism. After the energy was released, there was an influx of 200 to 300 level 3 units and 20 to 30 level 4 units. Even individuals like Nanilia, Marilyn, and Jean Coué experienced significant growth. The Demon King's 2 chief guards also displayed a substantial increase in their power. Shui Yao, the mermaid from Holy Tide City, was astounded to find herself 1 foot stepping into level 5. This left Shui Yao utterly astonished. She could not fathom an explanation for this miracle. How was the Demon King able to accomplish such feats? The Demon King's abilities were simply too overwhelming and incomprehensible. With his might, he was undoubtedly capable of protecting the Chaos Federation. Perhaps it was time for her entire clan to pledge their allegiance and join him. At this moment, Zhang Nu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Not bad at all. The Sacred King's baptism had unfolded in a magnificent manner, displaying its remarkable effects. Although the cost was substantial and the individual improvement per use could not match the terrifying power of the Demon King's baptism, the breadth of its influence was incomparable. As a result, even the newcomers who joined later, with initially lower levels of loyalty, grew at an astonishing rate. Regardless of their initial stubbornness, when they beheld the majesty of Darkness City, the awe-inspiring power of the Demon King, and these extraordinary miracles, their hearts would inevitably waver. The Demon King was undoubtedly the chosen one. His arrival in the Chaos Forest was divinely ordained. It was his destiny to become the sovereign ruler of the Chaos Forest. To oppose such a being would be no different from defying fate itself. Only by pledging absolute loyalty and serving the great Demon King could they forge a brighter future for their homeland and tribes. May the Chaos Federation stand eternal. May His Majesty be eternal. The crowd continued to kneel, their voices echoing with fervor like zealous devotees. And at that moment, finally, the long-awaited notification appeared before Zhang Nu. You've conquered the entire region of Chaos Forest. You gained region-exclusive Super Chest X1. Upon seeing this, Zhang Nu could not contain his joy. Just as he had suspected, the task of completely clearing every nook and cranny of such a vast region was nearly impossible. However, by thoroughly occupying and establishing his rule over the territory, he had achieved a true conquest. Zhang Nu realized that conquering the entire Chaos Forest region granted him a different kind of chest, unlike the regular ones obtained from capturing territories or cities. This chest was not categorized by quality, it was an exclusive super chest. It was the first time Zhang Nu had ever obtained such a magnificent treasure chest. The uproar in the Darkness Valley had reached an unprecedented scale. The news of the Demon King asserting sovereignty and establishing the Chaos Federation spread like wildfire throughout the Chaos Forest in no time. On that very same day, this urgent intelligence was intercepted by the Empire's intelligence agency. It swiftly made its way into the hands of Grand Duke Bachor, the influential ruler of the Southern Territories. The Chaos Forest unified? And by a Demon King, no less? This is beyond outrageous. Filled with fury, several knight commanders at Bachor's side could not fathom the audacity of the Dragon Demon King's actions, they saw it as a direct affront. However, Grand Duke Bar responded with a hearty laughter. One of the perplexed knight commanders could not contain his curiosity and asked, "My lord, aren't you angered by this despicable act?" Grand Duke Bachor, maintaining his composure, replied, "A Demon King operating right under the Empire's nose, surrounded by 3 Empire-level powers, could have chosen a discreet path to develop and grow stronger. But he boldly declared the establishment of a federation. Such foolishness. Utter foolishness. I have overestimated him, it seems." Upon hearing this, the several commanders were struck with realization. The audacity and arrogance of this Demon King were beyond measure. Why would he choose such a high-profile approach? Did he have a death wish? The utter destruction of the southern border's 3rd Legion. Knight Commander Huang Hui and Count Su Wenhao of the Thunder Empire perished in battle. Once the news of these incidents reached them, Bachor had already started to take the Demon King's threat seriously. However, due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Demon King's activities, Bachor could not personally intervene with his own status. It would exceed the tolerance of the other 2 major powers. But now, the situation had changed. The Demon King had boldly declared the establishment of a federation and his intention to become the ruler of the Chaos Forest, unifying the previously divided forces. Neither the Sunset Empire nor the Azure Water Federation wanted to witness such a development. The Demon King's actions were tantamount to seeking his own demise. Bachor rose from his seat with deliberation. "Prepare the teleportation station. I shall make my way to the imperial capital and personally meet with the emperor." This matter had escalated to a significant extent. The emperor would undoubtedly be concerned, and it was imperative to report the situation directly. The following day, the highest-level trilateral meeting commenced. Representatives of the three major powers appeared simultaneously in a hall formed of shimmering magical energy. They were Regent Prince Carlos of the Sunset Empire, Emperor Frilio XVI of the Thunder Empire, Chairman Fontantina, the head of the Azure Water Federation's highest council. The entire meeting hall was constructed within the void, and the participants' forms were projected using meticulously crafted magical energy. These projections were all subjected to stringent security measures, ensuring that their facial expressions and appearances remained concealed from each other. As a result, it was impossible to discern any information or thoughts through mental or spiritual means. However, their genders, body shapes, and ages were still distinguishable. Regent Prince Carlos of the Sunset Empire, a seemingly unremarkable and stooped elderly man, held a long staff and appeared somewhat somber. Fontantina, the chairman of the Azure Water Federation, resembled a mere folk with a face covered by a mask, making it impossible to discern her exact age. As for Emperor Frilio XVI of the Thunder Empire, he looked remarkably young, seemingly in his early 30s, emanating a distinguished and heroic presence befitting a man in his prime. Without hesitation, Regent Prince Carlos questioned, "Frilio, by allowing your Southern Legion to enter the Chaos Forest, are you intending to upset the balance among the three powers?" Fontantina chimed in, "Indeed, according to the agreement, none of the three powers are permitted to enter the Chaos Forest in any way. Your Duke Bachor has overstepped the boundary this time." Emperor Frilio XVI remained composed and replied, "There is a reason why Duke Bachor decided to take action in the Chaos Forest. There is indeed a force attempting to disrupt the balance, but that force does not originate from us. Based on the latest intelligence from the southern region, the Chaos Forest has been conquered and ruled by an astonishingly powerful demon king. They have openly established the Chaos Federation, uniting almost all tribes and factions." Prince Carlos's expression changed slightly. "Is that so?" Although his intelligence network was not as swift as that of the Thunder Empire, Frilio had no reason to deceive him. After all, such significant events were easily verifiable and almost impossible to conceal from the two major powers. Fontantina appeared puzzled. "Regarding this new group of demon kings, the Chaos Federation, we have conducted investigations. While their potential is astounding, most of them are currently weak and small. How could they possibly rule over the Chaos Forest? But they have indeed accomplished it. That's the issue." Frilio said, "This demon king not only effortlessly rules over the Chaos Forest but has also successfully incorporated major tribes and city forces. Their current strength rivals that of one of the allied kingdoms in your Azure Water Federation." Upon hearing this, both Prince Carlos and Chairman Fontantina fell silent. Emperor Frilio XVI continued, "One of our legions stationed at the southern border was completely annihilated within a few days. Isn't this enough to warrant our attention? I suggest that we simultaneously launch an attack and crush this demon king to prevent future calamities," he proposed. Prince Carlos scoffed disdainfully, "Just a mere demon king, and merely a chaos forest. How could it pose a significant threat? Joining forces against such an insignificant character seems too exaggerated." He was not entirely wrong. The Chaos Forest, at its core, was nothing more than a strategic buffer zone for the three major powers. If they truly wanted to act, they could easily crush the region, but the gains would not justify the effort. Moreover, to join forces against a rising demon king in the Chaos Forest, regardless of whether they could trust each other, was impractical given the current size of the Chaos Federation. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, Chairman Fontantina pointed out, "Nevertheless, the existence of the Chaos Federation will eventually disrupt the balance of the buffer zone, and we cannot simply sit idly by. From a geopolitical perspective, the Chaos Forest must remain chaotic and fragmented. Only then would it serve its purpose as a buffer zone. If the entire region were unified with a common will, it could easily tilt towards one side, such as joining the Azure Water Federation or being absorbed by the two empires. Once this occurred, the delicate balance among the three major powers would be shattered instantly. Any subsequent conflict could escalate into all-out warfare." Emperor Frilio XVI could not help but smile. He understood the current situations of the Azure Water Federation and the Sunset Empire better than anyone. The Azure Water Federation was primarily defensive and lacked the inclination for aggressive actions. However, internal divisions and increasing conflicts among its factions and regions made it unlikely for them to mobilize their forces for the sake of the Chaos Federation and a mere demon king. As for the Sunset Empire, the old emperor was in a senile state, on the verge of passing away. The current regent Prince Carlos was an ambitious individual, solely focused on seizing supreme power amid the declining imperial family. He would not divert his attention for such a trivial border matter. Therefore, Emperor Frelio XVI proposed, in that case, let us entrust this matter to Duke Bachor and his southern frontier forces. With the strength of Bachor Duchy and the army, eradicating this demon king will be a walk in the park. Chairman Fontantina remained silent for a moment before saying, the Thunder Empire must abide by the agreement and cannot linger in the Chaos Forest or leave any traces behind. Prince Carlos also nodded, we will closely monitor the situation in the Chaos Forest. Emperor Frelio reassured them, you can rest assured about that. He sneered inwardly. When the strategic vital area of the Chaos Forest was in their hands, how they handled it would be entirely based on the Empire's interests. With the current internal divisions and chaos in the Azure Water Federation and the Sunset Empire, how could they possibly stop the Thunder Empire's plans? Speaking of which, Emperor Frelio had to thank the Demon King of the Chaos Forest. Without this Demon King, creating this federation of his, how could the Empire have such a justifiable and well-known reason to openly intervene and conquer? This approach was more reliable than their previous clandestine machinations and covert control. The trilateral meeting concluded, and the three magical projections vanished. The entire Void Conference Hall collapsed and disappeared. The consensus reached in this meeting was that the Azure Water Federation and the Sunset Empire both agreed to allow the forces led by the Bachor Duchy in the Empire's southern frontier to enter the Chaos Forest. However, it was strictly stipulated that the other three duchies and the Guardian Grand Dukes themselves, as well as the Empire's main forces, were not allowed to intervene in this matter, a condition that Emperor Frelio XVI readily accepted. The Thunder Empire had already achieved its objectives. Even if the Chaos Federation managed to unify the entire Chaos Forest, it would still be no more than a medium-sized kingdom in comparison to the dozens of such forces present in the Azure Water Federation. These colossal empire-level powers considered it no challenge at all. Duke Bachor himself was a top-notch ruler, and the Bachor family was renowned for having numerous formidable individuals who could lead the nobility in the entire southern frontier of the empire. Their strength was more than sufficient for this mission. Aside from this, the empire issued bounties to various hero guilds. The reward for killing the Demon King of the Chaos Federation was exceedingly generous, granting the achiever the hereditary title of Earl in the Thunder Empire and a staggering sum of 1 billion universal gold coins. With such a lucrative reward, it was certain that brave and skilled heroes would be enticed to accept the challenge. Slaying a powerful demon king was already an extraordinarily attractive and rewarding feat for any hero. It meant instant fame, the prestigious title of nobility within the empire, substantial rewards, and a significant boost to their own strength. The news of the birth of such a super demon king in the Chaos Forest would undoubtedly stir heroes from all corners of the land. After all, defeating this formidable foe not only promised glory and rewards, but also the esteemed status of an imperial noble, along with an immense surge in power and an unparalleled leap in status. At this moment, in the capital city of the Chaos Federation, Darkness City, the grand conference and celebration had come to an end. Finally, Zhang Nu had the time to meet with Han Kursen in person. With a smile, Zhang Nu spoke, I apologize for being so busy these past few days, but fortunately, everything has progressed smoothly. Han Kursen did not want to dwell on her feelings any longer. Her confidence had been severely shaken in the past 2 days. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, creating a new power, declaring sovereignty, these are risky actions. Are you prepared for the consequences? Hearing her question, Zhang Nu was taken aback. Han Kursen must have done some research on the Chaos Forest and the surrounding 3 major powers in the past 2 days. Rest assured, he reassured her, I know what I'm doing. My main goal in establishing the Chaos Federation is to completely rule over this region and obtain the corresponding super treasure chest. As for the consequences? Of course, he had considered them. However, with his current personal strength and the strength of his forces, Zhang Nu was not too worried that the 3 major powers would have a significant impact on him. To his knowledge, the chances of the Sunset Empire and the Azure Water Federation voluntarily invading the Chaos Forest were negligible. Only the Thunder Empire had the motive and capability. But for the Thunder Empire to pose a serious threat, they would have to go all out, which was highly unlikely. Even if the emperor had such an intention, the other two major powers would resist it. So, all in all, there were risks and pressures, but they were all within manageable limits. Han Kursen nodded. Since that's the case, I won't comment too much. I know your merfolk underling, Shui Yao. I've learned about her family's situation in Holy Tide City. If you don't mind, I can help you gradually gain control of Holy Tide City. Of course, as a reward, I would like the right to conduct business activities in Pale Moon Kingdom and the Azure Water Federation. What do you think? Control Holy Tide City? Zhang Nu was surprised. Holy Tide City was the second largest city in Pale Moon Kingdom, just below the capital city. It served as the country's primary commercial center and was an important northern port for the Azure Water Federation. If he could gain control of this city, it would bring significant benefits to Zhang Nu. However, achieving such control would not come easy. Currently, Zhang Nu's main focus was on dealing with the Northern Empire and developing his territories. In the south, he was more focused on market penetration and conducting business. In the short to medium term, he did not have any other plans for this region. Zhang Nu asked, "Are you confident?" Han Kursen replied, "In terms of raw power, I may not be on par with you, but I have some methods that you don't possess." Zhang Nu considered her words and thought it might be worth a try. Han Kursen seemed very excited about it and immediately went back to prepare. Once Zhang Nu had some free time, he opened the player interface and claimed the Chaos Forest exclusive treasure chest. This was the big reward for ruling over the entire Chaos Forest region, and the rewards should be better than those from the Malevolent King's tomb. With anticipation, Zhang Nu opened the treasure chest. You opened the Chaos Forest treasure chest. You've activated the title, Ruler of the Chaos Forest. You've gained Gold X 100 million, Blueprint, Demon King's Resurrection Altar X1, Blueprint, Demon King's Training Tower X1, 10 Elemental Energy Gems X 10,000 each. Upon opening the exclusive treasure chest, Zhang Nu felt an immediate transformation within himself and the surrounding environment. The energies of the entire Chaos Forest seemed to flow through him, enhancing all his attributes and abilities. After some investigation, Zhang Nu learned that this was the effect of the new title, Ruler of the Chaos Forest. Title, Ruler of the Chaos Forest. Monarch level title. MP plus 5,000 permanently. HP plus 5,000 permanently. When you are within the Chaos Forest, your HP and MP are additionally increased by plus 5,000, all stats plus 25%, recovery speed plus 100%. Gain the ability to teleport within the region, usable once every 30 minutes. Under your rule, the resources in the Chaos Forest plus 20%, and all subject stats plus 10%, subjects loyalty plus 10%. As Zhang Nu laid eyes on the effects of the title, he was utterly astonished. The bonuses it granted were not just powerful, but also bordering on terrifying. Having a fixed attribute boost of up to 5,000 points for both HP and MP was an immense and formidable enhancement. However, that was only the standard effect. When inside the Chaos Forest, the title's power surged even further, granting an astonishing additional 10,000 points to both HP and MP. The cumulative increase reached an overwhelming 20,000 points. This was an unimaginable enhancement, especially for someone like Zhang Nu, who already possessed remarkable defense and durability. The title's strength was on par with mythic equipment, but its uniqueness laid in its invulnerability. It couldn't be taken away or dispelled. Only by utterly destroying the Chaos Forest and the Chaos Federation could its effects be nullified, leaving no other means to neutralize it. Furthermore, within the Chaos Forest, the title offered additional boosts to various stats and recovery speed, enabling Zhang Nu to teleport over vast distances without relying on teleportation fields. What a godly ability! Additionally, the title's blessings extended to Zhang Nu's territory and subjects. It increased resource production within his dominion, elevated his subjects' stats, and enhanced their loyalty. The value of this title was truly immeasurable, far surpassing the rewards from ordinary Demon King treasure chests. And the contents of this exclusive treasure chest did not just stop at the title. The reward of 100 million gold alone thrilled Zhang Nu. Even for him, this was an enormous sum. But that was not all. There were 2 valuable blueprints included as well. Blueprint, Demon King's Resurrection Altar, Level 5 Special Blueprint. Costs, Gold X 50 million, Life Gem X 5,000, Undeath Gem X 5000, Soul Gem X 2000, Level 5 Soul X 10. You may construct a Demon King's Resurrection Altar within your territory. Blueprint, Demon King's Training Tower, Level 5 Special Blueprint. Costs, Gold X 20 million, Wind, Fire, Water, and Earth Gems X 2000 each, Spirit Gems X 1000, Enchanted Stones X 30,000. You may construct a Demon King's Training Tower within your territory. Both blueprints were level 5 and belonged to the category of special buildings. They were extraordinarily valuable and incomparable to ordinary level 5 structures in terms of cost and benefits. It was evident that these two blueprints were incredibly rare and could only be obtained from super treasure chests. The Demon King's Resurrection Altar was self-explanatory in its function. It had the extraordinary capability to preserve the souls of the Demon King and his subordinates. With this altar in place, the souls of both the Demon King and any subjects in the territory would be preserved upon death. Zhang Nu could then choose to resurrect himself or any fallen subordinate as long as he possessed their intact soul. While Zhang Nu felt that he himself might not have much use for the resurrection altar given his current strength and the nigh impossibility of his death, he understood its immense value to others. With this altar, anyone loyal to him, such as Zhang San, Li Si, Nancilia, and any other subjects, need not fear unexpected deaths. Furthermore, Zhang Nu could obtain souls from other sources. If he managed to bring back an intact soul to his territory, he could resurrect that person. An ability like this was of immeasurable value. Certainly, the Demon King's Resurrection Altar was incredible, but resurrecting any target came with a cost. Not to mention the sheer expense of constructing the resurrection altar was daunting, requiring a couple dozen millions of gold, a large number of precious gems, and the consumption of 5 level 5 souls as materials. At present, Zhang Nu lacked the necessary conditions to create such an extravagant structure. However, another blueprint emerged from the treasure chest, the Demon King's Training Tower. It seemed to be a training-type building, akin to the Tower of Lost Trials, but undoubtedly far superior, being a special level 5 construction. Despite its considerable cost, Zhang Nu's current financial strength made it affordable, and the value of creating such a tower was evident. Besides the immensely powerful title, top-tier blueprints, and 100 million gold, the treasure chest also contained a staggering amount of 100,000 gems, each covering 10 attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, light, dark, thunder, life, undeath, and spirit. With 10,000 gems for each attribute, there was no need to doubt that this was a tremendous fortune. These materials would be vital for the development of his territory. Zhang Nu was extremely satisfied with the quantity and scale of these rewards. Truly, this super treasure chest lived up to its name, surpassing even the diamond-level ordinary reward chests. It was just a pity that obtaining such treasure chests was an incredibly difficult task. With his rewards collected, Zhang Nu approached the soul altar where the newest batch of souls had been produced. Despite the busyness of the recent period, he made sure not to neglect the management of souls. Now, his soul reserves had become quite substantial. Already possessing a considerable number of souls, Zhang Nu had recently been profiting by selling level 4 souls at a higher price. Leveraging the soul altar, he aggressively exploited other demon kings, leading to a massive increase in the quantity of souls in his possession. At present, his soul count stood at 575 level 3 souls, 36 level 4 souls, and 5 level 5 souls. Among them, the level 3 souls were the most abundant in stock and served as the raw materials for level 4 souls due to the time-consuming process of soul synthesis, as Zhang Nu had no way to synthesize all the souls in time. As the soul altar could only combine multiple lower-level souls into higher-level ones and not vice versa, it was crucial to retain some souls in reserve. By doing so, his Demon King subordinates could exchange for a certain amount, and Chen Guogua and the others could purchase souls whenever necessary. This way, they would not just possess wealth without the means to enhance their strength. Having amassed a surplus of souls, Zhang Nu decided to utilize a portion of them first. With their quantity, he could now activate a level 5 talent for himself. However, before that, there was one more important task at hand. Zhang Nu summoned the Archpriest and had him ascend the Demon King's altar. Upgrade Skydrake Archpriest to Skydrake Sovereign? The upgrade costs 20 million gold, plus 2,000 light gems, plus 2,000 fire gems, plus 5 level 5 hero souls. Zhang Nu had specially prepared these 5 level 5 hero souls for Li Si's upgrade. The cost for this advancement was undoubtedly exorbitant, and in the past, Zhang Nu would have struggled to afford it. However, the current situation was vastly different. He was now blessed with an abundant wealth of gold, a surplus of precious gems, and even a considerable number of souls. Naturally, he was eager to make use of these resources and allow them to fulfill their potential. Compared to these riches, having a monarch-level priest would undoubtedly provide greater aid to the territory. Upgrade. Zhang Nu confirmed his choice. Instantly, the Demon King's altar erupted with a fierce brilliance. The intensity of this light was blinding, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. This radiant light persisted for several minutes, then a profound and majestic monarch's aura enveloped the surroundings. The upgrade was successful. The archpriest, Li Si, underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only did he appear younger, but he also grew much taller. His entire body was covered in crimson scales adorned with numerous seven-colored magical patterns that emitted a radiant glow, resembling striking tattoos, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. Skydrake Sovereign, Li Si, Level 5 Monarch Unit. HP 4000, MP 8000, Strength, Constitution 120, Agility 165, Will 800, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skill, Inferno 7-Headed Drake Form, Talent, Sacrificial Domain, Talent, Demon King Summoning, Talent, Mastery of the 7 Elements, Talent, Group Teleportation, Spatial Teleportation, Spatial Ripping, Blood Ritual, Teleportation Field, etc. In a flash of light, Li Si teleported right before Zhang Nu. He respectfully knelt down, saying, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Satisfied, Zhang Nu nodded. Li Si's current strength was undoubtedly on par with Zhang San's, if not even surpassing him in individual combat and single-unit destructive power. Being a unit proficient in 7 elemental magics and space manipulation, Li Si might even outperform Zhang San in some aspects. However, each had their own specialties. Zhang San excelled as a strategist and commander, and leading troops was where he truly shined. With these two monarch-level entities under his command, Zhang Nu knew their combined might would be formidable. Even formidable beings like Han Kursen, a super-monarch-level existence whose power reached the ceiling of level 5 monarchs, would have to think twice before confronting them head-on. After Li Si's upgrade, Zhang Nu turned his attention to enhancing his own abilities. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 218 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 203 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 221 talent points gained. In one go, he sacrificed a total of 463 level 3 souls. Finally, he had amassed 100,000 talent points. You've activated the level 4 talent Spatial Temporal Dragon. Each of the 3 level 5 talents was extraordinarily potent, and after careful consideration, Zhang Nu settled on Spatial Temporal Dragon. Though Zhang Nu already possessed spatial manipulation and time control as time and space attributed talents when he was level 4, he believed that having just these two was not enough to be truly powerful. Now, with the activation of this new talent, Zhang Nu gained access to the Spatial Temporal Dragon mode, a transformative and a bloodline skill. It significantly amplified his control over space and mastery over time. As Zhang Nu felt the surge of the new power awakening within him, he immediately enveloped his body with the force of space and time. Li Si and the other guards in the hall were taken aback when they realized that the presence of the Demon King, who had been standing right there, suddenly seemed to vanish. What in the world? Li Si observed slight distortions in the Demon King's body, as if there were occasional fluctuations, similar to a glitch in a projection signal. As the archpriest and a master of spatial magic, Li Si quickly comprehended that the Demon King had not merely concealed his aura, he had genuinely shifted himself out of this dimension. Using his formidable spatial abilities, the Demon King had erased his presence from this spatial level. At this very moment, the Demon King was practically invincible. No matter the means used, physical or magical attacks, regardless of their strength or power, all would pass harmlessly through the Demon King's body. If one could not even land a hit, what purpose would the attack serve, no matter how powerful it might be? The Demon King now existed in a state of both presence and absence, presenting only a spatial projection before their eyes. Li Si was utterly astounded. What an astonishing mastery over space! Even as a highly skilled expert in spatial magic, he could not help but feel a profound sense of admiration and awe at the Demon King's abilities. In the next instant, Zhang Nu unleashed the power of time. Everything froze in its tracks. The burning flames, the insects in the corners, and even the Demon King's guards, all were trapped in a suspended moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Time had stopped? Utilizing his ability to manipulate time, Zhang Nu could usually control the flow of time within a certain range. However, bringing time to a complete standstill was an unprecedented feat, bordering on the realm of the impossible. Yet, at this very moment, the world lay absolutely motionless. As if the entire world's tapestry had been momentarily frozen, akin to a single frame in a vast tapestry of existence. However, Zhang Nu soon realized that, despite the world being frozen, he himself was in a state of inertia. He felt as if his body had ceased to exist, as though his essence had transcended the confines of the physical realm, providing him with an ethereal sensation. The spatial temporal dragon talent allowed him to conquer temporal resistance, enabling his thoughts, consciousness, and soul to momentarily transcend time. Even in a realm of absolute stagnation, he could continue to contemplate and think independently. Alas, he was not yet capable of truly transcending time itself. As the immense forces of temporal resistance enveloped him, Zhang Nu's power and corporeal form were unable to overcome the overwhelming hindrance, sealing him into a state of absolute immobility. Despite the setback, Zhang Nu could not suppress his excitement. The activation of this talent had unveiled the potential to surpass the barriers of time. Now that he could resist some degree of temporal resistance, he could not help but wonder if, as his strength continued to grow, he could eventually confront even longer and more formidable resistance. Perhaps, in the near or distant future, he would traverse the boundless expanse of the spatial temporal void. He would soar amidst the frozen threads of time. Worldly barriers would cease to hold him back, and the confines of the past and future would no longer be beyond his grasp. Shaking his head, Zhang Nu quickly snapped out of his reverie. He knew that such a feat was too distant and challenging, even for a deity. Regardless, the activation of this talent not only strengthened his spatial temporal abilities, but also granted him formidable resistance against temporal magic. It allowed him to remain composed and unfazed amidst warped spaces and chaotic time. However, given the current situation, the timing was not quite right for thorough testing. Zhang Nu decided to stop and did not fully explore the extent of this ability. Not bad at all. Truly impressive. This talent seems to significantly enhance both spatial temporal abilities and resistance. In the future, even spatial temporal traps or attacks would hardly pose a threat to me. Among all magic resistances, spatial temporal resistance was the rarest. With this talent activated, Zhang Nu gained powerful spatial temporal resistance, enabling him to overcome spatial temporal hindrance, rendering common spatial temporal techniques ineffective against him. Now, not only elemental magic but also curses, necromancy, and spatial temporal magic. All these rare magic types had become useless against him. The great dragon demon king was becoming a nightmare for spellcasters, step by step. After completing the talent activation, Zhang Nu left the demon king's castle with several blueprints in hand, setting out to find suitable construction sites. During the process of conquering the chaotic forest, Zhang Nu opened dozens, even hundreds, of treasure chests. As a result, he now had a large pile of level 2 and 3 blueprints. While most of these blueprints were ordinary and unremarkable, there were a few that held significant construction value. Apart from the mid to low-level blueprints, there were also a few high-level ones. Among them were 3 level 5 blueprints, the Evil God Cultivator, the Resurrection Altar, and the Training Tower. For now, he decided to set aside the construction of the Resurrection Altar. Its cost was too exorbitant, requiring a substantial amount of souls, and even if built, its current effectiveness would be limited. Instead, he focused on the Evil God Cultivator and the Demon King's Training Tower, both of which held more value for construction in comparison. Zhang Nu chose to start with the Evil God Cultivator. However, considering its ominous name, he decided to place it near the White Bone Mausoleum rather than directly within the city. Would you like to construct the Evil God Cultivator? The construction will cost blueprint, Evil God Cultivator X1, Gold X 5 million, Dark Gems X 2000, Undeath Gems X 2000. Yes. Zhang Nu confirmed, paying the required materials. As the earth trembled, a peculiar structure emerged from the magical formation. The building resembled a Gothic castle, covered in tentacles, some of which seemed to possess a life of their own, giving an unsettling feeling. After conducting further research, Zhang Nu finally understood the true purpose of the evil god cultivator. The evil god cultivator, a level 5 building, had a straightforward function: synthesis. It could merge different creatures together, with the main subject retaining memories and personality, while the other creatures would be sacrificial offerings. However, this process of biological synthesis was notably uncontrollable, and nobody knew what kind of monstrous creatures might be created. Curious about its capabilities, Zhang Nu brought a warmonger royal guard and a level 4 greater beholder lord to the evil god cultivator and threw them in. Main subject: Infernal Draconian Warmonger Royal Guard. Material: Greater Beholder Lord. Proceed with the synthesis? This synthesis will cost 100,000 gold. After some hesitation, Zhang Nu eventually confirmed the synthesis. Synthesis in progress. Estimated completion time: 45 minutes. Inside the evil god cultivator, numerous peculiar tentacles continuously emitted beams of light, as if undergoing a complex industrial manufacturing process. Quite intriguing. Zhang Nu had never seen anything like it before. He waited in the cultivation ground for over 40 minutes. Suddenly, the door of the evil god cultivator swung open, releasing a strange aura, and he received a related notification. Cultivation successful. You have obtained Demon Eye Infernal Royal Guard. The royal guard walked out, seemingly not changed much. Intrigued, Zhang Nu checked its attributes. Demon Eye Infernal Royal Guard, Level 5 Lord Unit. 1500 HP, 1000 MP, 170 Strength, 159 Constitution, 176 Agility, 148 Will. Loyalty 100%, locked. Fatigue 10%. Hunger 10%. Skills: Instant Summoning, Talent, I Demon Unleash, Talent, Beholder's Beam, A rank, Raging Dragon Chi, B rank, Eye of Detection, B rank, Slow Ray, B rank, Inferno's Might, B rank, etc. A level 5 lord? Zhang Nu was greatly surprised. 2 level 4 lords could merge into a level 5 lord? Even more astonishingly, this level 5 lord retained almost all the abilities of both the Beholder and the Royal Guard. It possessed the powerful melee and constitution of the Royal Guard, as well as the terrifying insight and long-range attack abilities of the Beholder, complementing each other perfectly. Quickly calculating the cost, Zhang Nu realized that an Infernal Warmonger Guard cost less than 200,000 gold, and summoning a level 4 greater Beholder Lord cost the same. The synthesis fee was only 100,000 gold. In total, it cost less than 500,000 gold. This was the true value of the evil god cultivator. It could merge 2 or more different creatures into one, showcasing the maximum hybrid advantages by taking the strengths of each and making up for their weaknesses. Just by fusing with one beholder, its strength had improved significantly. Zhang Nu could not help but wonder what effect it would have if he simultaneously merged 10 or more creatures. The following day, Marilyn returned to the main city. Formerly the City Lord of Silver Spring, she now held the esteemed positions of Vice City Lord in John-Tree City and Grand Elder of the Chaos Forest's Elven Elder Council, ranking only second to the young Elven King among the elves in terms of authority. In stark contrast to the young Elven King's lack of leadership qualities, Marilyn was an exceptional leader. Her actions were swift and decisive, and she was an absolute fanatic when it came to martial arts training. Despite her busy schedule, she managed to find time to visit. Marilyn's plan was to challenge the Trial Tower first and then dedicate time to learning magic or martial arts at the Elven Sanctuary. Her philosophy was to make progress every day, knowing that it would ultimately lead her to obtain formidable power. Her diligence was driven not only by the desire to become stronger but also by a sense of vigilance. The Chaos Forest had been in a state of chaos and division for countless years until it was finally unified under the will of His Majesty. This brought an end to the endless bloodshed and internal strife. However, with the emergence of the Chaos Federation, it posed a threat to the interests of the Thunder Empire, the Sunset Empire, and the Azure Federation. The 3 factions would undoubtedly suppress the Federation. The real danger and true challenge were just about to begin. Marilyn could not allow His Majesty to bear this burden alone, as the Federation was a home to everyone. Marilyn had hoped to make a difference. The once skeptical elven chieftain who did not recognize the Demon King now became one of his staunchest and loyal followers, filled with a strong sense of belonging and identity towards the Federation. At this moment, spatial distortions appeared in front of her, and the figure of the Demon King walked up to her. Your Majesty, why have you come? Marilyn asked. City Lord Marilyn, you've arrived just in time, the Demon King replied. I need your help with something. Marilyn immediately responded seriously, Your Majesty, if there's a task, please order me. I will do my best and never decline. No need to be so formal, it's not anything important. I just want you to help with a test, the Demon King said. Without waiting for more questions, spatial energy wrapped around Marilyn like a giant hand. Before she could react, her surroundings instantly changed, and she found herself in an open space outside the city. This surprised her greatly. Such terrifying spatial abilities. His Majesty's control over space is fearsome. Marilyn had rarely seen the Demon King use this power before. She could only sense that the Demon King's depths were unfathomable, and she felt like an ant before him. Not far away stood a warmonger royal guard emitting a strong aura of a magical creature. This is my royal guard captain, Wei Yi. Test your strength against him and see how big the gap is, the Demon King said. Even though the Demon King's royal guard captain was powerful, he was only level 4. Why would he want her, a level 5 powerhouse, to test against a level 4 unit? The Demon King noticed Marilyn's confusion and said, Don't underestimate Wei Yi. He has been specially enhanced. If you defeat him, there will be a reward. Really? Marilyn exclaimed joyfully. Then let's do it. With her hands confidently on her hips, Marilyn had no intention of making the first move. Zhang Nu nodded to Wei Yi. Immediately, the latter burst forth with a powerful chi and slashed out. Huh? Level 5. Why is he so powerful? Marilyn was taken aback and quickly dodged. The ground where she stood just now was deeply gouged by the force of the attack. This Wei Yi was undoubtedly level 5, and even among the level 5 powerhouses, he stood out as exceptional. Alright. He's got some skills. I have to be serious now. Marilyn was about to draw her weapon when Wei Yi's scales suddenly squirmed, and countless tiny tentacles emerged, all coiling around his right shoulder. They gathered into a large eyeball, blooming and taking shape. What on earth is that? Marilyn exclaimed, she had never seen such an eerie sight. In a moment's hesitation, a dazzling and powerful beam shot out from this eyeball, which was larger than a fist. Marilyn was not able to dodge the beam and immediately used her chi to block the attack, but she was forced back several steps. The power was terrifying, even a level 5 would likely be seriously injured if directly hit by this strike. Why does this look somewhat like a beholder? How could one of His Majesty's guards grow a beholder? This guy is indeed peculiar, but relying on just one beholder won't be enough to deal with me. Before she could finish speaking, Wei Yi's body erupted with tentacles. The tentacles merged into each other, and one large eyeball after another condensed from various parts of his body. Each one was filled with sinister energy and tremendous power. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. This guy had grown 10 large eyes from his body. This scene was simply horrifying. Marilyn was stunned by the spectacle. Wei Yi was the experimental product of the evil god cultivator. Zhang Nu used all 10 greater beholder lords that he possessed as fusion materials, granting the warmonger royal guard the power of 10 beholders. At this moment, the once ordinary royal guard was now approaching the strength of a level 5 overlord. This filled Zhang Nu with great delight. After being unable to upgrade the basic units at the Demon Lord's altar, Zhang Nu finally found a path to create super units. From a cost perspective, 10 level 4 greater beholder lords amounted to only 2 million gold. Adding the 1 million synthesis fee, the total cost was merely 3 million. Just 3 million could create a pseudo-overlord level unit. It was an incredibly cost-effective investment, considering that a single level 4 hellish beholder overlord alone required 5 million. This beholder overlord was already an expensive choice among units of the same level. However, Zhang Nu discovered through experimentation that after synthesizing 10 beholder lords, further fusion of more beholders had no effect. This indicated that the evil god cultivator had its limitations in modification, and the potential that could be extracted from each material was also limited. Wei Yi remained clear-headed, knowing that dealing with Marilyn would not be easy. He immediately activated all his abilities and launched a series of attacks. Beholder Beam. Slow Ray. Weakness Ray. Curse Ray. Caught off guard by her own complacency, Marilyn could only hurriedly respond to each successive attack. She quickly realized that each of these beams had different effects, leaving her in a rather sorry state. It was unbelievable, she was being suppressed by a warmonger royal guard. She had tried to escape using stealth, but the beholders could see through invisibility. She had even attempted a quick attack from behind using teleportation, but the royal guard's melee strength was formidable enough to block her, and with eyes covering his entire body, there were no blind spots in his field of vision. Moreover, his flying advantage made it challenging to get close for an attack. This was too tricky. The infernal warmonger royal guard, now with the assistance of beholders, had greatly increased his attack power and ranged capabilities. The weaknesses of the beholders' poor maneuverability and vulnerability in close combat were no longer relevant. It was a perfect combination. Damn it. I refuse to believe it. Marilyn finally found an opening and swiftly conjured a massive energy arrow with her bow. This was her strongest attack she could muster at the moment. Wei Yi sensed that he was locked on by Marilyn, and there was no way to evade this attack. With his MP already depleted significantly, he could only go all in for a desperate struggle. 10 beholder eyes decomposed into a large number of tentacles once again. At this moment, the majority of the Draconian's body was covered in these eerie tentacles. However, they rapidly converged around his heart area, forming a giant eyeball the size of a wash basin. The 10 eyes merged into one. This eyeball was no less powerful than the hellish beholder overlord. Wei Yi released his energy all at once, turning it into a massive beam of light that clashed with the incoming energy arrow. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flying sand and rocks, and the colors of the sky and earth changed drastically. The two overwhelmingly powerful attacks caused a significant commotion. The energy arrow and the energy beam were locked in a stalemate for several seconds, but in the end, the energy arrow prevailed, breaking through the fierce beam of light. With a muffled groan, Wei Yi was pushed back several meters. Although he lost to Marilyn, this attack had reached its limits. With the robust defense of the Draconian's physique, he sustained minimal damage. Not bad. Both sides were relatively uninjured, but Wei Yi had nearly exhausted his MP, while Marilyn still had about half remaining. The outcome was already clear. Though Wei Yi did not manage to defeat Marilyn, Zhang Nu was quite satisfied with his performance. Wei Yi was currently a level 5 Lord unit, with 1 foot stepping into the Overlord level. Yet his displayed strength was comparable to an Overlord. After all, among level 5 Overlords, Marilyn was at least in the upper middle tier. Wei Yi's ability to hold his own against her indicated that he could handle some weaker, level 5 Overlords with his current strength. Marilyn asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what method did you use to make this Draconian guard so powerful? Can I give it a try too?" Zhang Nu quickly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "Don't even think about it. This method doesn't suit you." Indeed, the evil god cultivator had an eerie ability to create powerful creatures by fusing different species, but it came at a cost. When different species fused together, they would eventually create an entirely new species, destroying the original talent and physique. The royal guards had risen from ordinary Draconian soldiers and had mediocre aptitude, their evolution had already reached its limit. However, in Marilyn's case, her talent and potential were outstanding, and her limits as a level 5 overlord extended far beyond that. There was no need to take shortcuts and sacrifice her innate advantages. Moreover, she was a beautiful elven lady, Zhang Nu did not want to see her turned into some bizarre form. Seeing her disappointed face, Zhang Nu reassured, "While this method may not be suitable for you, I have another, better way to make you stronger just as quickly." During their conversation, he activated his spatial powers and returned them both to the interior of the shadowy city. Before them stood a massive tower. Marilyn felt the surging energy and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this tower? Why haven't I seen it before?" The Demon King replied, "This is the recently constructed training tower. Its effect is quite simple. It can accelerate training speed by at least 100 times. Indeed, not long ago, Zhang Nu had completed the creation of the Demon King's training tower. Its effect was straightforward, it could significantly speed up cultivation. 1 day of training inside the tower equated to over 100 days outside. Unlike the trial tower, which had limitations and only worked for level 5 units or below, the training tower had no such restrictions. It could enhance the training of anyone, regardless of their level, and its capacity was vast. This made it an invaluable treasure and a product worthy of the super treasure chest label. The benefits it brought to the territory were profound. Marilyn was astonished. 100 times acceleration in training? That's amazing. However, the Demon King clarified, I said at least 100 times. The training tower has 5 layers, and each layer increases the effect by 20%. In other words, if the first layer provided 100 times acceleration, the second layer would be 120 times, the third layer 150 times, the fourth layer 187 times, and the fifth layer 224 times. The Demon King continued, after constructing the tower, it has yet to be put into use. As a reward for defeating Wei Yi, I allow you to train on the 5th layer and experience its effects firsthand. Marilyn turned into a blur and rushed inside, leaving behind her gratitude in the wind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Nu could not help but be amazed. Marilyn was usually very composed, but now she seemed like a completely different person. Nevertheless, this was beneficial. With her diligence, just half a month of training in the training tower would bring her to the top of level 5S. At that point, she would likely encounter a bottleneck, and with 1 or 2 more Demon King baptisms, Marilyn could become a level 6 unit. The appearance of the Demon King's training tower benefited not only Marilyn but also all the talented subordinates. It provided a stable place for them to improve their strength. While the evil god cultivator could enhance the upper limits of his soldiers, the training tower could boost the strength of his high-level subordinates. With these two structures, the Demon King's army and team would be rapidly reinforced. In the long run, the value of the training tower would surpass even that of the trial tower. In the majestic city of Bachor, as the teleportation light gradually waned, a figure with an imposing presence materialized. This man, in his early 50s, did not tower in height, yet exuded a potent aura that left no doubt about his significance. He was no ordinary individual. Identity confirmed. The Undying Phoenix, Hubert. The Sentry General of the teleportation station, upon recognizing the man's identity, displayed a mix of surprise and profound respect. Without hesitation, he approached the newcomer and performed a formal salute, as befitting a knight paying homage to a revered figure. Welcome to Bachor City. Honorable Undying Phoenix. This man, known as the Undying Phoenix, held neither the esteemed rank of an empire's high official nor the titled nobility. Nonetheless, his name carried a weight that commanded profound respect, even from a level 5 overlord-ranked general, who treated him with utmost deference. For, in the southern borders of the Thunder Empire and across the mercenary and adventurer circles, the name Undying Phoenix Hubert reverberated with an aura of legend. He was hailed as one of the 10 super mercenaries of the Empire's southern frontier, a truly legendary and renowned adventurer. Hubert, the Undying Phoenix, did not have a fixed team. Over the past few decades, he had undertaken over 100 high-difficulty missions. 8 years ago, he ventured alone into an ancient cavern, where he successfully assassinated a level 6 ancient demon and managed to escape from tens of thousands of surrounding demonic monsters, averting a catastrophic disaster for the Empire. This courageous feat earned him the well-deserved title of the Undying Phoenix. Hubert was undoubtedly one of the most respected top powerhouses in the southern region. However, there was a little-known secret about him. He was also a player, a hero, known as Yan Qianjun. Yan Qianjun could not believe his incredible luck. While 99.99% of the players started as ordinary adventurers, he directly transmigrated into the body of a legendary adventurer. Right from the beginning, Yan Qianjun was renowned as a powerful expert, possessing nearly the strength of a pseudo-level 6 overlord. This remarkable advantage spared him from many setbacks and challenges. Roaming through over 10 provinces in the southern region, he fearlessly slew nearly 100 southern region demon kings. Anyone unfortunate enough to become his target would undoubtedly be mercilessly slain, incapable of retaliating against his overwhelming power. The massive amount of training points he gained allowed him to break through his bottleneck not long ago. That's right. At this very moment, he officially stepped into level 6, becoming a level 6 superhero. Yan Qianjun felt like he was standing at the pinnacle of the era, becoming one of the strongest in the southern region of the empire. Looking around, he saw no one that could rival him in sight, and he could not help but feel invincible. The illusion of being unbeatable intoxicated him and fueled his desire for even greater power. Yan Qianjun realized that continuing to hunt low-level demon kings would yield significantly reduced training points. With his current strength, he required an exceptionally large amount of training points to make any meaningful progress. Killing ordinary small demon kings no longer held any value for him. If he wanted to kill, it had to be the most formidable demon kings. At this moment, Yan Qianjun received intelligence from the Heroes Guild, stating that in the remote southern border of the empire, there was a savage land called the Chaos Forest. Recently, a top-tier demon king had risen to power there. This demon king not only possessed formidable strength, but also killed one of the empire's guardian knights and established his own dominion over the forest. This event greatly angered the higher-ups of the empire, and a substantial bounty had been placed on the demon king. Anyone, whether a hero, adventurer, or mercenary, whoever could kill the demon king would be rewarded with hereditary nobility, a sum of 1 billion empire gold coins, and many other rewards. At once, countless heroes, mercenaries, and adventurers were eager to take action. Yan Qianjun, however, had little interest in the empire's noble title or even the gold coins, but the sudden appearance of this super demon king intrigued him. The slain guardian knight was named Huang Hui, and he had crossed paths with Yan Qianjun in the past. Among the top-tier heroes with exceptional starting conditions, they shared a small, secretive circle, so it was not surprising for them to know or have interacted with each other. Yan Qianjun knew that Huang Hui was not weak, and before his breakthrough, Yan Qianjun did not have an absolute advantage against him. However, such a powerful hero had met his end while attempting to subdue the demon king, which left Yan Qianjun shocked. Although the intelligence from the battlefield indicated that Huang Hui's death was due to an ambush and sneak attack, the demon king capable of killing a guardian knight was undoubtedly formidable. The fact that this demon king managed to kill Huang Hui and even establish dominion over a large area meant that he possessed terrifying strength and influence. Nevertheless, Yan Qianjun was now absolutely confident. In truth, there was nothing to worry about. If the demon king had to rely on an ambush to kill Huang Hui, it showed that their strengths were quite evenly matched. Even if the demon king had gained power recently, how much stronger could he become in such a short time? Yan Qianjun was not Huang Hui, and he far surpassed him in strength. Moreover, he would learn from Huang Hui's mistakes and be better prepared. With all these advantages, success seemed almost certain. At this level of strength, advancing further is as difficult as reaching the heavens. The empire would struggle to find a second demon king of such power in a short time. If Yan Qianjun did not act quickly, there was a risk of someone else taking the opportunity, or worse, the empire annihilating the demon king. Regret would be inevitable. Not daring to waste any time, Yan Qianjun hurriedly made his way to the Duke's mansion. The Grand Duke of the South was just convening a mobilization meeting. In the vast hall of military and political affairs, there were hundreds of figures, and each one had the qualifications to be summoned by the Grand Duke. None of them were ordinary individuals. With a quick scan, Yan Qianjun roughly distinguished three groups based on their identities: the high-level members of the Bachor family, the Southern Region military commanders, and the nobles of the Southern Region. Among the high-level members of the Bachor family were the leaders of the 6 Bachor family Knights squads, the leaders of the 2 Bachor family Mage squads, various senior members of the family, and dozens of honorary members. Yan Qianjun could sense that most of them possessed level 5 strength, and at least 30 of them were level 5 overlords. This should not be the entirety of the Bachor family's top-tier forces. Just how formidable was the true strength of this top-tier family in the empire? On the side of the Southern Region military, there were 9 Guardian Knights, 10 Knight commanders of the Empire's Knight squads, and 29 Imperial Legion commanders. Most of the leaders of the Empire's Southern Region forces were present. The Southern Region boasted a Knight squad consisting of 10 Guardian Knights. With the death of the hero, Huang Hui, there were still 9 remaining, making them formidable, especially their Knight captain. Apart from the members of the Bachor family and the Southern Region military figures, the other noble families in the Thunder Empire also constituted a force that could not be underestimated. Among the nobles attending the meeting were 6 marquises, 85 counts, and 192 viscounts. This sheer number of Southern Region noble titles demonstrated the vast expanse of the Thunder Empire's territory. On average, the territory of a count was comparable to a medium-sized province in the previous world, while a marquis's territory was at least as large as the largest province in the previous world. The might of the empire was truly terrifying. Yan Qianjun felt deeply fortunate. This situation was beyond belief and terrifying. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, once this force was unleashed, there would be no escape for the Demon King. He must personally take the Demon King's life to further elevate his own strength. Such a powerful demon king must not be easily eradicated by the Empire's forces or exploited by opportunistic heroes hidden among the military and nobility. Yan Qianjuan's mind raced with countless thoughts. His gaze did not linger for long as he glanced at Duke Bachor. Such immense strength. What a dangerous being. Even in his current state, standing before Duke Bachor, he could not help but feel a hint of pressure and a sense of impending danger. It became clear to him that Duke Bachor was not only esteemed in status, but also an undoubtedly formidable powerhouse, possibly even stronger than anyone else present, including the nobles, knights, and generals. What's more, Duke Bachor might even surpass his own strength. This feeling was entirely new to him. Yan Qianjun realized that the southern region was home to numerous hidden talents, and he had not yet become the invincible being he aspired to be. Therefore, he was more determined than ever to eliminate this demon king. No one should dare to interfere or prevent him from taking matters into his own hands. Hubert pays his respects to the Duke. Facing the esteemed Duke Bachor, a figure of great power and mystery, Yan Qianjun, as a commoner without the title of knight or noble, had no choice but to bow respectfully, performing a grand gesture of deference. So, you are the renowned adventurer with the nickname Undying Phoenix? Indeed, you are strong, living up to your reputation. A faint smile appeared on Duke Bachor's lips. I have always respected strong individuals, and someone like you, a formidable force, needs not kneel. Rise. Yan Qianjun got back on his feet. Thank you, Your Grace. Duke Bachor inquired, why have you come to see me? Yan Qianjun replied, I am not only a free mercenary and adventurer, but also a chosen hero. I heard that an evil demon king is causing trouble in the southern borderlands. Therefore, I have come to offer my skills to eliminate him. Hearing this, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Many faces were filled with excitement. The famous adventurer, the Undying Phoenix, is going to take action? If that's the case, it's excellent news. We might not have to deal with this matter ourselves and save on costs. However, a few people wore displeasure on their faces, most of them being heroes. The renowned Undying Phoenix is also a chosen hero? Duke Bachor was astonished and could not help but furrow his brow. He noticed that these chosen heroes seemed to have spread across various professions and ranks. Moreover, after becoming chosen heroes, their growth rate increased, and their temperament, character, and behavior all changed to some extent. Duke Bachor sensed that this might not necessarily be a good thing and could pose a considerable hidden threat to the southern region and even the entire Thunder Empire. Certainly. At this very moment, the Undying Phoenix, Hubert, took the initiative to volunteer for the task, and this was undoubtedly good news for Duke Bachor. Yan Qianjun continued, although the Empire's forces are strong and well-equipped, the southern region is vast. It would take a considerable amount of time to gather troops from various noble territories, military bases, and fortresses. The growth rate of the Demon King is rapid. Even with just a half-month window, their strength would significantly increase, making them more challenging to deal with. Instead of mobilizing the entire army, it's better to entrust this task to me. I am confident that I can directly slay the Demon King and eliminate this hidden threat for the Empire. Duke Bachor nodded in agreement. You're right. The mobilization and assembly of the Empire's army do require a significant amount of time and resources. But this Demon King is no easy task. Are you certain you can handle him? He inquired. Yan Qianjun brimmed with confidence. It would not be difficult. As long as you agree to one condition, I can guarantee that I will kill the Demon King within 7 days. Oh? Is that so? Tell me your condition, Duke Bachor responded. Yan Qianjun stated, the Empire offers a bounty of 1 billion gold coins for the Demon King's head. I hope to receive an advance payment of this sum. With this money in hand, dealing with the Demon King will be a piece of cake. Upon hearing his words, the crowd burst into discussions. What does this enormous sum of money have to do with slaying the Demon King? If it were not for the fact that the Undying Phoenix was a renowned and reputable adventurer, many might have suspected him of trying to swindle money. Very well. However, Duke Bachor added, I can give you the money in advance, but I have a condition, or rather, a necessary requirement. Please, go on, Yan Qianjun replied. Your mission must have the full participation of the Guardian Knights. Yan Qianjun was momentarily stunned, but then a look of excitement appeared on his face. The Duke dispatching the Guardian Knights was undoubtedly for surveillance purposes. Although the likelihood of the undying phoenix, Hubert, absconding with the money was small given his reputation, 1 billion gold coins was still a considerable sum. If the undying phoenix were to truly escape, the loss of money might be minor, but it would be a major blow to the Empire's reputation. Yan Qianjun already had great confidence in the mission, and with several Guardian Knights assisting him, how could this operation not succeed? Please rest assured, Your Grace. I guarantee it with my honor. This mission will undoubtedly be successful. This daring adventurer was worth the investment. Besides, the cost to the Empire was not significant. To ensure foolproof success, Duke Bachor dispatched 8 Guardian Knights. Yan Qianjun had achieved his objective, and even surpassed his own expectations. If he had about 70 to 80% certainty before, at this moment, he was now 99.9% confident in his plan. After bidding farewell, the undying phoenix began to take action. Meanwhile, Duke Bachor continued the discussion on troop mobilization. Despite enlisting the aid of the renowned adventurer and the 8 Guardian Knights, and receiving the promise of completing the mission within 7 days, he had no intention of halting the deployment of troops. The Empire's grand strategy involved sending its forces into the Chaos Forest, regardless of whether Yan Qianjun succeeded or not. Killing the Demon King was not the Empire's ultimate goal, it only served as a pretext to occupy and control the strategically important Chaos Forest. From Duke Bachor to King Freelio XVI, they never truly considered the Demon King as a threat capable of shaking the Empire's rule. Instead, their true aim lay in exploiting the situation to seize and control the vital Chaos Forest. The Barren Firestone Plains. This was a border territory belonging to the Thunder Empire. It partially bordered the Chaos Forest, with its land desolate, environment harsh, and overrun by ferocious creatures like numerous tribes of aggressive orcs, half-orcs, and ogres. Despite its considerable size, the population was sparse, and no hereditary nobles were granted fiefs there. In the central part of the Stone Plains, there lay a range of mountains called the Stone Curse Mountains. For centuries, hardly anyone had ventured into this remote and forsaken place, not even adventurers had bothered to come to such a desolate area. However, deep within the mountains, there was a Demon King's domain, and its ruler was Shi Jiang, the Gargoyle Demon King. He belonged to the Gargoyle race, an undead tribe with a relatively modest Demon King bloodline. While higher-grade Demon Kings possessed significant advantages, middle to lower-grade Demon Kings were not entirely worthless. They had unique advantages compared to higher-grade Demon Kings, such as the cost advantage in building their armies. The top-tier Demon King bloodlines, while incredibly powerful, came with a relatively higher cost for their own race's units. High-grade Demon Kings required 100 gold to summon a single unit, while middle to lower-grade ones could achieve the same with just 10 to 8 gold. In some cases, certain low-level Demon Kings could summon basic units for as few as 3 to 5 gold. Despite their individual combat strength being somewhat lackluster, their advantage laid in sheer numbers. While a high-grade Demon King could only summon 1 unit, a lower-grade one could summon a dozen or even 20 units. Shi Jiang was a Demon King known for employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers in his battles. At present, he commanded a population of 23,000, with only a small fraction being affiliated with orcs, ogres, and half-orcs. The majority, around 20,000, were units of his own race. Among the 20,000 units of his own race, 2/3 were combat units. Although their average combat prowess may have been considered ordinary, when amassed in such large numbers and launching attacks en masse, they were more than capable of easily overpowering level 5 lords, who were known for their defense. Therefore, as a level 4 Demon King, Shi Jiang stood as the most formidable force in the barren Firestone Plains. He had even achieved victory against a fellow Demon King with a higher-grade bloodline. Shi Jiang's ambition was to continue expanding his influence, and he saw the Chaos Forest in the south as his best choice. After all, compared to regions under sovereignty, the lawless land of the Chaos Forest was more conducive to a Demon King's growth and development. With nearly 20,000 combat-capable units under his command, Shi Jiang was confident that he could easily sweep through various tribes in the forest and even pose a threat to mid-sized and small forest cities. However, at that very moment, news arrived from the Chaos Forest that left Shi Jiang utterly astonished. A Demon King had officially declared himself the ruler of the Chaos Forest. How could this be possible? How did he achieve it so quickly? Shi Jiang thought his own growth in power was already fast enough. In just a few months, he had swept through all the tribes of orcs, ogres, and half-orcs in the barren Firestone Plains, as well as several fellow Demon Kings. When he boasted about his achievements on the Demon King channel, he received countless envy and admiration from other Demon Kings. Little did he know that his happiness would be short-lived as a formidable competitor emerged from the neighboring region. Barren Firestone Plains was not even 1/30th the size of Chaos Forest. Not only was the area much smaller, but the land, environment, resources, and population were also vastly inferior. The territory he was so proud of was nothing more than insignificant rubbish to the Dragon Demon King. Damn it all. This guy. How did he manage to do it? This is infuriating. I refuse to accept this. The Gargoyle Demon King was greatly infuriated because the establishment of the Chaos Federation had completely disrupted his development plans. He wished he could strip the other Demon King to the bone and tear him apart. The Dragon Demon King seemed like a formidable opponent. Shi Jiang had no idea of the true extent of his strength. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to go over and test him out. The Gargoyle Demon King was still trying to make sense of the situation when suddenly the detection tower alerted him to something unusual. Almost simultaneously, he received the following alerts. Your territory is under invasion. Your Gargoyle soldier has been killed. Your Gargoyle soldier has been killed. Your Gargoyle wizard has been killed. A level 3 Lord-level Gargoyle demon swiftly flew in and urgently reported, Master, we have an emergency. Someone has broken in, they seem to be heroes. Shi Jiang was taken aback and instantly infuriated. The main hall space warped as a man in black, approximately 50 years old, along with 8 others clad in golden armor, teleported in. Shi Jiang could not believe his eyes. The defenses of a Demon King's territory were exceptionally stringent, with over 10,000 Gargoyle soldiers stationed nearby at all times. They possessed the ability to detect stealth units, as well as flight and mid-range attack capabilities. It seemed almost impossible for outsiders to breach these defenses. In all the time since the castle's establishment, no hero had ever dared to venture here. How did these few individuals manage to achieve the impossible? From their appearance, it was evident that the man in black possessed powerful spatial abilities, as only a teleportation-type skill could bypass such formidable defenses. More heroes? Do you have a death wish? Do you even know who I am? You dare to intrude into my territory and seek death. Despite trying to appear fierce, Shi Jiang could not accurately gauge the strengths of these 9 intruders, leaving him uncertain and somewhat unnerved. It was too dangerous to act hastily. These intruders were evidently unlike any heroes he had dealt with before. If he made a move now, his Demon King altar would be in a perilous situation. He needed to buy time, wait for his external reinforcement forces to arrive, and overwhelm the intruders with sheer numbers. Kill them. The 2 gargoyle demons guarding Shi Jiang let out sharp howls as they lunged to attack the intruders. Gargoyle demons, being level 3 lord-ranked beings, represented the most powerful combat units under Shi Jiang's command. He hoped they could buy some time to figure out the situation. Among the 9 intruders, 8 remained motionless, while one of the Golden Knights stepped forward. In a split second, a tremendous surge of golden sword chi swept through the Demon King's hall, slicing through the 2 gargoyle demons. Amidst their agonizing cries, they were both obliterated in midair. Your gargoyle demon has been killed. Your gargoyle demon has been killed. This is impossible. Shi Jiang's face turned pale with fear. He had not even seen how the intruder attacked. They were too powerful, definitely a level 5 overlord. They were on an entirely different level compared to him. What's more terrifying was that this was just a subordinate. Yan Qianjun chuckled, Ha, haven't you realized your predicament yet? If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead by now, without any chance to resist. He was right. The Demon King struggled to regain his composure. What do you want? Cooperation, Yan Qianjun said. I want to use your power to help me deal with the Dragon Demon King in the south. You really are a hero. Your target is the Demon King of Chaos Forest. Shi Jiang had slain many heroes before, most of them hailing from some savage half-beast and orc tribes in the wilderness. He had never encountered a hero like the one before him. Before this, he never even considered the possibility of such powerful beings among the heroes. If even you lack the confidence to deal with this Demon King, then with my current strength, what's the difference between facing him and suiciding? Shi Jiang asked. Yan Qianjun nodded and said, "Indeed, you are too weak and insignificant. Even among demon kings, you are not even 1% as powerful as the dragon demon king. This demon king wiped out an entire empire's legion not long ago, killing over 100,000 empire official soldiers and even slaying a guardian knight." Shi Jiang was greatly shocked. He had suspected this demon king was extraordinary, but he never imagined the extent of his strength. Recently, he had been planning to launch attacks on several tribes and towns in Chaos Forest, testing and harassing them. Thankfully, he had not executed his plans. Shi Jiang grew even more perplexed. "If that's the case, how can we cooperate? Are you planning to make me a mere cannon fodder? You might as well end me now." "Of course not," Yan Qianjun reassured. "First, take a look at my gift to you." With a snap of his fingers, space twisted, and countless gold poured out like a fountain, forming a mountain of gold in the Demon King's hall, shimmering brightly. Shi Jiang was left in awe. He had never seen so much gold in his life. Additionally, Yan Qianjuan's abilities left him stunned. This guy indeed possessed powerful spatial capabilities. Yan Qianjun continued, "The potential of a demon king is limitless. Not only do you have the ability to evolve and activate talents infinitely, but with sufficient resources, even a weak demon king can instantly create a formidable army. This is the advantage of demon kings. You may be weak now, but with my help, you can possess tremendous power in an instant, enough to stand against the forces of Chaos Forest." Shi Jiang began to understand. This hero intended to utilize his demon king's ability to summon armies. With so much gold, he could greatly enhance his Gargoyle Demon King's forces tenfold or even more, making them capable of facing the Dragon Demon King in battle. "What are the conditions?" Shi Jiang asked. Yan Qianjun presented another scroll. "There are no free lunches in this world. You need to sign this contract with me." As expected, the gold was not given for free. Yan Qianjun warned, "You have no choice. It's a matter of life or death. Think carefully." After much deliberation, Shi Jiang finally gritted his teeth and signed the contract. The contract wielded immense power, enough to bind even a level 5 target. Shi Jiang realized that he could no longer defy Yan Qianjuan's commands. Yan Qianjun was pleased with his strategy, which was rather straightforward, using the power of a demon king to counter another demon king, fighting fire with fire. With this method, he could create an opportunity to strike for himself. Selecting Shi Jiang, the Gargoyle Demon King, was a calculated decision. Firstly, his magical abilities were decent, and secondly, gargoyles were undead units with flight capabilities, meaning low maintenance costs and no immediate supply issues. Or else, a massive army, no matter how vast, would be useless without proper supply lines. Flying units also offered exceptional mobility and suppression capabilities. He had already gathered intelligence on the opposing Demon King, a colossal dragon with unquestionable level 5 top-tier overlord strength. Due to racial advantage, it might be on par with an average level 6 overlord. However, such strength would not be enough to contend against him. Yet, the true challenge lied in the multitude of followers, minions, and subordinates surrounding the Demon King. But, with the Gargoyle army as a distraction and the 8 Guardian Knights on the front lines, the Demon King had no hope of escaping. This Demon King was destined to fall, but Yan Qianjun learned from the lesson of Huang Hui. He must not be careless or underestimate the enemy. The original owner of this body was known as the Undying Phoenix because he always managed to escape unscathed from dangerous situations. In case of an unforeseen failure, the Demon King would still be unable to harm him. Yan Qianjun was fully prepared for the hunt. He had to take down this Demon King before Duke Bachor personally took action. If Duke Bachor intervened, the Demon King would have no chance of survival. Finding another Demon King like this one would be nearly impossible. For him, any opportunity to increase his strength was undoubtedly precious. Meanwhile, in the Darkness City, Great Demon King Zhang Nu had received intelligence from Su Yan. The Dragon's Shadow heroes had successfully infiltrated Duke Bachor's main city. Duke Bachor had recently summoned numerous subordinate nobles, military commanders, and even a well-known adventurer. Armies from all over were assembling, indicating their imminent action. Within the Demon King's hall, a clear voice echoed as the young Elven King approached the presence of the Great Demon King. "What prompts your majesty to summon me?" Zhang casually inquired, "How have matters been progressing in the various cities and tribes lately?" "Everything is proceeding well," responded the Elven King with a cheerful tone. "Ever since witnessing the grandeur of the Darkness City and the miracles performed by your majesty, any lingering concerns about the establishment of the Chaos Federation have dissipated. Though the establishment of the Chaos Federation is recent, conflicts and disputes among the various clans have notably diminished during this period. These are developments that were once deemed inconceivable." Nancilia was the staunchest supporter of the unification of the Chaos Forest and firmly believed that only through unity could the divisions and conflicts between the cities and tribes be effectively reduced. Reality had proven her right. Seeing the forest change day by day, the young Elven King felt genuinely delighted. However, this is merely the beginning. We must not become complacent. We need to proceed with the integration quickly. Come with me to the altar. There were too many cities in the Chaos Forest. Cities with a permanent population of over 100,000 were classified as large forest cities, and there were a total of 12 such cities. Additionally, there were about 52 medium-sized cities with a population between 100,000 and 30,000. Altogether, there were 64 areas that could be considered cities. If we also counted small towns and settlements with populations ranging from 20 to 30,000, then the number of what could be deemed as cities increased to at least 1 or 200. As for the tribes with populations ranging from a few thousand to 10,000, they were even more scattered, and some of them remained unconquered until then. Zhang believed that this situation was not conducive to effective management. His subsequent plan was to create a single central city for each of the major forest races. Each race would have a single main city. For instance, the future Elven main city would be John Tree City, the future Orcish main city would be Berserk Beast City, the future Dwarven main city would be Ironheart City, and similarly for others. This plan involved the dissolution of some cities and the relocation of certain tribes. Each race would establish villages and settlements around its main city. This approach would concentrate the population and facilitate unified management while promoting a more organized system of production. The Chaos Federation had just been established, and its current operational logic was quite simple. Zhang controlled various forest races such as elves, dwarves, giants, orcs, and trolls, numbering in the millions. Each race possessed its own unique strengths, such as the elves' expertise in herb cultivation, dwarves' mastery of forging and metallurgy, and trolls' skill in alchemy and potion making. Even those without specialized production skills could contribute by participating in the development of forest resources or engaging in other forms of labor. With the assistance of himself, the Demon King, this process could generate significant value. While a significant share of the profits would be attributed to the Demon King, a portion of it would also be allocated among the diverse races. The Demon King's substantial earnings in terms of profits and gold could be reinvested to improve the territory, construct beneficial infrastructure for the people, maintain a stronger military, and acquire more external resources. As a result, the citizens would gain more opportunities for development. Although the share of profits allocated to each race was relatively small, it still constituted a substantial income. This income far surpassed what they could achieve individually, motivating them to maintain the Federation with even greater determination. This positive feedback loop would lead the Chaos Federation to become increasingly prosperous and powerful, while the Chaos Forest itself would gradually shake off chaos and transform into a realm of order. This was just the beginning phase, and Darkness City had a multitude of tasks ahead. Apart from actively promoting the construction of primary cities for each race, establishing clear laws and order was also imperative for Darkness City. Basic principles of reward and punishment must be firmly in place to foster a stronger sense of cohesion. However, instilling laws and regulations deeply into the hearts of individuals would be far from easy. Zhang recalled the cornerstone of the Azure Water Federation, the Azure Water Covenant. If the Chaos Federation possessed such a potent covenant, wouldn't establishing fundamental laws and order become a matter of minutes? Unfortunately, such potent covenants were exceedingly rare and hard to come by globally. For now, Zhang could only exert influence through both benevolence and authority. On one hand, he employed the Holy Grail of Blood to forcibly control city lords and chieftains, ensuring they would not dare to defy him. On the other hand, he offered the baptism of the Sacred King, aided in constructing industries, and provided food to sway them. Given the relatively small scale of the Chaos Federation, this approach was currently effective. The Great Demon King arrived at the Demon King's altar with the Elven King. Zhang Nu had summoned Nancilia for no particular reason other than the fact that the cooldown period for the Elven King's blessings had elapsed. The Demon King's baptism, costing a mere 1 million gold each time, yielded a remarkable boost in the abilities of his subordinates. The greater their inherent potential and talent, the more pronounced the improvements became. It was akin to a beneficial program for them. Given the Demon King's ample wealth, the cost of 1 million gold per baptism was insignificant, prompting Nancilia to undergo the process once again. The Elven King distinctly sensed her bloodline and latent abilities being rekindled once more. Furthermore, her training progress soared at an astonishing pace, propelling her from the early stages of the level 5 to a level closer to the mid-stages. The rapid advancement left Nancilia awestruck. Under normal circumstances, transitioning from the level 4 to the level 5 and further progressing from the early stages to the mid-stages would require several decades at least. However, with the Demon King's aid, this transformation was achieved within a matter of weeks. Her strength experienced a substantial surge, accompanied by no apparent adverse effect either. Though Nancilia could not fathom the mechanism behind these changes, she understood that such potent enhancements could not come without a price. As this realization set in, a sense of humility washed over her. She inquired, "Your Majesty, these baptisms must surely incur a substantial toll on your resources?" Zhang Nu candidly responded, "There is indeed a degree of resource consumption, but it's within acceptable range." Hearing these words, the young Elven King was not able to believe it. How could this be possible? His Majesty was intentionally downplaying it, the toll must be significant. Her eyes even became moist with emotion. "Your Majesty is too kind to me," she said, her voice trembling. "But I feel undeserving. I haven't accomplished anything significant for you, and my ability to manage the city is lacking. Currently, every matter, whether big or small, within the city is handled by Vice City Lord Marilyn and the Elven Elder Council. Please, Your Majesty, don't deplete your resources for my sake." Zhang Nu found himself in a bewildering situation. The Demon King's baptism had an immediate impact on enhancing one's strength. Such an enhancement would be irresistible to anyone, yet the Elven King was declining due to her perceived lack of achievements. Truth be told, as a leader, Nancilia was indeed not up to par. However, even if she were useless or inactive, as long as she carried the title of the Elven King, she held significant value to Zhang Nu. Given this, Zhang Nu was determined to cultivate her. Moreover, the Elven King had become one of the most loyal supporters of the Demon King. But at this moment, Nancilia's attitude was sincere and resolute. She might genuinely refuse the baptism in the future. Oh well, Zhang Nu thought. Instead of exerting effort to explain, it might be better to let her misunderstand. "Who says you're of no use?" "I'm actually preparing to assign you a crucial mission," Zhang Nu said, catching the young Elven King's attention. Her eyes lit up with anticipation, and she inquired, "Is that so? What kind of mission is it?" "I assure you, I'll put all my efforts into completing it and not disappoint your Majesty." With tightly clenched fists, she made a few determined gestures to emphasize her commitment. Zhang Nu nodded and elaborated, "I've received recent intelligence from Su Yan. Duke Bachor in the southern territories has been showing increased activity. It's likely that there will be some significant movements soon. In case the Thunder Empire intends to target the Chaos Forest," he continued, "they'll probably choose to enter through the Kolo territory. However, our bloody fortress poses an impenetrable barrier. Currently, Longyi is the only one stationed there. I'm considering sending another powerhouse there. Zhang San has been dispatched by me to deal with the remaining stubborn factions and to eliminate the disruptive demons and monsters across the region, thus improving the overall environment of the Chaos Forest. As for Li Si, with the Federation's recent establishment, internal affairs are demanding his attention. Being the chief priest, he can't spare time immediately. I was initially planning to personally oversee the bloody fortress for a while." Upon hearing this, the Elven King stood taller and declared with conviction, "Your Majesty, you needn't say more. Leave this matter to me while you remain in Darkness City." Zhang Nu smiled and questioned, "Are you confident? The enemy is shrewd and formidable. This mission could potentially be dangerous." "Fear not," she replied, unwavering. "I am ready to serve you. I am ready to contribute to the Federation. What is a little danger compared to that?" With an unyielding spirit, the Elven King affirmed, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured. Though I may lack other skills, I have full confidence in my combat abilities." Very well, then I entrust the task of guarding the bloody fortress to you. Understood, Your Majesty. With a new mission in hand, the Elven King's mood significantly improved, and she promptly teleported to the bloody fortress. After the establishment of the Chaos Federation, the bloody fortress continued to expand, with a current resident garrison of 50,000 troops. Elite forces were being drawn from various cities and tribes to station there, and within the next week or two, it was expected to grow to between 80 to 100,000 troops. The reason the Demon King insisted on fortifying the bloody fortress to an almost impregnable level was primarily due to its strategically vital location. In the event of the Empire attempting a large-scale invasion, bypassing the bloody fortress would be nigh impossible. As long as the fortress remained unconquered, the heartland of the Federation would remain secure, ensuring peaceful living and development for all the cities and tribes. Presently, the fortress was commanded by the Abyssal Dragon, Long Yi. This Abyssal Dragon's strength reached the pinnacle of the Level 5 Overlord. Even facing off against Level 5 Monarch-level individuals, he could hold his own in battle. Additionally, Zhang Nu recently promoted a group of high-ranking Draconians. Among them, Dragon Commander Wang Er and Zhao Wu were both elevated to the positions of Earth Drake Grand Marshals, while High Priest Sun Xing was promoted to the new title of Sky Drake Archpriest. Wang Er, Zhao Wu, and Sun Lu were all currently stationed at the fortress. With this lineup, the defensive capabilities were already quite formidable. Now, with the addition of an Elven King, even if the Empire initiated unforeseen actions, the current defenses of the bloody fortress would still be more than enough to withstand any assault. This allowed the Great Demon King to remain comfortably within the safety of the castle. Upon her arrival at the bloody fortress, Nancilia was assigned by the fortress commander, Long Yi, to the position of a mage overseer. Her primary responsibility was to safeguard the core regions of the fortress. On her first day on the job, the Elven King received an unusual report from Sun Lu. "Commander, our scouts have discovered traces of gargoyles nearby." "Gargoyles?" Nancilia questioned in confusion. How could there be gargoyles here? There shouldn't be such creatures like gargoyles in this vicinity. Long Yi's gaze narrowed slightly as he responded, "Unusual occurrences always have a reason. Prepare everyone and be cautious of a possible preemptive enemy attack." Wang Er, Zhao Wu, and Sun Lu immediately nodded in agreement, understood. Nancilia, on the other hand, found herself thinking that an enemy attack might not be such a bad thing after all. It would provide an opportunity for her to defeat the enemy and earn recognition. To her, encountering such a chance for accomplishment right after arriving was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Across the barren Firestone plains, darkness stretched from the gorge to the basin. While the gorge and basin themselves were not naturally black, they now appeared as such due to the vast number of black stone statues. Countless in quantity, ranging from tens of thousands to even millions, these statues stood at a height of 6 to 7 feet, featuring menacing teeth and large wings on their backs. Emitting an aura of darkness, these statues invoked an involuntary sense of fear and unease. The spectacle was truly astonishing. However, Gargoyle Demon King Shi Jiang's emotions were intricate. Utilizing the funds provided by Yan Qianjun, he had worked incessantly for 4 days and nights, summoning without respite. In total, he had called forth an army of 2.8 million gargoyle combatants. Yes, that's right. A staggering 2.8 million. It was utterly insane. Although they were all level 1 normal combat units, their sheer number was so immense that its capability went beyond attacking just a single Demon King. It could potentially conquer the entire Chaos Forest. Confronted with the vast assembly of gargoyle soldiers covering the mountains and plains, Yan Qianjun was thoroughly satisfied. It was as though he had completed a monumental masterpiece. Even 10 billion continental gold coins would be a fortune for marquis-level nobles. However, Yan Qianjun did not even bat an eye when giving it to Shi Jiang. Money did not interest him, he was seeking power. His sole objective was to slay the great dragon Demon King. This was the grand gift prepared for the Demon King. Shi Jiang converted the gold into nearly 100 million gold, ultimately forming an overwhelming army of gargoyle soldiers that blanketed the land and sky. Yan Qianjuan's decision to choose Shi Jiang was undeniably wise. If he had opted for a minotaur, boarfolk, or any other conventional races of demon kings, summoning without restraint like this would have become an outright nightmare. 2 or 3 million units. That's 2 or 3 million mouths to feed. Combat units had a substantial appetite, and this would consume an emperor's portion of ration. Maintaining an army of such magnitude would result in colossal expenses and burdens, even for a nation-level power. If the supply could not keep up, it would hinder the formation of combat capability and possibly lead to disaster instead. Even for the undead. Although they seemingly did not require food or drink, they still needed to absorb death energy from their surroundings to replenish their bodies. The altars of the undead-type demon kings could produce the energy the undead army needed. But the enormous amount of energy required by several million undead was exceptionally vast. Their daily consumption in gold could easily reach hundreds of thousands. Should the supply be delayed, the undead would lose their combat capabilities. Over time, they would also face death. Gargoyles were an incredibly unique form of undead. They could maintain a petrified state of dormancy, only breaking free from it when they needed to be active. This significantly reduced their energy consumption. If they remained active constantly, gargoyles would also require daily energy replenishment. Maintaining such a massive army came with an extraordinarily high cost, likely around 300,000 gold per day. However, if they stayed in their petrified dormancy, gargoyles could endure for up to 15 days. Even if their energy was completely drained, they would not perish immediately. Instead, they would enter a deep slumber, capable of surviving for several years. As long as they received sufficient energy replenishment, they could revive from this deep dormancy. At this moment, the entire expanse was filled with over 2 million dormant gargoyle combat units, strategically preserving their strength, allowing Yan Qianjun ample time to utilize them in battle later. Excellent. Truly splendid. What a colossal force. Yan Qianjuan's satisfaction radiated as he exclaimed, "The Chaos Forest's Demon King is nothing. All of the Southern Realm's Demon Kings shall tremble before this might." This spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The 8 Guardian Knights exchanged meaningful glances, finally comprehending why Demon Kings deserved their fearsome reputation. This collective entity was truly formidable. In theory, each Demon King, even the weakest among them, wielded power capable of obliterating the world. These gargoyle combat units were not individually strong. A well-trained Empire's official soldier could probably take on 10 or 8 of these creatures single-handedly. In other words, theoretically, the strength of over 2 million gargoyle combat units was approximately equal to that of over 20,000 Empire official troops. At first glance, it might seem like just a regular legion, nothing extraordinary. Yet, in actuality, it was quite the contrary. Gargoyles attacked by propelling spear-like stone projectiles, and with their staggering numbers, the resultant impact was horrifyingly formidable. This was also one of the reasons Yan Qianjun opted for gargoyles. Unrestrained summoning of combat units was a capability most Demon Kings could not wield. The Gargoyle Demon King was among the very few exceptions. At that very moment, a gargoyle demon descended from the skies. Approaching the Demon King, he reported, "After days of thorough reconnaissance, we've confirmed the presence of a powerful abyssal dragon within the confines of the Bloody Fortress." "It appears to be him," Shi Jiang observed, looking towards Yan Qianjun. "So, what's your plan?" Yan Qianjun grinned and replied, "Plan? We've been gearing up for this, all to take down that dragon. Now that we've pinpointed its location, it's time to put our preparations into motion." Under the cover of night, the barren Firestone Plains and the Stone Curse Mountains were enshrouded in a dark void. Hurricane winds howled, casting a dense and eerie shadow. If anyone happened to witness the scene, their astonishment would be undeniable. A multitude of gargoyles, numbering in the millions, descended from the rocky landscape, infiltrating the southern forest and racing against the impending dawn to reach the Bloody Fortress. However, despite the cloak of night, concealing such a massive operation was nearly impossible. The Bloody Fortress reacted immediately. Countless beholders unleashed energy beams, and the gargoyle soldiers were struck and obliterated, falling like raindrops in a frenzied dance. While the extent of casualties might seem exaggerated, it was relatively minor in terms of the total numbers involved. Attack. The gargoyle combat units initiated their assault. Countless stone spears, ranging from hundreds of thousands to even millions, descended like a massive obsidian cloud. The protective barrier of the Bloody Fortress was struck and underwent an immediate distortion. Even though the individual offensive capability of these level 1 units was unremarkable, the combined assault resulted in a horrifying impact that could only be described as extraordinary. The second wave of attacks descended swiftly. The protective barriers of the Bloody Fortress were riddled with holes as countless stone spears pierced through the cracks, striking the inside of the barrier. At this moment, the entire bloody fortress was encircled by a dense multitude of gargoyle soldiers, forming layers upon layers that left no escape. Thousands of beholders were fiercely attacking, but their attack speed was not sufficient. A single beholder could attack just over 20 times before depleting its MP pool. Despite the efforts of thousands or even tens of thousands of beholders, their MP was ultimately exhausted. Against the gargoyle soldiers, the damage inflicted was minimal. This was the tactic of overwhelming with numbers, compensating for quality with quantity. A roaring growl shook the air. Wang Er and Zhao Wu, the two Earth Drake Grand Marshals, transformed into diamond Earth Drakes and charged out of the fortress, enduring the dense rain-like attacks. However, no matter how many stone spears struck them, the diamond Earth Drakes remained unscathed. These attacks could not breach their formidable defense. Despite their incredible resilience, the Grand Marshals were at a disadvantage in terms of flight, leaving them with limited options in this situation. Simultaneously, the Skydrake Archpriest, Sun Lu, transformed into a three-headed drake and led a group of drake-transformed priests, followed by a large contingent of elven dragonhawk riders and orc wyvern riders. They initiated an attack against the gargoyle soldiers. The Demon King isn't here. Yan Qianjun spotted the Earth Drake Grand Marshals. He knew that there had been a time when some heroes mistook the Diamond Earth Drake for the Dragon Demon King, leading to a series of mistakes rooted in underestimating the enemy's strength. Ridiculous, he thought. How could someone confuse even the Demon King? It was laughable that there were people who could make such an error. He would not fall for such foolishness. Just then, a fierce wave of dragon fear swept over. In an instant, within its range, hundreds of gargoyle soldiers were stunned and plummeted from the air. Simultaneously, a bloody lightning was released, spreading into the midst of the gargoyle horde. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of targets were obliterated. A massive black-scaled dragon emerged from the fortress, completely ignoring the spear attacks, and breathed forth a torrent of dragon flames. Wherever the flames touched, the gargoyle soldiers were reduced to ashes. These cursed insects were frail and vulnerable, barely withstanding a single strike, and their attacks were hardly a threat. Yet their overwhelming numbers posed a tremendous challenge for Long Yi. Yan Qianjun was overjoyed. The true Dragon Demon King had appeared. The forces of the Demon King were tied down by the gargoyle soldiers. No one could disturb him anymore. He activated his spatial abilities and, along with the 8 Guardian Knights, instantly teleported before Long Yi. Long Yi immediately sensed the extraordinary strength of these individuals. They must be the masterminds behind this attack. Die, he roared as his dragon's breath held forth. The 8 Grand Knights simultaneously activated their transformation skill, Guardian Golden Form. 8 colossal golden-armored giants stood up, swinging their supersized greatswords in unison. In an instant, they intercepted the dragon flame, and a few slashes of chi struck the dragon's body. Boom! Several muffled sounds echoed, and a few scales were slightly damaged, yet the dragon was not severely harmed. Yan Qianjuan's eyes gleamed with fanaticism and delight. Such formidable defense and strength. The renowned Chaos Forest Dragon King truly lived up to his reputation. To grow stronger, he had to defeat such powerful foes. Despite this Dragon King's strength, he was at best a pseudo-level 6 overlord, and the gap in strength between them was evident. Even relying on his racial advantage, he could not bridge the gap in combat power. Moreover, Yan Qianjun was not alone. He was accompanied by the 8 Guardian Knights, a formidable force capable of handling a level 6 overlord unit together. He sneered, "Surrender to your fate. Under this situation, you have no chance of winning." As he spoke, the 8 Guardian Knights took action. The 8 greatswords immediately formed a suppressive formation. The knights attacked and defended with perfect synchronization. Despite the opponent's formidable strength, they were evenly matched, holding their ground against the dragon. Yan Qianjun exercised caution, observing for a while. Once he had a clear grasp of the opponent's strength and was absolutely certain, he intended to make his move, ending the battle in a single strike. The gargoyle soldiers were incredibly useful. Finishing the battle sooner could save on resources. In the future, he could use the same strategy to deal with other demon kings. With a wave of Yan Qianjuan's hands, the space above, below, left, and right of the dragon tore open, creating rifts from which countless glowing runic chains emerged, instantly binding the dragon. Yabe! Long Yi realized that this was an immensely powerful sealing skill. The moment he was ensnared by these magical chains, he felt his strength and stats plummeting drastically. "Kill him," Yan Qianjun commanded. The 8 golden armored giants raised their greatswords, preparing to strike the dragon. Even with formidable defense, under the suppression of this sealing magic, the dragon's defense would weaken significantly, making it vulnerable. Under the simultaneous attack of the 8 Grand Knights, this strike might not be enough to kill the dragon, but it would surely inflict severe damage. However, in that fleeting moment, Yan Qianjun and the 8 Guardian Knights suddenly felt an immense force sweeping over them, as if the sky and earth were collapsing. They were directly enveloped in another space. Simultaneously, countless tree roots burst from the ground. These roots immediately bound the 8 Guardian Knights, and even around Yan Qianjun, numerous roots spread out and attempted to bind him, only to be blocked by a transparent shield. "You're under the effect of Domain of the Divine Tree. All stats have decreased by 10%. Skills below C rank are sealed." Yan Qianjuan's expression changed. "Domain skill?" "A monarch." A figure descended from the sky and landed before them. It was an exquisitely beautiful elven girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. She held an ornate staff, exuding an authority that did not match her appearance, and her presence emitted a powerful aura. An elven king. The 8 Guardian Knights were flabbergasted, and even Yan Qianjun found it hard to believe. There was an elven king within the Chaos Forest? Such a significant revelation, and the Thunder Empire had no knowledge of it? Could it be that the Demon King was just a smokescreen? Was the true ruler of the Chaos Forest the Elven King? Just like Yan Qianjun had used the Gargoyle Demon King, he was not the only one who had thought of such a method. Although the Demon Kings were terrifying and each possessed the potential to destroy the world, they were also valuable pawns. It logically made sense that the Elven King controlled the Demon Kings to establish the Chaos Federation and used them to unite the various forest races. Shit. We managed to suppress the Demon King. But now a fucking Elven King appeared. Yan Qianjuan's expression grew grave. He had never faced a monarch-level opponent before. What was originally a sure victory had become uncertain due to the addition of the Elven King. Meanwhile, within the Darkness City, Zhang Nu received a flurry of player notifications. "You've slain a Gargoyle soldier. Gold plus 10. You've slain a Gargoyle soldier. Gold plus 10. You've slain a Gargoyle soldier. Gold plus 10. In the blink of an eye, there were over several 100,000 such notifications. These units were all evidently gargoyles. Zhang Nu's first reaction was that it was absurd. Which Demon King had the luxury to summon so many low-level units? Could they afford to maintain them? Even if they could afford it, these units would not be able to create much value. However, compared to the quantity of gargoyles, Zhang Nu was more concerned about why so many of them had suddenly appeared in the Bloody Fortress. Better take a look. Zhang Nu immediately activated his title's privileges and teleported from the Darkness City directly to the Bloody Fortress. He immediately witnessed the staggering sight of countless gargoyle soldiers filling the sky. At the same time, he sensed several individuals with powerful auras engaged in battle. So that's how it is. Using the abilities of a Demon King to create a sea of troops for horde tactics, huh? Within the domain of the Divine Tree, Yan Qianjuan's expression grew serious. Despite being cautious, unforeseen issues had still occurred. He said, "So, the real orchestrator behind the changes in the Chaos Forest is the Elven race, and the Demon Kings are just a smokescreen." Nancilia furrowed her brow. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Still playing coy, huh?" While this Demon King was undeniably formidable, it was implausible that he could swiftly take control and govern the entire Chaos Forest. Moreover, there's a monarch-level presence in this forest. The only plausible explanation is that the Elven King is the true mastermind, hidden in the shadows, pulling all the strings. Everyone had been deceived by her while they were distracted by the Demon King. When people were focused on the Demon King, the Elven King could seize the opportunity to elevate the elf status. Nancilia raised her scepter and cast a dispel magic spell, instantly unraveling the sealing chains that bound the mighty dragon. She then buffed herself with a protective enchantment. "While I'm unsure about your ramblings, the Chaos Forest does not welcome individuals like you. Anyone attempting to disrupt the peace and order of the Federation will be an enemy of mine, Nancilia." Yan Qianjun bursted into laughter. Very well, I've never faced a monarch-level entity before. Today, I'll witness firsthand what makes a monarch so extraordinary. Qi erupted like a fierce storm, shattering the surrounding tree roots. Yan Qianjun seemed to conjure a dark sword out of thin air, and a potent sword Qi lanced toward Nansilia. What? He's not a mage. The young elven king hastily conjured a defensive shield. The daring adventurer possessed both formidable combat Qi and seemingly adept magical prowess. Could he be a dual practitioner, like Marilyn? Meanwhile, the 8 Guardian Knights continued their coordinated assault. Among level 5 overlords, Long Yi was undoubtedly a ceiling-tier existence. While a single Guardian Knight had little to no chance of victory facing Long Yi, but when 8 of them joined forces, the dynamics shifted entirely. The Guardian Knights were already exceptionally potent individually, and their high synchronization had made even defeating a level 6 overlord a feasible feat. Thus, they had the capability to counter or even suppress a powerful abyssal dragon. However, due to the monarch's domain suppression, the 8 knights were visibly weakened. The massive dragon had been blessed by the potent magic of the Elven King, causing its stats to surge momentarily. As a result of this give and take, the gap in strength widened. The 8 Guardian Knights rapidly found themselves at a disadvantage. Defeat seemed to be only a matter of time. One of the knights spoke up, "There's no need to be reckless. We'll hold off the Dragon King and buy time for Lord Hubert, the Undying Phoenix, to intervene." The other knights nodded in agreement. With the constraining influence of the monarch's domain and their own limitations, winning against this dragon under such circumstances was an exceedingly daunting task. Rather than taking unnecessary risks, a more conservative approach was favored. Although the Elven King possessed tremendous power, the Undying Phoenix, Hubert, was a legendary adventurer of the Empire's southern borders. His strength should be sufficient to contend with the Elven King. Maintaining the monarch's domain demanded a considerable amount of MP, and the Elven King's MP would be drained rapidly. With the bloody fortress held in check by countless gargoyle soldiers, both the Elven King and the Abyssal Dragon were isolated and without reinforcements. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for the Royal Knights. Nansilia and Yan Qianjun engaged in a series of combat exchanges. Nansilia realized that this human possessed the combat prowess of a level 6 overlord, excelling in both combat Qi and martial techniques. To make matters worse, he also demonstrated an adept control of spatial abilities. Were it not for the enhanced magic within the domain of the Divine Tree, her protective shield alone might not have been sufficient to withstand his relentless assaults. Not underestimating her adversary, Nansilia concentrated her focus and unleashed one of her most potent techniques, the Elemental Covenant. Arisef. Earth Elemental. Energies converged and summoned into being was an immense earth elemental, standing tall at over 10 meters, radiating an intimidating aura. Summoning magic? Yan Qianjun remained unfazed, attempting to bypass the earth elemental to continue his assault on the Elven King. However, he suddenly felt an overpowering gravitational force that rendered him almost immobile. You're under the effect of domain of gravity. All stats have decreased by 5%. Movement speed decreased by 30%. A domain? Another domain skill? This was not an ordinary elemental creature. It was an exceedingly rare Elemental King, a level 5 elemental monarch. The earth elemental Nansilia had summoned had activated its domain power. Though this gravity domain remained too weak to manifest within the Divine Tree's domain, it merged and harmonized seamlessly with it, amplifying its might. Within the enhanced domain of the Divine Tree, its power surged. Although Nansilia had yet to grasp the intricacies of the Dominion of Law, she managed to enhance her monarch's domain through fusing it with another. This ability was undoubtedly remarkable. The Earth Elemental King lunged with a powerful fist. Yan Qianjun swiftly teleported to evade, countering with a slash to decapitate the Earth Elemental King. Yet, his attack barely scratched the Elemental King. Before Yan Qianjun could engage the Earth Elemental King further, an abrupt onslaught of ferocious wind swept in from all directions. Nansilia promptly invoked the Elemental Covenant once more, cometh forth. Wind Elemental. A being resembling a half-human, half-tornado entity, exuding a majestic aura, materialized within the domain of the Divine Tree, a Wind Elemental King. You're under the effect of Domain of Windblade. All stats have decreased by 5%. You will suffer 120 wind elemental damage from the domain's onslaught every second. Another Elemental King? For fuck's sake, another one. Yan Qianjun stood on the brink of exhaustion. The air seemed rife with blades, each moment akin to enduring a dissection. This was the Windblade domain's effect, and ongoing damage that sapped a dozen or more HP each second from him. The culmination of the Divine Trees domain, the Gravity domain, and the Windblade domain was overpowering. Their triple-layered effects had long surpassed the scope of a typical King-tier domain, leaving Yan Qianjun struggling to keep pace. However, Nancilia's own burden was far from light. She had to simultaneously sustain 2 elemental kings and maintain equilibrium amid the convergence of 3 domains. This continuous expenditure of MP swiftly depleted her reserves. Time was of the essence. She needed to end this now. Nancilia raised her scepter once more, calling out, "Lightning Elemental! I summon thee!" A plethora of blue and white electrical lights manifested around her, coalescing into a towering electrical giant. In an instant, the entire domain space crackled with flashing arcs. You're under the effect of domain paralysis. All stats have decreased by 5%. You will suffer 100 lightning elemental damage from the domain's onslaught every second with a chance of paralysis. Yan Qianjun sank into complete despair. Was this the power of the Elven King? It was utterly terrifying. Victory was impossible. The Elven King's personal offensive and defensive capabilities were mediocre, and most of her adept skills were supportive in nature. However, this summoning ability was utterly outrageous. Battle a single monarch, and 3 more appeared. Who could withstand such a barrage? Yan Qianjun's HP plummeted rapidly. He immediately pleaded, "Stop, let's talk." Though Nancilia was innocent by nature, she was far from naive. Under the current circumstances, which could only be maintained for a few minutes at most, she could not afford to let him stall. Elemental fusion. Nancilia held up her scepter. The 3 elemental kings unleashed their elemental powers simultaneously, channeling 3 different attributed energies that swiftly converged around the Elven King's scepter. They finally fused into a dense energy sphere through the gemstone at its apex. Shit. Yan Qianjun's eyes widened in horror. The attack formed by merging the powers of 3 elemental lords and the Elven King struck like a laser cannon, piercing through his heart in an instant. Minus 4,952. His HP was drained to 0 immediately. Yan Qianjun's face displayed a mixture of terror and regret. Trapped within the domain, he had no chance to employ his spatial abilities to escape. He could only watch helplessly as his body was penetrated, and his HP evaporated in an instant. A miserable scream echoed, and Yan Qianjun plummeted downward. Nancilia, the Elven King, heaved a sigh of relief. We've won. He was the strongest opponent she had ever faced, so she had taken no chances. She had expended every ounce of her power to secure this hard-fought victory. Now, the most desperate and despaired ones were none other than the Guardian Knights. The legendary adventurer, the super mercenary, with the title Undying Phoenix, had been overwhelmed and defeated in a single strike. The power of the Elven King was beyond imagination. Under the tremendous suppression of the triple domains, they were no match for Long Yi. Waves of dragon flames and lightning, as well as dragon fear, interwoven with dark magic and necromantic curses, forced them back step by step, each retreat a struggle to maintain their ground. Then, the 3 elemental kings closed in as well, surrounding them with their overwhelming might. Nancilia gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her composure and powers. When the 8 knights were eventually vanquished, she released a pent-up breath, finally letting go of the immense strain. Though Nancilia's face had turned pallid, a sense of triumph shone through. We've succeeded. We've defeated them. Even Long Yi, at this moment, exhibited a deep respect for the Elven King. This seemingly unassuming elf wielded a power that was utterly staggering. Without her intervention today, the consequences would have been too dire to fathom. However, before a single word could escape Long Yi's lips, his pupils abruptly contracted as if he had glimpsed the inexplicable. "Watch out!" he urgently warned. Nancilia had not yet grasped the situation when an overwhelming sense of dread materialized behind her, an omen of imminent danger. "That was close," a voice exclaimed. "You almost got me killed." Enveloped in a torrent of golden flames, Yan Qianjun materialized right behind Nancilia. His chest, formerly pierced, had now miraculously healed, his HP restored from naught to its peak. Even the negative afflictions that had burdened him were wiped clean. How can this be? The Elven King's countenance paled, disbelief etched across it. She had undoubtedly slain this foe. And yet, not only had he somehow resurrected, but he had also regained his full power. Detecting the aura radiating from the golden blaze, the Elven King seemed to piece things together. This is the fire of Undying Phoenix. Yan Qianjuan's expression turned fierce. You actually recognize it. My title Phoenix isn't mere bluster. Ages ago, during an expedition, I obtained a peerless epic artifact, the Heart of Space, and inherited the legacy of an ancient divine creature, the Undying Phoenix. This bequeathed me not just an array of spatial spells, but also the gift of rebirth through fire. That's why I bear the name Undying Phoenix. It signifies more than just a title, he continued. It's a reality. This is why I've managed to cheat death time and time again. Even in situations graver than this, I've been through them, I've conquered them, and I've always came out alive. Do you really think you can vanquish me? Laughable. Yan Qianjun erupted in laughter. You've drained your MP reserves, can't even wield your domain now, can you? Meanwhile, I stand at the peak of my strength. It seems today, not only shall I obliterate a demon king, but I might as well catch myself an elven king along the way. An elven king was already an extremely rare sight, let alone a living, breathing one. The potential worth of resources such a prize could bring him if he took her back to the Empire would be immeasurable. Today truly was a stroke of extraordinary luck. A decisive course was set. The first step was to incapacitate her, leaving her powerless to resist. The Elven King was far too perilous to be left unchecked. However, before action could be taken, a hand materialized before them, grasping the sword aimed at Nancilia. She recognized the newcomer with delight. Your Majesty! The Demon King had personally arrived. Yet, a wave of vexation washed over Nancilia. She had thought to handle this formidable foe herself, but now it seemed she had to trouble the Demon King to intervene personally. When Zhang Nu sensed that something was amiss with the invaders this time, he swiftly arrived on the scene. This had allowed him to intervene promptly, rescuing the Elven King from the grasp of the intruder. The chi energy Yan Qianjun had condensed on his blade was rapidly absorbed at an astonishing pace, and even the MP within him was swiftly drawn out. He felt as if the figure before him was akin to a humanoid black hole. What astounded him even more was that, from the way this figure was conversing with the Elven King, it seemed as if this individual were the actual Demon King. What was going on? Glancing between Zhang Nu and the humanoid manifestation of Long Yi, Yan Qianjun noticed that both of their races were undoubtedly abyssal dragons. However, when it came to their auras, presence, and overall demeanor, there was a stark contrast, and the current figure before him significantly overshadowed Long Yi in these regards. Zhang Nu carefully sized up Yan Qianjun. Hero, Yan Qianjun, Level 6 Overlord. Skills, Rebirth from Within the Flames, S rank, Spatial Turbulence, A rank, Tempest Chi, A rank, Gale Steps, A rank, Dance of Death, A rank, Spatial Movement, A rank, etc. Description: once hailed as the most renowned adventurer in the southern borders of the Thunder Empire, Yan Qianjun survived numerous life-threatening situations, earning him the moniker of the Undying Phoenix. Through the information prompt, Zhang Nu gained insights into the source of Yan Qianjuan's abilities. Hubert, the Undying Phoenix, had encountered peculiarities within ancient ruins, granting him the power of resurrection and spatial magic. Upon becoming a hero, he slew numerous demon kings, acquiring many demon king talents and breaking through his initial limitations. He had recently advanced to level 6, showcasing incalculable strength. Zhang Nu was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a hero of such high caliber and possessing an S-ranked skill. Rebirth from Within the Flames was familiar to him from his encounter with the Inferno Demon, but Yan Qianjuan's version of it far surpassed the latter's one. The Inferno Demon's revival relied heavily on its surroundings, requiring locations like lava-filled volcanoes or areas abundant in fire elements. In contrast, Yan Qianjuan's resurrection could be triggered anywhere and was incredibly swift, unlike the sluggish nature of the Inferno Demon's revival. What an exceptional skill! As for Yan Qianjuan's spatial magic abilities, they seemingly stemmed from a top-tier epic equipment called the Heart of Space, obtained during his extraordinary adventure. It came as no surprise that he managed to reach the rank of level 6 Overlord. Such prowess was undoubtedly well-deserved, even someone as formidable as Nancilia, the Elven King, had nearly succumbed to his might. "You're the true Demon King." After closely observing, Yan Qianjun finally reached a surprising conclusion that was hard to believe. Zhang Nu sneered, "How ridiculous. You heroes can't even discern your true targets, yet you people are so eager to rush ahead to your own deaths?" In reality, this wasn't entirely the hero's fault. The great Demon King had been exceedingly covert and incredibly shrewd. His appearance was infrequent, and the times in which he personally intervened was even scarcer. This made it remarkably challenging for the heroes to accurately gauge his real strength. Furthermore, each of his subordinates was fiercer and stronger than the next, which created an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a Demon King. Long Yi being an abyssal dragon himself, it was natural for the heroes to prematurely label him as the Demon King. Zhang Nu saw this as advantageous. He had no intention of dispelling these misconceptions. Instead, he would disseminate misinformation and misleading snippets to perpetuate these misunderstandings and underestimations. This strategy would not only enhance safeness but also maintain his strategic upper hand. Yan Qianjuan's mind raced through countless thoughts, his expression changing repeatedly. Eventually, he decisively activated his spatial magic, vanishing from his original location instantly. Nancilia's face twisted in shock. "Your Majesty, he used his spatial abilities to escape. Without even trying to fight me? How decisive." "No worries." The Demon King possessed the power to perceive all information, which allowed him to predict that the hero's spatial abilities were potent. However, the Demon King had not immediately used his domain to trap him, as he was absolutely confident that the hero could not escape his grasp. Ever since activating the spatial temporal dragon talent, Zhang Nu's vision and perception capabilities had undergone some alterations. He could see spatiotemporal ripples that were invisible to the naked eye and could hear or sense spatiotemporal fluctuations across a radius of hundreds of miles. "I'll be back in an instant." The space surrounding the Demon King contorted, as if strolling into the surface of water. He took a single step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared dozens of miles away. Ever since the spatial temporal dragon talent had enhanced his spatial manipulation ability, long-distance teleportation posed little challenge to the Demon King. Barely had Yan Qianjun completed his teleportation when the Demon King effortlessly closed the gap and caught up to him. "This can't be." His expression twisted into sheer horror. Zhang Nu nonchalantly remarked, "Feel free to keep running. Let's find out if you're faster or if I'm quicker at catching up. Or, if you'd like, you can conserve some energy and have a go at me." Yan Qianjun was torn between shock and fury. "Damn it. Do you dare belittle me?" The Demon King's tone carried a mocking note, his attitude akin to a cat toying with a mouse it already had within its grasp. For Yan Qianjun, this was an unprecedented humiliation. Having slain countless Demon Kings, he derived great satisfaction from employing his overwhelming strength to toy with the defeated ones, savoring their futile resistance. Such an experience added a distinct layer of pleasure to his hunts. However, Yan Qianjun could never have fathomed that such a scenario would befall him. The roles of the Demon King and the hero had been inconceivably switched. "Who do you think you are? Really, thought you had me figured out? Even if I die, I can take you down with me." Yan Qianjun grasped his sword with both hands, dividing himself into 4 ethereal forms that slipped into shadowy states. He lunged from various angles, launching his attacks against the Demon King. Yet, an uncanny spectacle played out. His precision and cunning strikes sliced right through the Demon King's figure as if penetrating through thin air. Although his strikes seemed to hit, he felt no physical presence. The figure before him seemed like a mere illusion. Yan Qianjun made repeated attempts, cycling through skills and harnessing his innate talents, but his efforts proved utterly ineffective against the Demon King. "Is this the extent of your strength? How disappointingly dull. I've grown tired of this game," the Demon King taunted. In an instant, scores of thick abyssal lightning bolts erupted, striking Yan Qianjuan's shadowy form and shattering his combat chi. The onslaught dealt a series of injuries. What chance did he have? Nothing seemed to affect the Demon King. The Demon King's power dwarfed himself. The vast disparity in their strengths was too absurd. Before Yan Qianjun could react, the Demon King teleported beside him, effortlessly clutching the hero's head in his sizable hand and lifting him off the ground. A peculiar energy swiftly pervaded Yan Qianjuan's being. He keenly sensed that his once vaunted repertoire of over 100 skills and abilities was rapidly nullified, rendered useless against this force. You are tainted by this source of corruption. Your talent effects are nullified. You are tainted by this source of corruption. Your skills are being sealed. You are being eroded by this source of corruption. All stats permanently decreased by 10%. You are being eroded by this source of corruption. All stats permanently decreased by 20%. A sealing skill? No, this was no mere sealing skill. Ordinarily, it was typically difficult for sealing skills to nullify talent effects, yet now, not only were his talents suppressed, but even his stats faced a substantial reduction. And it was a permanent decrease. What sort of power was this? How could such a force exist in this world? Damn you, you wretched monstrosity. Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. Yan Qianjun seized the opportunity before his strength dissipated entirely. He channeled every ounce of his power into a ring adorning his left hand. In the next heartbeat, the area around the ring manifested signs of collapsing and crumbling space. An intense maelstrom of spatial turbulence surged forth, engulfing both the Demon King and the hero. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic space enshrouded them, emanating a twisting force capable of rending and annihilating all forms of matter. Despite being mostly shattered, Yan Qianjuan's face still bore a wild and triumphant grin. Even if you're immensely powerful, what does it matter? No one can survive this attack. Join me in death. Tightening his grasp, Zhang Nu crushed and obliterated the hero's head. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone, +4. Zhang Nu could sense that some of his scales were beginning to fracture. The Demon King's defenses were staggeringly formidable, thus his scales were more resilient than any metal. However, when faced with an assault at the spatial level, even his defense could not guarantee unscathed survival. All tangible entities depended on the foundation of space. If space ruptured or ceased to exist, how could any matter endure? That was the terror of spatial attacks. In truth, with the Demon King's abilities, he could easily extricate himself and retreat from the spatial turbulence. Yet, his gaze locked onto the epicenter of the spatial rift, where a ring was rapidly plummeting along the collapsing point. This ring was none other than the supreme epic equipment, the heart of space. The hero's spatial power originated from this item. As things stood, the ring was about to fall into the collapsing point, vanishing into the boundless void. What a pity! It had to be retrieved. If anyone else knew of this, they would surely deem the Demon King mad. No form of matter could draw near the chaotic currents of space. Despite this, the Demon King moved resolutely toward the heart of the maelstrom. He triggered his spatial temporal dragon form. In an instant, a transformation overcame the Demon King's body. Those obsidian gold scales shifted into a shimmering silver white. His body assumed a dreamlike, ethereal quality, suspended between matter and energy. Though the tempestuous special currents lashed against him, it could not budge him an inch. This was the power of his newfound talent. The spatial temporal dragon form endowed him with the ability to defy the resistance of time and space. Hence, he possessed exceptional temporal resilience. Even amidst the tumultuous currents of spatial rifts, he remained entirely unaffected. Zhang Nu strolled casually into the epicenter of the chaos. Surveying his surroundings, he marveled at how the whole world had twisted due to the warping of space. It felt as though he existed within an abstract oil painting. Amusing. With a deliberate pause, Zhang Nu savored the scene for a couple of seconds. Only then did he act. He ensured that, just before the ring disappeared into the void, he retrieved it from the point of collapse. Then, he advanced slowly, undeterred by the spatial vortices. With a composed stride, he emerged from the spatial turbulence with ease. Dismissing his transformation, the silver-white radiance faded. Zhang Nu's form reverted to its usual, deep golden obsidian hue. Zhang Nu examined the ring in his palm. The ring was crafted from pure white crystal, its texture and material distinct from ordinary substances. Its size and even its weight seemed mutable, likely composed of the highest-grade spatial attribute material. Thanks to this unique composition, it remained intact despite being swept into the turbulence. Its stats were now revealed. Heart of Space, Orange, Quality Supreme Equipment. It possessed an internal storage space of 10,000 cubic meters and could bestow formidable spatial magic talent upon its wearer. The equipment's stats information was succinct, yet it was undoubtedly a supreme-grade item. It had only two effects. The first effect was its storage space, which was undeniably invaluable. A vast 10,000 cubic meters of storage offered an impressive repository for a variety of items. However, this storage space did not conform to the normal rules of space, it had flaws in its spatial laws. This meant it was not compatible with psychic and soul attribute energies. Consequently, living beings, undead entities, and anything with consciousness or a soul could not be placed inside. Apart from these restrictions, it could store everything else. It was not only exceptionally secure but also featured an immensely potent preservation ability, slowing down the decay and deterioration of materials to a great extent. The second effect was the bestowment of talent, essentially the core function of the heart of space. This ring had the power to grant its wearer incredibly potent spatial talent. Spatial talents were exceedingly rare, with perhaps one occurrence for every 100 million individuals. Even the renowned adventurer Undying Phoenix Hubert lacked spatial magic talent prior to acquiring the ring. His several spatial magic skills were all mastered after obtaining the Heart of Space. From the encounter between Zhang Nu and the hero Yan Qianjun just now, it was evident that the latter's spatial magic prowess exceeded that of Li Si and was by no means ordinary. This observation highlighted the exceptional might of the Heart of Space's bestowed talent. It undoubtedly stood as a truly epic equipment, a distinction well-deserved even among items of epic-grade quality. For Zhang Nu, due to his mastery over the dominion laws of space, the so-called spatial magic talent held no significant allure. This talent essentially pertained to the aptitude for learning spatial skills and magic. Yet, all magical abilities were built upon the foundation of the dominion laws. If one could directly comprehend and wield the laws themselves, the necessity to learn each spatial ability from the bottom up would be obviated. With a solid grasp of the control and application of these laws, the utilization of such powers could naturally manifest from top to bottom. Certainly, this did not mean that the Heart of Space had no utility. Even as a storage ring, it held significant value for Zhang Nu. Moreover, after wearing the Heart of Space, the consumption of spatial power had been greatly reduced, which had held great practical value in combat situations. In addition to this epic-grade equipment, the spoils had included a level 6 soul and 4 skill stones. How rare was a level 6 hero? How precious was a level 6 soul? Souls of this quality could not even have been synthesized by the soul altar. The soul altar in the Darkness City was a level 5 building at most. Hence, it could only synthesize level 5 souls at best. Keeping this soul might have proven immensely useful. There was no need to expend a level 6 soul to obtain talent points. Then there were the 4 skill stones, all at least A rank in quality. Their excellence caught Zhang Nu's attention. They were as follows. Rebirth from Within the Flames, S rank skill stone. Spatial Turbulence, A rank skill stone. Spatial Movement, A rank skill stone. Death Sacrifice, A rank skill stone. Such amazing luck. He even got an S rank skill stone drop. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu used the Rebirth from Within the Flames skill stone. You've used a skill stone. You've acquired a new skill, Rebirth from Within the Flames. Zhang Nu felt a subtle and imperceptible change occurring within his body. He sensed an additional component within each drop of blood, resembling tiny flames at their utmost faintness. These components were harmless, in fact, they seemed to be beneficial. These minuscule flames were none other than the Undying Phoenix Fire, the foundation of activating the Rebirth from Within the Flames. Rebirth from Within the Flames, S rank skill. Under full Divine Fire energy, this skill would automatically trigger when the user's HP reached 0. It would instantaneously heal all injuries, restore vitality, and alleviate any abnormal conditions. Current Divine Fire energy, 0/200,000. This skill was remarkably potent, almost like a second life. No wonder Hubert was hailed as the Undying Phoenix. Rebirth from Within the Flames did not possess a conventional skill cooldown, but restoring it was more complex than waiting for cooldowns. Resurrecting with this skill required the consumption of Divine Fire energy. Only when the Divine Fire energy was fully replenished could the skill be activated. Each unit of energy required the conversion of vitality. In other words, Zhang Nu needed to spend quite some time constantly converting his HP into Divine Fire energy. When he amassed 200,000 points, Rebirth from Within the Flames would be activated and awaiting its trigger. Even if his HP hit zero in a battle, he could resurrect instantly. This rebirth from within the flame seemed to involve investing a significant amount of time to store HP, which could then be unleashed at crucial moments. No wonder its effect was so potent. Not only could it bring someone back to life, but it could also restore them to full health and peak condition, repairing any injuries, no matter how severe, unless the body was turned to ashes or completely obliterated. As for why 200,000 energy was needed, Zhang Nu thought it was related to his race and his own strength. The stronger his power and physical body, the more energy resurrection would require. This was not a difficult task for Zhang Nu. His recovery speed in the Demon King's castle was astonishing. He could fully replenish the skill's divine fire energy in a matter of days. Even for the great Demon King, rebirth from within the flames was an extremely valuable skill. It would undoubtedly prove incredibly useful in the future. As for the other three skills, they were all exceptional as well. Among them were two space-attributed skills. One was Spatial Turbulence, a spatial area of effect attack skill that could distort space to create violent turbulence, tearing apart targets within the area. The other was Spatial Movement, an advanced version of instant teleportation. Instant teleportation was for short-distance rapid movement with a short cooldown and low energy consumption, primarily used for combat support, evasion, and high practical combat value. Spatial Movement was for medium-distance rapid movement, with higher energy consumption and longer cooldown. However, it could cover distances dozens of times greater than instant teleportation, usually used for escaping. After some thought, Zhang Nu decided to learn the Spatial Turbulence attack skill. Even though he possessed the power of the Dominion laws, he was not entirely proficient with it yet. As for Spatial Movement, it might be somewhat redundant for the Great Demon King, but it held significant value for others. Zhang Nu decided to keep it for the future, to give to his subordinates or sell it. Lastly, there was a skill stone named Death Sacrifice. This was an extremely extreme skill that allowed an instantaneous release of MP and HP to enhance the attack effect. When facing the spatial turbulence unleashed by Yanqian Jin just before his death, its power and area of effect were so immense that it could sweep over hundreds of meters, tearing and obliterating everything within its range. Such a fierce spatial attack was beyond his ability to employ. The reason Yanqian Jin could pull off such a feat was solely due to the boost from Death Sacrifice. The terror of the spatial turbulence was so overwhelming that he himself could not escape its fatal grasp. Zhang Nu would never use a suicidal skill, but with rebirth from within the flames in his possession, the situation was different. He felt that these two skills could complement each other and prove critical in certain exceptional situations. When activating Death Sacrifice, the stronger his own power, and the more HP and MP he released, the stronger the effect of the sacrifice would be. Before Yan Qianjuan's death, he was left with only half his HP or less. Even so, he managed to create such a huge commotion. If the Great Demon King were to use his vast HP and MP, and his formidable race and strength to activate Death Sacrifice, who knows, an A-rank skill might end up unleashing power beyond that of a S-rank skill. Regarding this acquisition, Zhang Nu was extremely satisfied. He put the Heart of Space on his left thumb. The dimensions and weight of the equipment could adjust automatically, so even in his dragon form, there was no concern about breaking it. Zhang Nu sensed within the ring and was astonished to find quite a few things in the storage space. These were probably the collections of the Undying Phoenix, Hubert. An adventurer who frequently ventured into ruins and dungeons must have had an impressive accumulation. Zhang Nu took a quick look. Apart from various potions and supplies, there were many gemstones, crystals, and excellent equipment. Furthermore, there were numerous treasure maps and ruin maps. Obviously, as a legendary adventurer, he had done a lot of research and preparation for various adventure sites. These were some really good items. For the Great Demon King, each of these was a high-level monster area. He decided to thoroughly study these maps after returning. He was certain that he would find valuable places to conquer among them. Yan Qianjun. This guy came from afar just to generously deliver his soul, skills, and equipment. He really was quite something. But of course, he also brought trouble, and not a minor one either. Under the fierce attacks of a couple million gargoyle soldiers, Zhang Nu's bloody fortress suffered significant losses. Before this, Zhang Nu had never anticipated that low-level troops could possess such terrifying destructive power once they reached a certain scale and quantity. All 8 of the Guardian Knights were killed, and the hero Yan Qianjun was also dealt with. Consequently, these gargoyle soldiers who lost their leaders scattered in all directions, posing a significant threat. In this battle, only 1 million of these Demon King soldiers were annihilated at most, with nearly 2 million more spread throughout various places. This would bring tremendous trouble to the Chaos Forest's various tribes and towns. At the very least, the safety, production, and order of the Chaos Forest would be affected. However, dealing with such a large number was not an insurmountable task. Fortunately, Zhang Nu had already discerned their origins. All these Demon King soldiers hailed from the Stone Curse Mountains in the barren Firestone Plains. Immediately, Zhang Nu ordered Li Si to summon Su Yan back and to make a trip with the royal guards. "Your Majesty! These guardian knights. They must be sent by Bachor. The Empire intends to strike at us again. This time, they've suffered a loss of 8 guardian knights. Both Bachor and the Empire would never allow this to go unanswered." Sun Lu, the Skydrake Archpriest, suggested, "We must quickly repair and reinforce the fortress, increase the size of our fortress army to be prepared for the challenges that lie ahead." However, the Demon King uttered, "There's no rush. Courtesy demands reciprocity. We can't always be on the defensive. Now that the Empire is attacking Chaos Forest, we can also make our move and directly assault the Empire's cities and regions." Hearing this, everyone was very surprised. The Demon King planned to counterattack the Empire? This was not a matter to be taken lightly. The forces of the Chaos Forest were insufficient for such an endeavor. While the defense was barely enough, launching an attack on the Empire would be extremely difficult. The following day arrived. Within the Stone Curse Mountains, the Demon King, Shi Jiang, began to feel a sense of unease. He had summoned an army of nearly 3 million demon soldiers, but in less than a day, he had suffered significant losses. Over 1 million combat units had been decimated. This level of devastation was hard to fathom. Initially, he had held the belief that with his formidable force of almost 3 million gargoyle soldiers, he could easily sweep through the Chaos Forest without issue. However, it had become apparent that his initial assessment was overly optimistic. Some of his soldiers managed to escape the conflict and returned with fragmented accounts of the battle. From these disjointed reports, Shi Jiang received news that left him utterly shocked. The plan orchestrated by the hero Yan Qianjun had ended in failure. All 8 guardian knights under his command had been vanquished by none other than the Demon King himself. As for the hero Yan Qianjun, it seemed he had fled the scene, his fate now a mystery. Defeated? How could this be? This is simply impossible. Shi Jiang quickly tuned in to sense his contract with Yan Qianjun. With a mix of excitement and relief, Shi Jiang exclaimed, "The contract has dissolved, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." While he was not entirely sure about the details of the events that had unfolded, one thing was certain, Yan Qianjun was dead. For Shi Jiang, this turn of events was a stroke of fortune. At this point, all gargoyle soldiers were under the complete control of the Demon King. Moreover, a significant portion of the funds provided by Yan Qianjun remained untouched, a considerable sum from Shi Jiang's perspective. With these forces at his disposal and the funds available, he had all the ingredients for substantial development. He could envision a bright future taking shape. However, he was cautious of delving too deep into the Chaos Forests. The situation there was intricate and beyond his control. It was said that Yan Qianjun's defeat was due to the sudden appearance of an elven king. Such a presence was beyond his capability to handle. Therefore, Shi Jiang resolved to solidify his control over the barren Firestone Plains and then cautiously expand his influence in other directions, or even perhaps plunder the tribes and villages around the borders of Chaos Forest. Concerning the repercussions of Yan Qianjun's defeat, Shi Jiang was not particularly worried. The Chaos Forest had no direct connection to him, so how could they trace the origin of the millions of gargoyle soldiers? He decided to lie low for a while, avoiding the spotlight. He felt that the storm would blow over eventually. But just as he started contemplating this strategy, "Your territory is under invasion. Your gargoyle soldier has been killed. Your gargoyle soldier has been killed. Your gargoyle wizard has been killed. Your gargoyle demon has been killed. Master, we're being invaded. A group of powerful enemies has breached our defenses, and our forces are unable to hold them back." Shi Jiang quickly comprehended the situation. A group of draconians had infiltrated his territory. The Demon King's castle had once again been breached. To his astonishment, these draconians exuded an aura of sinister power. Each one was a top-tier level 5 Lord unit, and there were at least 20 of them. It was none other than Zhang Nu's royal guards. The experiment to merge Wei Yi with 10 Beholder's lords was highly successful. Encouraged by this, Zhang Nu expended a significant portion of his disposable savings to replicate the same method and create an additional 24 Demon Eye Inferno Royal Guard. Together with Wei Yi, this brought their number to 25. These enhanced units were adept in both melee and ranged combat, possessing formidable physical stats as well as acute scouting abilities. Each one's strength reached the level of a pseudo-overlord. In one-on-one battles, they could stand toe-to-toe with the Guardian Knights. They were undoubtedly masterpieces. Considering that Shi Jiang could not withstand even 8 Guardian Knights, how could he possibly withstand 25 Dragon Guard with enhancements? Unlike Yan Qianjun, who utilized spatial abilities to teleport in, these Draconians walked brazenly into the situation. Any gargoyles that attempted to approach, whether it was a level 1 normal rank gargoyle soldier or a level 3 Lord rank gargoyle demon, all were instantly obliterated by the beams fired by the Demon Eye guards. At that moment, Wei Yi walked up to the Demon King. The 10 eyes that had been dispersed throughout were now focused in front of him. 12 eyes simultaneously stared at the Gargoyle Demon King, an eerie and chilling sight. You are under the command of the Dragon Demon King from the Chaos Forest. Shi Jiang immediately deduced the origin of these creatures. Though each of them looked extremely strange, there was no doubt that they were Draconians. Apart from the Dragon Demon King, where else nearby could there be Draconians? Yet, their strength was almost insane. Even one of them could rival the Empire's Guardian Knights, and they could likely overpower most top-tier Demon Kings at present. Building a force like this must have costed a fortune. It probably exceeded the summoning of 3 or even 2 million level 1 combat units. How could the ruler of the Chaos Forest possess so much gold? Could this guy have some hidden supporters behind the scenes? At that very moment, the Draconian guards dispersed to make way, and a figure appeared. It was a young fox-skin girl. You must be the Gargoyle Demon King, Shi Jiang. Su Yan exclaimed, you've got some nerve. Collaborating with the Empire's heroes to come cause trouble in our Chaos Federation. Shi Jiang hurriedly said, no, it's not my intention. I was also coerced. I'm willing to personally apologize. Apologize? Su Yan sneered, if a simple apology worked, then the rules of this world would have no purpose. Shi Jiang quickly added, I still have 15 million gold that I haven't spent. I'm willing to use all of it as compensation. 15 million? Su Yan arched an eyebrow, let me take a look. As the Demon King could transform the standard physical gold into Demon King gold, he could naturally change Demon King gold back into physical gold. A heap of gold appeared before Su Yan. So you really do possess that much gold? This Demon King summoned nearly 3 million troops and still had over 1 million gold in hand. Was this the advantage of mid-tier Demon Kings? Their cost for combat units must be unbelievably low. Shi Jiang hastily said, what do you think? As long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll immediately offer this money, and I'll follow the lead of Chaos Forest. Before he could finish his words, Su Yan's sword chi struck. She bisected the Demon King on the spot. Due to his undead nature, Shi Jiang was not immediately killed despite being severely wounded. His face contorted with rage as he asked, why? We're not here to make deals. Our boss had ordered us to take your life. Su Yan pulled out her sword, wreathed in holy light, and stabbed it directly into the Demon King's heart. If you're still alive, how are we supposed to report back? You've slain the Gargoyle Demon King. You've obtained 463 training points. You've obtained petrification talent. You've obtained curse talent. Upon hearing the notification, Su Yan was pleasantly surprised. Shi Jiang's strength was not on par with Bai Hongxue, and the bloodline rank of the Gargoyle Demon King was inferior to the Vampire Demon King. Yet, the training points she gained this time far exceeded what she received from the Vampire Demon King. But there was nothing strange about this. The rewards gained from killing a Demon King as a hero mainly depended on the Demon King's strength level and were also influenced by their bloodline grade, faction size, and territory size. Considering Shi Jiang had quite a number of units, it naturally resulted in a substantial bonus. Su Yan felt extremely pleased. With her current strength and this many training points, she was well on her way to becoming a level 5 hero. With the Demon King slain and the altar destroyed, the forces of the Gargoyle Demon King disappeared without a trace. Tranquility was restored to the Chaos Forest. At the exact moment when Su Yan killed the Demon King, Zhang Nu summoned Long Yi back to the Darkness City. Long Yi respectfully bowed, "Master, you've summoned me. Do you have any new tasks to assign?" Zhang Nu replied, "The Empire has repeatedly invaded the Chaos Forest. I intend to counterattack and show them a taste of our strength. Please instruct me, my master." There's a province in the southernmost part of the empire, called Kolo Province. It's the hereditary territory of the Kolo family. Since the empire failed to take Bloody Fortress, they will most likely station a significant force in Kolo. Long Yi immediately grasped the plan. "Master, do you mean to launch an attack on Kolo before both Bachors and the empire's main forces gather?" Zhang Nu nodded. That was indeed his intention. With the death of Count Su Wenhao, the Kolo family was severely weakened. The Southern Third Legion, once stationed in Kolo Province, was also obliterated. Currently, the province was extremely vulnerable. It was highly unlikely that the Empire anticipated the audacity of a Demon King's counterattack within their territory. Human cities were generally adequately sized, and the rewards were usually substantial. By capturing cities in the Kolo Province, Zhang Nu could not only earn rewards but also disrupt the Empire's Demon King hunting forces. "I'll depart immediately, my master." "Wait." The Demon King halted the dragon. Long Yi hurriedly inquired, "Master, do you have further instructions?" Zhang Nu stated, "Once the Darkness City makes a move against the Empire cities, it means we're formally stepping onto the stage. I want you to impersonate me before the humans, let them believe you are the Demon King. The tasks arranged by the master, I dare not disobey. However, my strength is insignificant, and I fear I might be seen through." "No worries. Come with me." Zhang Nu led Long Yi out of the Demon King's castle. Under the Demon King's arrangement, he ascended the Soul Altar. The Soul Altar had two functions. The first was soul synthesis, and the second was soul baptism. This soul baptism shared similarities with Demon King's baptism and Holy King's baptism. All of them were used to enhance subordinates. The difference lay in the fact that this baptism did not enhance power but rather improved one's aptitude and potential. A level 5 soul altar could refine individuals with monarch potential at most. In theory, even the lowest level draconian laborer could possess the potential of a monarch if subjected to an enormous amount of high-quality souls for baptism. However, this approach was impractical and wasteful. Zhang Nu had a level 6 soul in his possession. After contemplating, he decided that instead of storing it away or sacrificing it for talent points, he could use it for soul baptism. A soul of such high rank was exceedingly rare. Promptly, a notification appeared on Zhang Nu's player interface. "Would you like to consume a level 6 hero's soul for this baptism? This baptism requires 5 million gold." Zhang Nu confirmed his decision, "Yes." In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged forth from the body of the Abyssal dragon. Although the dragon's level had not increased, it instantly gained a powerful boost of strength, as if undergoing a rebirth and transformation, feeling like a new dragon entirely. Zhang Nu checked its attributes. Abyssal Dragon, Level 5 Monarch. Skills, Darkness Domain, Talent, Draconian Form, Talent, Abyssal Dragon Flame, Talent, Lightning Control, Talent, Dragon Fear, Talent, High Anti-Magic, Talent, Dark Dragonic Tongue Magic, Talent, Dark Invasion, a rank, Dark Devour, a rank, Black Hole of Death, a rank, Undead Creation, B rank, Shadow Stealth, B rank, etc. Description: This is a fully grown Dark-type Abyssal Dragon King, born with potent dragon flames and thunder talents. Possessing exceptional aptitude in dark magic, it boasts terrifying combat strength and is a ruler among the Dark Dragon lineage. Success. Zhang Nu breathed a sigh of relief. The effect was just right. It was his first time using soul baptism, and before this, he had been quite unsure. But now, it had gone perfectly, a successful attempt. The fourth monarch-level entity in the Darkness City, apart from Elf King Nancilia, Earth Drake Sovereign Zhang San, and Sky Drake Sovereign Li Si, had been born. In terms of individual combat power, Long Yi was currently superior even to Zhang San and Li Si. Zhang San was a commander, Li Si was a support, but Long Yi was the main combatant. With his current strength and aura, acting as the Demon King to assault human territories was well within his capabilities. This time, the successful upgrade of Long Yi was influenced by luck to a certain extent. Additionally, the choice of materials played a crucial role. The rare level 6 hero soul used this time was, in itself, a top-quality item among souls of the same level. As for Long E, being the first true dragon summoned by the Demon King, his potential and talents within the dragon kind were already considered excellent. Combining various factors resulted in the creation of a rare dark dragon king. Long E, Zhang San, and Li Si, combined together, formed the trio of dragon kings of the Darkness City. This was the formidable combination the Demon King had meticulously created. With these three dragon kings, most problems could be easily resolved. The Demon King only needed to manipulate things behind the scenes, ensuring safety, efficiency, and peace of mind. Just then, Su Yan returned to report. Not only did he deal with the Stone Curse Mountain Range's Gargoyle Demon King, but he also brought back 15 million Demon King gold for the boss. This pleasantly surprised the Demon King. This was a small sum of money by any means. Lately, Zhang Nu had been spending money like gulping down water. Just the cultivation of the 25 super-enhanced royal guards, led by Wei Yi, cost 3 million gold each, totaling a whopping 75 million gold. Despite the significant expenditure, the money was well spent. The individual strength of these 25 royal guards was on par with the Empire's guardian knights, capable of confronting foes at the level of level 5 overlord. They were undoubtedly precious high-end combat assets. Moreover, during the establishment of the Federation, Zhang Nu conquered numerous cities and regions. He had more than 100 blueprints for medium and low-level buildings. To make the most of them and better control the various cities and tribes, enhancing the Federation's strength, Zhang Nu established over 60 barracks-type buildings and functional buildings throughout the Chaos Forest. Whether it was summoning structures or establishing hereditary forces, it inevitably required a considerable amount of gold and resources. For the sake of promoting the Chaos Forest's infrastructure, Zhang Nu spent more than 12 million gold to upgrade 20,000 draconian craftsmen. These craftsmen were divided into over 100 groups and sent to various cities and regions to upgrade facilities and construct structures. In this wave of extensive development and infrastructure projects, the Chaos Forest underwent significant changes. The facilities within each city and tribe rapidly improved, enhancing their production capabilities and loyalty. They would soon start generating value for the Demon King, and the newly formed Chaos Federation would quickly gain cohesion. However, it came at a cost, in fact, a very substantial one. The 100 million Demon King gold obtained from the Chaos Forest's grand exclusive treasure chest, along with the tens of millions of gold previously saved, were almost entirely spent. Maintaining the vast territory with dozens to hundreds of Demon King buildings and various specialized facilities led to a swift increase in daily expenditures. The Demon King felt the strain on his finances recently. On the bright side, Su Yan had brought back a significant amount of funds to replenish their reserves. Please take a look, boss. This is the treasure chest of the Gargoyle Demon King. It yielded quite a few equipment pieces and skill stones. Su Yan offered. The Demon King showed little interest. These things are of no use to me, you can keep them for yourself. Thank you, boss. Su Yan gladly accepted the rewards. After this hunt, I should be able to advance to level 5. My shape-shifting talent will become even more potent. Even opponents of the same level won't be able to detect it. It should help speed up the completion of the tasks assigned by you. The Demon King nodded in satisfaction. Su Yan's strength was never particularly impressive. Even after upgrading, he would only reach the level of a level 5 lord. Most likely, she would be a lord entity with relatively lower combat proficiency. However, this was not a concern. Strength could be gradually increased, and Zhang Nu did not particularly mind whether Su Yan was strong or not. With the 3 draconian titans of the Darkness City and the Elven King as elite forces, along with the likes of Marilyn, Giant Chieftain Jin Kuei, and the 25 super royal guards, the Demon King was certainly not lacking in combat units. Su Yan's true value laid elsewhere. He inquired, how is the progress of the Dragon Shadow's intelligence network construction? Upon being asked about the progress, Su Yan became serious and reported, Boss, rest assured, the human empire has a vast population, and there's an abundance of those low-level heroes with insignificant development. They are practically everywhere. These heroes have no real prospects, and normal hero guilds wouldn't bother recruiting or training them. They might not even qualify to join any hero's guild. But for us, Su Yan continued, they are all resources we can exploit. By recruiting some of them and providing minimal incentives for their loyalty, we can easily establish an intelligence-gathering network spread across various factions. I'm planning to extend invitations to the more promising among them, inviting them to join the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild, and from then on, serve you formally. I believe it won't take long before Dragon's Shadow is omnipresent. Zhang Nu nodded in approval. During these recent periods, Su Yan was very busy. Her task was to establish an intelligence network for the Demon King. Her current focus was undoubtedly on the Thunder Empire. She gathered and recruited a large number of low-powered peasants and grassroots heroes in the Empire who were neither valued nor given many opportunities. It was worth noting that Zhang Nu had an abundance of C-rank and lower-grade skill stones. While they might be trash to him, they were treasures for these lower-class heroes. Even a D rank or an E rank skill was enough to make them see a chance to change their fate and qualify to join the Heroes Guild. They would undoubtedly strive desperately and ultimately be absorbed by the Dragon's Shadow. These peripheral informants would be spread across various industries and hero groups in different regions. They would not even realize they were working for the Demon King. In the future, those outstanding individuals with strong comprehensive abilities and high potential for growth would be formally absorbed into the Dragon's Shadow Heroes after passing an assessment. This would expand the size of the guild. After listening to the progress report, Zhang Nu found it very satisfying. This initially unassuming hero girl was making rapid progress. She had become an indispensable and core member under the Demon King's command. The Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild, along with the extensive intelligence network, would be incredibly valuable for both military and commercial purposes in the future, benefiting the Demon King and the Chaos Federation alike. I'm giving you this skill stone. The Demon King handed the hero girl a skill stone. She took a look at it and her complexion changed abruptly. An A rank skill? And it's a spatial skill. This is too precious. Zhang Nu said, this is spatial movement. It can not only help you escape and save your life in critical moments, but also enhance your work efficiency. Thank you, boss. Su Yan did not hesitate to accept the skill stone. She knew that only by gaining stronger abilities could she better serve the boss. Su Yan left the Darkness City with high spirits. There was no time for a vacation. She had to act quickly to expand the Dragon's Shadow's intelligence network as soon as possible. Zhang Nu arrived at the Demon King's altar and summoned additional 2 abyssal dragons. The Demon King's altar had a high cost-effectiveness for summoning creatures of his own race. Being a high-end force within his own people, each summoning cost 4 million gold and 1 level 5 soul. It was a pity that these summonings required the consumption of souls. Otherwise, Zhang Nu would have probably summoned a dozen or more, even forming a personal guard unit entirely composed of abyssal dragons. After deducting the costs and materials, 2 powerful auras descended. This time, a yellow dragon and a green dragon appeared. The former was of the earth element, and the latter was of the wind element. Summoning abyssal dragons had an element of randomness. They primarily came in 7 elemental types: black, dark, white, light, purple, thunder, blue, water, red, fire, green, wind, and yellow, earth. Fire, water, wind, and earth were more common, while light, dark, and thunder were rarer. Each dragon's innate talent and aptitude would also differ. Zhang Nu named the green dragon Long Air and the yellow dragon Long San. Compared to their elder brother, their elemental abilities and talents were slightly inferior. However, as mature abyssal dragons, even if they were mediocre, they possessed the strength of a level 5 overlord. Zhang Nu spent an additional 2 million gold each to give them the Demon King's baptism, boosting their strength from the early level 5 to the mid-level 5. From today onwards, the 2 of you will follow Long Yi. As you wish, my master. The 2 dragons respectfully accepted the order. Long Yi is currently preparing for the counterattack against the Empire. With the sudden addition of 2 powerful allies of the same race, his confidence has greatly increased. Master, please rest assured. We will start our operation immediately and strive to destroy the Kolo territory in one fell swoop. Let the Empire witness the might of Darkness City. To this, Zhang Nu nodded. The Empire would never expect that the newly established Chaos Federation would dare to be so audacious. The Kolo region was not particularly strong, and with Long Yi personally taking charge, the problem would not be significant. However, this operation, with the dragonkind from the Chaos Forest directly invading the civilized world, would undoubtedly attract significant attention. It was likely to cause a big stir. Nevertheless, Zhang Nu was not concerned. All attention would be drawn to Long Yi and the upcoming trio of the Darkness City's powerhouses. This trio was already terrifying enough, possessing the confidence and ability to sweep across countries and confront the empire. People could not possibly imagine that behind the trio was a figure even more terrifying, powerful, and unfathomable. Just at that moment, Zhang Nu received a message. His neighboring demon king, the succubus Queen Han Kurson, had arrived. Zhang Nu recalled that she had mentioned helping him deal with the Holy Tide City. He was not sure what her next move was. The Darkness City's finances had been a bit tight recently. After establishing the Federation, it would catalyze significant productivity, countless resources, and goods that urgently needed to be exported. Controlling the Holy Tide City would be highly beneficial for the development of the Chaos Federation. As the development of territories and external expansion were all overseen by the trio of powerhouse subordinates, Zhang Nu was not as busy lately. He decided to personally meet the succubus queen to discuss matters further. Holy Tide City. It was a peninsula surrounded by the sea on three sides, celebrated as the bustling hub of commerce within the Pale Moon country. It held a notable position as one of the key northern hubs in the Azure Water Federation. Its pleasant oceanic climate, captivating vistas, extensive coastline, and exceptional deep-water harbors granted it the status of a favored destination. Each passing year, numerous medium to large cargo ships arrived or departed, numbering in the thousands. This dynamic trading activity, coupled with its comfortable living environment, drew millions to settle in this vibrant region. To the south of Holy Tides lay a small bay. Here, a venerable and splendid private estate, known as White Sands Manor, nestled. As one of the four prominent family clans, it housed the headquarters of the Merfolk White Sands clan within the city. The manor showcased an opulent castle, pristine sandy beaches, a family-exclusive harbor, and a plethora of facilities that conjured the ambience of 10 interconnected, luxurious vacation resorts. Within the halls of the manor's castle, Shui Yao gazed out over the departing family merchant ships. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. These ships bore cargo laden with elixirs and various materials procured through dealings with the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce, along with other essential supplies. Soon, these wares would find their way to pharmacies across the cities, rescuing her family business from collapsing just in time. However, this marked only the initial steps. The elixirs supplied by the Dark Dragon boasted quality far exceeding the market average, while their procurement costs remained notably lower. With the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild as a steadfast supplier and the covert support of the Chaos Federation, the White Sands was poised not only to weather the storm but to thrive more robustly than ever. The Chaos Federation had been established just a few days prior. A complex integration of diverse production chains and supply resources was underway, pointing toward the limitless potential that lay ahead. With this favorable opportunity at hand, the White Sands clan was destined to rise and flourish anew. Clan leader, a middle-aged merman of dignified demeanor, approached and said, "There are a few individuals outside who wish to see you." Shui Yao immediately became cautious, asking, "Have they identified themselves and explained their purpose?" In Holy Tide City, various factions harbored lingering hostilities. After undergoing several dangers and plots, Shui Yao had become exceedingly cautious. She didn't even fully trust those around her. He introduced himself as Mr. Long from the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. "What? Mr. Long?" Shui Yao sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "Quickly, bring him in." 5 minutes later, 4 figures entered the room. Shui Yao could not help but be suspicious. Among these 4, 3 were human women. Leading the group was a woman of around 24 or 25, with cascading black hair, flawless skin, a perfect figure, and a captivating appearance. Yet, she exuded an aura of strength that left a profound impression. The other 2 were equally intriguing. One was alluring and enchanting, while the other was icy and cold, possessing an aura that was no weaker than the first woman's. Apart from the 3 women, there was an unusual individual. This figure was dressed in a thick black cloak, wearing a deeply shadowed hood that concealed their entire form, rendering them inscrutable. Their imposing stature set them apart from the rest. Compared to the others, this individual was remarkably tall, standing at over 2 meters. However, this build lacked the typical proportions of a draconian. Shui Yao had encountered the Demon King before. The Demon King was not only taller than the average Draconians, but also possessed a set of imposing dragon wings. This contrasted starkly with the individual before her. Could this be an impostor? No. Only the Demon King and high-ranking members of the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild knew of the title Mr. Long. Could it be that individuals from the guild were borrowing the name of Mr. Long? The mysterious figure in the hooded cloak emitted a voice, saying, "Stop being overly suspecting, it's me." It was not anyone else. It was indeed the true Demon King. I took down a formidable adventurer a few days ago, and this magical cloak was among his belongings. It has the ability to alter one's appearance and conceal their aura. After Zhang Nu killed Yan Qianjun, he inherited a vast collection of legacies from within the heart of Space Ring. Given the possessions of a legendary adventurer, having such a specially functional magical cloak was not particularly strange. Although it was not an epic equipment, it was still a high-quality purple-grade equipment. Once Zhang Nu put it on, he could hide his aura and disguise his burly physique. While his essence remained unchanged, the cloak could effectively mislead and confuse others. Even if someone saw his current appearance, they would likely mistake him for a lizard-like species, at best. They would not associate him with the great Demon King of the Darkness City. With this item, the Demon King could occasionally go on incognito visits. "Is it really you, Mr. Long? Why did you come in person?" Shui Yao asked, surprised. Zhang Nu introduced, "I came to have a casual look around and arrange some tasks. This is Han Kursen. You probably met before." Han Kursen, the Queen. How did you turn into a human? Han Kursen smiled faintly, "My race excels not only in mental manipulation, but also in shapeshifting. These are my two subordinates, Han Xiuyue and Han Dongxue." Han Xiuyue was the alluring one, while Han Dongxue exuded a cold and elegant aura. These two individuals were not players, they were members of the Demon King's retinue. Han Xiuyue was a succubus archmage, a level 4 overlord unit. Han Dongxue was a succubus grand marshal, also a level 4 overlord. These two were the most cherished and significant subordinates of the succubus queen. Their status was likely equivalent to Zhang San and Li Si under the great Demon King. The succubus queen had a sense of style and artistic taste. Xiuyue, Autumn Moon, and Dongxue, Winter Snow, what excellent names. Unlike someone whose subordinates were all named Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er, Zhao Wu or De Chue, names that sounded like extras and lacked any sense of style. Xiuyue and Dongxue, both succubi, had the potential to be promoted to monarchs. However, the succubus queen currently lacked the necessary funds and resources for their upgrades. The simultaneous arrival of two formidable demon kings in Holy Tide City left Shui Yao somewhat taken aback. Why have Mr. Long and Her Majesty the Queen come in person? Do they have any instructions or plans? She inquired, a mixture of surprise and honor in her voice. The simultaneous arrival of two formidable demon kings in Holy Tide City left Shui Yao somewhat taken aback. Why have Mr. Dragon and Her Majesty come in person? Do they have any instructions or plans? She inquired, a mixture of surprise and honor in her voice. Han Kursen was about to reveal her plans to Shui Yao, but Zhang Nu interrupted, saying, "Hold on a moment." A quizzical expression graced Han Kursen's eyebrows. "Is there another rat?" Zhang Nu's brow furrowed as a vertical eye opened on his forehead. The middle-aged merman standing next to Shui Yao emitted a brief, horrified scream. The next moment, his body shattered into countless pieces, dissolving completely into the air. From head to toe, from weapons to armor, not a single trace remained. What just happened? What kind of ability was this? Both Han Kursen and Shui Yao were filled with shock. A fully alive person had been erased in an instant, as if they had never existed, evaporating entirely from this world. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Zhang Nu had only used a tenth of the power of his death stare and had effortlessly dispatched this highly skilled merman. Such strength and ability were truly chilling. Shui Yao, puzzled, said, "This was the guard captain I recently appointed." Han Kursen explained, "This place, from top to bottom, is filled with members of the Heroes Guild. The one who was just eliminated was also a hero." Hearing this, Shui Yao's face turned pale. She did not doubt this statement, as there was no need for the two demon kings to deceive her. However, the guard captain had been promoted from the White Sands clan's ancestral land by her father over a decade ago. He had remained fiercely loyal to the family all these years. She had not anticipated that he was also a hero. Once someone became a hero, although their memory and ability retained, they gained tremendous potential for growth. However, their temperament would undergo a drastic transformation, making them seem like an entirely different person. This hero had hidden himself so deeply, never exposing his true nature from beginning to end. Shui Yao had even promoted him to her side without the slightest inkling. Were it not for the Demon King's keen insight, her life would have been in imminent peril, unbeknownst to her. Zhang Nu assured, "You need not worry. I will meticulously sweep through both the estate and its surroundings, eradicating every single rat." Quick to express her gratitude, Shui Yao responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhang Nu then elaborated, "As for my purpose in coming here personally, it's quite simple. I want to establish a collaboration between the White Sands clan and the Succubus Queen." Han Kursen nodded, affirming, "I will help you seek revenge and assist the White Sands clan in seizing control of Holy Tide City." Shui Yao was caught between surprise and joy. "But how can we achieve that? The major families and factions hold significant power, and their relationships and influences are intertwined." "No worries," Han Kursen reassured with a smile. "Our expertise lies in infiltration, confusion, and sowing discord. We'll make them turn against each other, engaging in constant internal strife and infighting, effectively eroding them from within." While Han Kursen might not possess the same might as Zhang Nu, she still governed a city. Despite her singular city compared to Zhang Nu's sprawling darkness city with its hundreds of thousands, in terms of both population and overall strength, she surpassed the larger cities within the Chaos Forest by a considerable margin. In terms of the number of heroes alone, there were more than a few thousands in Gloom City. Han Kursen's success in conquering Gloom City was not solely due to her personal strength, but rather the manipulation, enchantment, and control exerted by her succubus subordinates. She instigated infighting among Gloom City's various factions, causing internal conflicts, perpetual battles, and ultimately a significant decline in overall strength. She then seized the moment to take control from within. If such a feat was achievable in Gloom City, it was likewise feasible for Holy Tide City. Han Kursen's plan was direct. She aimed to kindle conflicts among the factions and foment suspicion and rivalry among the heroes' guilds. The goal was to sow division and then escalate internal strife and combat. This approach would lead to rapid internal disintegration. Throughout this process, Han Kursen would continuously send reinforcements to bolster the White Sands clan's influence, ultimately gaining gradual control over pivotal positions within Holy Tide City. Such a nuanced task was well within Han Kursen's unique capabilities. While Zhang Nu's power was considerable, his expertise lay more in direct conquest rather than indirect manipulation. Han Kursen's objectives were clear. Once she helped the Darkness City gain control over Holy Tide City, Gloom City could also capitalize on the sale of resources from the underworld. The underworld held many rare materials not commonly found on the surface, allowing Han Kursen to amass substantial profits. This strategy held minimal drawbacks for Zhang Nu. The collaboration between the two demon kings was purely strategic, with each party reaping their respective benefits. Zhang Nu stated, "Starting today, both Darkness City and Gloom City will provide you with assistance. Your mission is to aid me in gaining control over Holy Tide City." Shui Yao's spirits were invigorated, and she responded with determination, "Understood." She was not inherently driven by ambition, but the weight of a deep-seated vendetta and the responsibility of leading her family clan compelled her to act. This endeavor would enable her to seek vengeance for her loved ones and fulfill her duty as the clan leader, all while improving the lives of her White Sands clan. "Then we entrust this to you," Zhang Nu said, casting a glance at Han Kursen's two subordinates. Han Qiuyue and Han Dongxue promptly assured, "Rest assured, illustrious lord of the Darkness City. We will not fail your expectations or those of our masters." With the task delegated and the issue of the rats at the White Sands matter addressed, Zhang Nu's purpose for this visit was achieved. "It's time for us to return." Han Kursen playfully looked at him and proposed, "I rarely get the chance to venture out. Since you're not particularly busy these days, why not accompany me for a stroll in the city?" Hearing this, Zhang Nu hesitated. He was indeed relatively free at the moment. All matters were being handled by his subordinates, and he merely needed to await their reports. After all, he had dispatched assistants to Shui Yao and set the plan in motion. Come to think of it, he had been in this world for quite some time, yet he had never visited a city in the civilized world. The Azure Water Federation was a thriving empire and a significant force of civilization, distinct from the Chaos Forest. The cities here were likely quite different. Zhang Nu was also intrigued to learn more about this world. All right then, since you insist, he conceded, I mustn't neglect the role of a gracious host. Holy Tide City is vast. Where would you like to go? Han Kursen excitedly exclaimed, is there even a need to ask? Of course, we're going to the market. Who knows, we might find many treasures. For women, it seemed the instinct of shopping was indeed inherent. Yet, Han Kursen's point was valid. Among various places to explore, the market was certainly the most enticing. Holy Tide City had 8 major markets, with the largest one being Sky Ocean. This market spanned an expansive area, featuring thousands of shops and several open trading zones. It accommodated both permanent shop owners conducting business and traveling peddlers who set up stalls for trade. As the two entered, they found the Sky Ocean trading market bustling with activity. Despite the considerable crowd, there was a well-maintained order. Various races could be seen here, including humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, merfolk, octofolk, and naga. Apart from these more common races, the market often played host to rare species not typically found in other places. Creatures that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water were all present, creating a diverse and comprehensive spectacle. One could argue that even without their disguises or transformations, Zhang Nu and Han Kursen would not draw too much attention when entering the Sky Ocean trading market. At most, people would regard them as rare species they had not encountered before. This world was vast, and encountering uncommon species was not that extraordinary. In contrast to the closed atmosphere of an empire, the Azure Water Federation was a realm of great freedom and complexity. With such a diverse array of races, the idea of establishing an empire was implausible, thus the Federation could only form a loose alliance. Interesting. Very interesting. This is truly fascinating. Han Kursen said with a smile, I've never encountered such a vibrant place since I came to this world. Thanks, Mr. Potato, for broadening my horizons. Even for Zhang Nu, it was a first. While Tree City was bustling now, it still paled in comparison to a well-established commercial hub. Holy Tide City's markets covered a comprehensive range of businesses, from basic necessities like food and shelter to herbs, potions, equipment, weapons, and various magical and specialty items. Many of these had already developed into recognizable brands and chains. And signs created by magical illusions adorned every street. Salespeople were handing out flyers everywhere, and promotional jingles were looping in the background. The sensation was reminiscent of exploring bustling commercial districts in his past life, but with the transportation transformed into unique tamed creatures and neon lights replaced by magical illusions, it all seemed more enchanting. Han Kursen immediately switched to shopping mode. Frost silk is so cheap. I have to buy some to make new clothes. It's said to have been imported from the distant Ice Dragon Empire. Wow, take a look. These jewels are stunning. You won't find anything like this in the underworld. They might be worth a fortune there. The water gemstones of Holy Tide City are currently in surplus. They're even cheaper than what's sold in the Demon King's market. We could easily buy a large quantity of gemstones here and resell them at the Demon King's market. We could make hundreds of thousands, it's like a code to wealth. After strolling through the market, Han Kursen placed orders for a variety of materials, jewels, and gemstones. Zhang Nu noticed that even a woman as powerful as Han Kursen could not resist the allure of such a rich market with a plethora of goods. Whether in the past or the present, Han Kursen was not someone who lacked exposure to the world. Normally, she would not be so amazed and excited like a young girl. However, she had been in the primitive, chaotic, and lawless environment of the underworld for far too long. Finally arriving in a prosperous and peaceful place, brimming with business opportunities and money-making chances, it was only natural for her to be thrilled. Zhang Nu took mental notes of the various price points on the items in the Holy Tide City market. He indeed identified numerous business opportunities, from procuring goods here to reselling them in the Demon King's market, potentially earning tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of extra profits daily. For any Demon King, these were irresistible figures. Even the renowned succubus Queen Han Kursen could not help but be tempted. However, Zhang Nu was not particularly concerned about these smaller opportunities. Compared to these fragmented business ventures, the large and vibrant market itself intrigued him more. After exploring various shops for a while, Han Kursen had placed orders totaling 3 million Demon King gold. She arranged for these items to be delivered to the White Sands Merfolk Manor. 3 million Demon King gold amounted to 30 million standard coins in this world. Such a substantial sum, if placed in the Chaos Forest, could easily disrupt the markets of any forest city. However, the Sky Ocean Grand Market was a completely different story. As the largest trading market in the most prominent commercial city of the Pale Moon Nation, its daily transaction volume ranged from several hundred million to tens of billions, reaching its peak at 100 billion. Throwing a few million coins into this vast market would hardly make any significant impact. After all, these shops were far from ordinary. Behind what might seem like an ordinary gem stall could be a royal family from one of the Azure Water Federation's nations or even a large trading company from a distant empire. Today is truly delightful. I feel like I've returned to my past life. Han Kursen's cheeks flushed, her eyes bright and enthusiastic. She no longer carried the regal air of a succubus queen or the imposing dominance of a demon king. Zhang Nu was equally amazed. This place was indeed incredibly rich and fascinating. Perhaps only a nation as free and open as the Azure Water Federation could create such a prosperous business environment. Zhang Nu asked, "Where would you like to go?" Han Kursen waved a leaflet in her hand, saying, "Look here. At the south gate of the Sky Ocean Grand Market, there's a very renowned chain of sea nymphs-themed tea houses opening. I've heard that these sea nymphs already have 1,000 chain stores in the Azure Water Federation. They prepare tea and food using magic, making it a unique experience." Speaking of which, this was Han Kursen's first date with the opposite sex. Her face was filled with anticipation as she looked at Zhang Nu. Zhang Nu said, "Really? A sea nymph-owned place? I'd love to see it." Since they were already out, it would not hurt to broaden his horizons a bit more. Han Kursen suggested, "We're passing by the free trading area anyway. Let's take a look and see if we can find something valuable." The Sky Ocean Grand Market in Holy Tide City had two main sections, the shop trading zone and the free trading zone. The streets they had strolled through earlier were part of the shop trading zone. The upcoming free trading zone was entirely composed of various stalls, from all walks of life. Here, adventurers sold antiquities retrieved from ruins, mercenary groups offered materials acquired during missions, and even fallen nobles pawned off ancestral treasures. Traveling merchants from all over the world also set up shop here. Compared to the shop zone, the free trading zone was a mixed bag. While the quality of items purchased here could not be guaranteed, there was a chance of finding high-value treasures at an excellent price or even stumbling upon rare and precious items for instant riches. So many stalls. Han Kursen's shopping desire was reignited. Most of the items here were unavailable in the underworld, so there was a possibility of discovering valuable treasures. Zhang Nu, on the other hand, casually looked around. Damaged ancient sword, gray middle grade. A sword unearthed from a graveyard, with no particular, special value. Ancient mage's bracelet, white high grade. A bracelet found in a ruin that can somewhat amplify psychic power. Ordinary ore, gray low grade. Craftily disguised by a shady merchant as an adamantite ore, it is actually just an ordinary iron ore. Antique flower vase, gray low grade. A palace vase from some ancient kingdom, without any value. Worn-out spellbook, white middle grade. Notes on magic from a wild mage 2 centuries ago, with some unique insights into magic. As Zhang Nu continued through the market, he realized that the free trading zone had a wide variety of items for sale. Everything from ingredients, herbs, ores, gemstones, equipment, antiques, magic scrolls, to even tamed beasts and slaves, could be found here. There was truly nothing that could not be found if one could think of it. However, most of these items were of low quality and held little value for someone at Zhang Nu's level. He also noticed that due to the less stringent regulations in the free trading zone, there were many unscrupulous vendors selling counterfeit and inferior goods. To make a purchase here, one needed to have a keen eye. Zhang Nu was merely browsing without any intention to buy. Just then, the stall of an old turtle-like person caught his attention. Turtle folks were a relatively common marine race, known for their longevity but average talents. The particular turtle folk he saw was quite old, with wrinkles covering his face. The stall was simple, filled with marine specialties and odds and ends. Passers-by, including travelers and merchants, did not even spare a second to stop for a glance. Zhang Nu's gaze landed on a black pearl about the size of a chicken egg. It appeared unremarkable, lacking any luster, but he sensed something special about it. Sealing magic pearl, orange, low grade. Introduction. 6,000 years ago, after the Azure Water Empress suppressed the Calamity Trench, 12 sea tribal kings jointly set up a powerful sealing formation in the trench at the cost of their lives. This pearl can unlock the seal formation. Zhang Nu's expression changed drastically. This was an extraordinary item. It was closely related to the founders and pioneers of the Azure Water Federation. The Azure Water Empress had not received a grand burial. Her final resting place was the Calamity Trench, one of the most dangerous forbidden zones within the Federation. Back then, the Calamity Trench harbored a catastrophe that could have engulfed and destroyed the entire Azure Water Federation. To save billions of marine people, the Empress chose to suppress the calamity with her life, forever staying within the Calamity Trench and making it her eternal abode. Later, to prevent accidents, 12 kings placed seals to further secure the area. For the subsequent 6,000 years, no one had entered the Calamity Trench, and nothing had come out of it. This meant that this magic pearl had the potential to unseal the Calamity Trench, granting access to the underwater tomb where the legendary Empress had slumbered for 6 millennia. Zhang Nu asked directly, "How much for this pearl?" The old turtle folk quickly responded, "My people found this on the seabed, and it's not in the best condition. You can just offer any price you want." Zhang Nu casually threw a dwarven gold ingot over, asking, "Is this enough?" The old turtle folk was greatly astonished, hastily picking up the gold, afraid that others might see it. After carefully inspecting it and confirming it was genuine gold, a delighted smile appeared on his old face. "More than enough, more than enough. Not only can you buy this pearl, but you could also purchase everything else as well." Zhang Nu only took the pearl. This old tortoise person did not recognize its value and was not aware of the significance of the sealing magic pearl. Nevertheless, having possession of this item might not necessarily be a good thing for him. Not bad. Who would have thought to have such a haul here? Zhang Nu thought to himself about the tomb of the Azure Water Empress. It must be at least a high-ranking monarch-level area, right? Could it be that she had undergone a transformation similar to the 13 malevolent king of the Thunder Highlands? This legendary empress was not an ordinary monarch. She was probably no less than a mythic-level existence. If that were the case, even Zhang Nu would need to carefully consider. Perhaps there was a chance to visit the Calamity Trench and check out the situation there. After spending half a day, the two finally passed through the free trading zone. Han Kursen had sharp eyes and, by luck, managed to strike gold and found some good treasures. The succubus queen was not fully satisfied, saying, "This place is really interesting. We should come here more often when we have time. You never know what rare treasures might have been overlooked." As the two arrived at the Sea Nymph restaurant, for two mighty demon kings, this was a rare day of relaxation in their intense lives. However, just as the two mighty demon kings were enjoying a romantic meal in the Sea Nymph restaurant, savoring exotic cuisine and a pleasant atmosphere. In the northern part of the Chaos Forest, the southern border region of the Thunder Empire, the Kolo territory, a storm was brewing rapidly. Long Yi had led his troops and already arrived. "The target is confirmed. We're about 100 miles away from Kolo City. This is the capital of Kolo Province. But the city has already closed its gates. It indicates that these humans have sensed something. They might organize some resistance." Long Yi said calmly, "Even ants would struggle before they're crushed to death, but it's futile. They can't change their pathetic fate." This was the first time he was leading an offensive mission. The fact that his master valued him and had promoted him to a monarch-level existence could not be disregarded. He must not fail his master's trust. This battle must be flawless. Kolo City. Kolo region. He must capture them all and demonstrate his abilities to his master. He shall show the world the terror of the Abyssal dragon race from the Chaos Forest. 10 days ago, the 3rd Legion of the Southern Borders suffered a devastating defeat, and Count Kolo met his demise. The people of Kolo City were thrown into disarray. The Kolo territory could not remain leaderless. In the absence of a designated heir, the Empire's prescribed succession order dictated that the first in line would automatically assume the mantle of lordship. As Count Kolo had no heirs or siblings, his paternal uncle, Aubrey Kolo, was unexpectedly thrusted into the role of lord. Aubrey, in his 40s, possessed middling abilities neither remarkable nor lackluster. He had spent half his life in idleness, indulging in the pleasures of wine and women. He anticipated that the latter half of his life would follow a similar course, but fate had other plans, and he was abruptly thrust into the role of lord without rhyme or reason. Aubrey was elated. He promptly embraced the opulent lifestyle of a noble lord, immersing himself even further in luxurious pleasures. However, this newfound comfort was short-lived. Urgent news! Urgent news! Dragonkind cited to have departed from the Chaos Forest. They are marching towards Kolo. Aubrey was thoroughly startled. How is it possible for dragons to be in the Chaos Forest? One of the Kolo family knights, who had come to deliver the report, explained, dragons were never seen in the Chaos Forest until the emergence of the Dragon Demon King. Since then, dragonkinds have been engaging in massive movements. Aubrey was gripped by dread. Even if he was somewhat naive, he could not possibly be oblivious to the circumstances. How did the Kolo family's knight order vanish? What befell the 3rd Legion of the southern border, stationed in the Kolo province? And how could he remain ignorant of the imminent danger that now loomed over Kolo City, right on his doorstep? Aubrey exclaimed, seal off the city gates, activate the protective barrier, muster the city defense force immediately, dispatch messengers to nearby cities to seek reinforcements, and do so with utmost haste. Amidst the chaos, Kolo City was caught off guard and rushed to prepare as best as they could. Oh shit! Look! A true dragon! The Demon King is attacking Kolo City. At that moment, a massive, earth-hued yellow dragon circled in the skies above Kolo City. Its terrifying dragon fear burst forth, akin to an overwhelming tidal wave sweeping over the city. Thousands of city defense soldiers were affected, feeling dizzy and weak-kneed, all succumbing to panic. Tens of thousands of citizens were left shaken by the sheer force of the presence. Even the residual waves of its power were enough to strike fear and sap their courage to resist. It was over. Utterly over. This was not just any ordinary dragon, it was the most esteemed class of dragon, a true dragon, a behemoth of dread. Kolo City's garrison could easily deal with rogues and bandits, but to defend against such a fearsome, fully grown abyssal dragon? It was nothing short of a pipe dream. How formidable was the presence of an abyssal dragon empowered by the imposing dragon fear. Coupled with the oppressive aura of a level 5 overlord, it made people instinctively believe they were facing the Dragon Demon King himself. For centuries within the scope of the Chaos Forest, no entity of this magnitude had appeared. Despite recent military failures, who could have foreseen that the Demon King would be so audacious as to launch a direct assault on Kolo City? It was sheer madness. Of course, they had misunderstood again. While this yellow dragon exuded a commanding presence, it was not the Demon King. In fact, it was not even the body double for the Demon King. It was Long San, one of the trio of dragons from the Darkness City. Long San was an earth element dragon, excelling in defense and earth-based magic. Its offensive capabilities were far inferior compared to other elemental attributed abyssal dragons. Yet, even so, as a true dragon, it was never an opponent that ordinary armies could contend with. Huaer! The dragon's breath swept over the protective barrier of Kolo City, distorting it almost instantaneously. The defending soldiers stared in disbelief, their hearts nearly bursting with terror. Unlike the forest cities, Kolo City's protective barrier was built according to the Empire's standards, supported by no less than 500 barrier mages. However, at this very moment, the barrier maintained by these 500 mages was almost pierced through by the sheer might of this dragon alone. Humans, your continuous pillaging and exploitation of the Chaos Forest, along with repeated invasions, have crossed the bottom line of Darkness City. The dragon's voice reverberated. Our king shall soon reign supreme. And to demand justice for the various races of the forest. If you wish to survive, surrender now and yield, or else you insects shall face the wrath of our king firsthand. Everything here will be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing these words, humans were once again stunned. Their shock wasn't just due to the dragon's might. Judging from its tone and phrasing, this dragon seemed to be a subordinate sent by the Demon King, rather than the Demon King himself. How was this possible? The strength of this dragon had already reached a level that instilled fear and trepidation in everyone. Ridiculous claims. He cannot breach our defenses. The impregnable barrier of Kolo City stands strong. Dragon King, I advise you to cease these false pretenses and bluffings. Aubrey yelled at the top of his lungs, the forces of Grand Duke Bachor are about to arrive. Dare to invade the Empire's territory, and you shall pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price for it. Long San got furious. Insolent ants. Do you think you can hold me back with this shoddy barrier? The massive dragon descended before the city, slamming the ground with its massive claw, releasing a burst of terrifying magical energy. Earthquake. Kolo City was ultimately a border town. It did not have the same level of defense as the major military strongholds. The protective barrier of Kolo City could only withstand direct attacks. At this moment, Long San used earth magic to infiltrate the ground, creating seismic waves for indirect attacks. Shit. The barrier. It can't absorb such potent earth magic. The city's defenders were horrified as they felt the intense shaking of the earth. Cracks rapidly spread, dealing significant damage to the city's structures. Sundering earth. Building upon the foundation of the earthquake, Long San infused a powerful high-level earth magic, causing dozens, even hundreds, of fissures to spread. In an instant, vast sections of the city walls collapsed. Arrow towers, fortifications, various defensive structures, everything crumbled like a domino effect. The outer defensive perimeter was disintegrated like mere sand castles. This is too terrifying. So this is the might of a true dragon? The power of the Demon King? While the Earth Dragon's offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking due to the nature of earth magic, its potent earth spells were incredibly effective at destroying enemy fortifications. When employed for assaulting cities and strongholds, they became overwhelmingly destructive, rendering defenses obsolete. Ha 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 ha. The defenses of Kolo's main city are as fragile as rotted wood. I have yet to muster my full strength, and it's already crumbling. With such feeble defenses, you still dare to resist my king's dominion? Aubrey was gripped by extreme fear. He forced himself to shout, "Everyone, don't panic. The Demon King's tricks are nothing more than this. Have faith. His confrontation with the Empire is a path of certain death." Long San unleashed another high-level earth magic. Much like swimming, it submerged into the ground, merging seamlessly with the earth. After about 4 or 5 seconds, it suddenly burst out from under Kolo City, emerging right in front of Aubrey. Aha! Aubrey was so terrified that he slumped to the ground. A pungent smell of urine immediately emanated from his trousers as he crawled and scrambled in a desperate attempt to escape. However, a massive claw descended, pinning him to the ground in an instant. Long San sneered, "Repeat what you just said." "Wait. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." Aubrey was now utterly hopeless. He had thought that the unassailable city's defenses would stand strong, but before this terrifying behemoth, they crumbled into insignificance. Attack. Quick, attack. Save the Lord. Several brave city defense officers shouted loudly. Waves of magic spells and arrows imbued with chi rained down like droplets, yet Long San simply ignored them. As an earth elemental dragon, Long San possessed incredibly strong defense. Moreover, dragons had innate magic resistance. These scattered attacks were nothing. "Is this all you've got?" Long San unleashed another burst of magical attack. Countless earthen spikes erupted from the ground, each as sharp as a stalagmite, skewering soldiers as if they were meat skewers. The scene was horrifying and brutal, sending shivers down everyone's spines. This creature was simply too terrifying. With its sheer power, it had breached Kolo City on its own, and now, in front of thousands upon thousands of city guards, it unabashedly trampled the Lord underfoot. The Kolo family Knight Order was absent, and the ordinary city defense forces were no match for this behemoth. Despite the presence of numerous mercenaries and adventurers, some of whom were even high-level powerhouses, why would they possibly risk their lives for Kolo? Before anyone could come up with a strategy, Long San sensed the presence of the protective barrier formation. It seized Lord Aubrey and took flight. Oh no! Stop the dragon! It's heading for the protective barrier formation. Archers and mages immediately tried to focus their attacks on Long San. Lord Aubrey, with tears streaming down his face, squealed like a slaughtered pig, "Hold your fire. Don't attack. You idiots, do you want to kill me?" This made the Mage Corps and city defense forces hesitate. However, Long San had already reached the airspace above the barrier formation. This was the pivotal point controlling Kolo City's protective barrier. 500 barrier mages were supplying energy to the formation to keep the barrier functioning. Ha 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 ha. You shall all burn. A blast of dragonfire landed on the formation, not only destroying it but also incinerating most of the barrier mages, causing the protective barrier to immediately collapse. Just then, reinforcements arrived. Leading the charge were 2 abyssal dragons, one black and one blue. The entire force consisted of only 17,000 combat units, comprising 7,000 draconians and 10,000 orcish and troll-winged beast riders. They were all highly mobile aerial units. Though their numbers seemed small, their power was terrifying. How could the weak Colo City's 20,000 town security and defense forces possibly withstand this? The power disparity was simply overwhelming. Most of the city defense forces were merely level 1 and 2. After all, if they were capable of reaching higher levels, why would they settle for being lowly city guards when they could join the Empire's formal army? On the other hand, the Demon King's army consisted of 7,000 draconian soldiers. While their numbers were not large, their quality was formidable. There were 5,000 high soldiers and 2,000 super soldiers among them. In other words, 5,000 top-tier level 2 elites and 2,000 top-tier level 3 elites. While this force had a relatively small number, their strength was immensely formidable, enough to take on the Empire's formal legions that were 6 times their size or more. Furthermore, the 10,000 Federation soldiers were no pushovers either, with a high proportion of elite orcs and trolls. Their combined strength was also not inferior to the Empire's formal army, and the proportion of elite units among them was significantly higher. Even if the Colo City's Knight Order still existed, it would be a futile struggle against such a formidable force. But of course, the most despair-inducing aspect was not the strength of this army, it was the 2 leading true dragons at the forefront. They had not concealed their presence. The Green Wind Dragon emitted an aura comparable in power to the Earth Dragon. The leading Dark Dragon, on the other hand, exuded an oppressive aura even stronger than the combined might of the Green and Yellow Dragons, bearing a monarch's dominance and majesty that was almost too overwhelming to face directly. Where they passed, a potent force of darkness was left in their wake, enough to distort light and transform clear skies into a tempestuous storm with thunderclouds amassing overhead. What kind of power was this? Aubrey had utterly collapsed. While the Yellow Dragon had entered the city by its own strength, this terror-inducing behemoth was not bluffing at all. It seemed that it really was not the Demon King, but rather a lieutenant dispatched by the Dragon Demon King. It's over. It's all over. In the depths of his despair, Aubrey was brutally slammed into the ground by the Earth Dragon. The Black Dragon, shrouded in an aura of death and darkness, had already enveloped the entire city in its ominous presence. The once bright sky now resembled a pitch-black night, constantly illuminated by flashes of lightning. This was the scene of an impending apocalypse. From today onward, the imperial province of Colo shall become history. I shall become the new ruler of this land. Countless bolts of lightning rained down like a tempestuous storm, and the city was submerged in waves of dark energy. Fallen soldiers were resurrected as undead to continue the onslaught. The city's defenses were like a struggling candle in a violent storm, feeble and futile against this overwhelming force. The outcome was no longer in doubt, as the overwhelming might of the Abyssal Dragons had crushed Colo City's resolve entirely. The terrorizing power of the Dark Dragon King left everyone in despair. The swift advance of the orcs, trolls, and dragonkin into the city was underway. The lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in Colo City hung by a thread, and the forest races showed no sympathy for humanity. The entire city might be wiped out. This battle was being won far too easily, and oddly enough, it left Longy somewhat conflicted. Our orders were to capture the Colo region. But, the methods and processes weren't specifically instructed, he remarked. Earth Drake, Grand Marshal Wang Air nodded. The simplest and easiest way would be to turn all of Colo into scorched earth. In the entire Colo region, there are 5 cities and 21 towns, with a total population of over 2 million. Burning down all the towns and annihilating the population wouldn't be difficult for your highness or our army. However, Sun Lu, the Sky Drake Archpriest, had a different perspective. This doesn't align with the king's interests. Nor does it align with the Chaos Federation's best interests. The Colo region is a hilly plain embedded within the Chaos Forest, and it's also the primary gateway for the Chaos Forest to enter and exit the Thunder Empire. This place holds immense strategic value. While it's easy to completely destroy this area and turn it into scorched earth, rebuilding it in the future would require a significant amount of manpower, resources, and time. Longy agreed with this perspective. As the most loyal servants of His Majesty, their loyalty to their master's interests superseded everything else, even their own lives. They could not choose an easier and safer approach just because it was troublesome or posed a threat to their safety. But how exactly should they go about subduing these humans? Your Highness. A level 4 Lord-ranked orc approached, and it was none other than Gru, the Lord of Berserk Beast City. The 6,000 elite orcs participating in the operation had all been handpicked and led by Gru from Berserk Beast City. He wanted to earn more merit for the orcs. It was worth noting that his title for Long Yi was Your Highness, which might sound similar, but it was entirely different. Gru believed that only a true demon king could be addressed as Your Majesty. Long Yi inquired, Lord Gru, what's the matter? Gru replied, we've captured a member of the Kolo family. She claims to be the first heir in line for the Count's succession. She insists on meeting you in the capacity of a surrendering noble to negotiate. Negotiation? How laughable. Bring her here, Long Yi commanded. I'd like to see what this so-called heir of the Count wants to say. A captive female knight was brought before the Draconians. She was wounded in multiple places, and her armor was shattered, indicating fierce combat. However, she was only a level 3 lord, incapable of turning the tide of battle. You must be the Demon King. Pady Kolo, a self-proclaimed brave knight, believed she would never cower in the face of any powerful enemy's might. But when confronted with these terrifying beings before her, she could not help but feel the urge to tremble. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The 3 true dragons reverted to humanoid form. In addition to them, present on the scene were Earthdrake Grand Marshal Wang Er, Skydrake Archpriest Sun Lu, 5 marshals, 5 high priests, 20 generals, and 20 priests. These Draconians were not only imposing and domineering but also emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Pady even doubted if she could defeat an ordinary Draconian general. Was this the Demon King's strength? Was this the true power of the Chaos Forest? Long Yi asked, what do you want to say? I, Pady Kolo, am the sister of Count Sainberg Kolo, and I am currently the first heir in line for the title of Count Kolo, she replied. The aura of the dark dragon was overpowering. Pady felt that each word she uttered required all her strength and courage. She almost felt like giving up several times. But she could not back down. It was necessary for her to step forward. She had to uphold the oath she took when becoming a knight. Even if she could not save the city or the Kolo family, she wanted to at least rescue the innocent people who had served the Kolo family's lands for hundreds of years. Sainberg Kolo was the hero Su Wenhao. Pady Kolo was his younger sister. In cases where the imperial hereditary nobles did not specify an heir, the usual order of succession was children, siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins. Since Su Wenhao did not have children or brothers in this world, his uncle, Aubrey Kolo, became the new lord after his death. And after Aubrey's death, it was Pady Kolo's turn. Ridiculous. Long Er scoffed, the status of an imperial noble means nothing to the Federation. It won't save your life. Instead, it might just hasten your death. Wang Er added, Your Highness, why waste words on her? The heir of the Kolo family is all the more reason not to let her live. Hearing these words, Pady broke out in a cold sweat. I've come to negotiate. Occupying the Empire's territory won't benefit you in any way. It will only bring about stronger retaliation from the Empire, she hurriedly explained. But if you're willing to withdraw from Kolo, I'm prepared to represent my family and offer substantial compensation. As long as there's no loss of territory, the Empire won't pay too much attention. The moment those words left her mouth, Pady felt a twinge of regret. A boundless aura of death and killing intent surged forth from the Demon King, making her feel as if an invisible hand had gripped her neck, making it difficult even to breathe. In the next second, light vanished from her surroundings, and Pady plunged into a sea of darkness. This was not an exaggerated depiction but a realistic portrayal. She was horrified to find herself in a space brimming with dark energy. Countless specters and malevolent spirits, born of the darkness, converged on her from all directions. Immobile, she was savagely torn at and drained of life force and flesh. Monarch's domain. You're actually a monarch. A dragon king. It dawned on Pady. She had made a grave mistake. This was a genuine monarch, and not just any monarch, a rare and exceptionally scarce dragon king. Even worse, she had arrogantly attempted to leverage the Empire's might to coerce a proud and noble Dark Dragon King into withdrawing his army. No. Stop. Great King of Darkness. I'm willing to lead my people to submit to you. I offer every inch of Kolo's land and every drop of its water, only asking for a path of survival for the people of Kolo. The Dark Dragon King sneered. Kolo is one of the most active slave trading centers along the southern border of the Empire. Tens of thousands of forest folks are trafficked through Kolo every year. You've tamed the forest people into labor and slaves, subjected them to immense suffering and humiliation, treating them as commodities to be bought and sold within the Empire. You ask me to spare the people of Kolo? Perhaps you should ask whether the people of the Federation agree to that. Patty's face turned pale. The primary source of Kolo's income was forest folks trafficking. Every year, numerous mercenaries and slave traders would infiltrate the forest to attack tribes, villages, or capture isolated members of the various forest tribes. The forest tribes held a deep-rooted grudge against human slave traders, and they would never sympathize with humans. This was the reality. Patty hastily knelt down and bowed her head. I implore the great King of Darkness to show mercy. As long as you can pardon Kolo's sins and spare the innocent people of Kolo, we are willing to pay any price. The Kolo family is willing to serve forever. Kolo still has 4 cities. I'm also willing to offer them all. For a hereditary noble, to give away their fiefdom and territory to an outsider was an act that the Empire absolutely could not tolerate. The moment Patty handed over the land and the population of the cities, she knew she would never be able to return to the Empire. But she had no other choice. The Kolo family was practically finished. She only wanted to rescue the trapped civilians. Longi was relatively satisfied with Patty's attitude. If the Kolo family led the way in completely surrendering to the Federation, the other 4 cities and affiliated villages could be acquired without launching an assault. The issue of governance could then be resolved. The Chaos Federation could support Patty and allow her to continue governing Kolo on behalf of the Federation. After all, Patty desired a way out, and the Dark Dragon King was willing to grant the humans a chance at survival. However, this offer excluded heroes, mercenaries, adventurers, and slave traders. These individuals had no place in the Dark Dragon King's plan. They must all die. For the rest, ordinary soldiers and common citizens, a chance at survival was possible, but it came with a condition: they had to pay substantial reparations to secure their continued existence. Including Patty, the various city management personnel would be required to drink from the Holy Grail of blood, ensuring they would never betray the arrangement. 2 days later, within the Darkness City, the true Demon Lord, Zhang Nu, opened his player interface and received a series of notifications. You've conquered Kolo City. You gained gorgeous Mythmonite Chest X1. You've conquered Reno City. You gained Shining Mithril Chest X1. You've conquered Rom City. You gained gorgeous Mithril Chest X1. You've conquered Ava City. You gained gorgeous Mithril Chest X1. You've conquered Tavi City. You gained gorgeous Mithril Chest X1. 1.5 million human inhabitants of Kolo region plead for surrender. Do you accept? Seeing the 5 notifications, Zhang Nu knew that Longi had succeeded. The Chaos Federation had successfully counterattacked and taken control of an Empire province. The gains were quite substantial: a Mythmonite treasure chest and 4 Mithril treasure chests. Apart from these quality chests, what surprised Zhang Nu even more was the relatively low enemy casualties. With a population of 2.4 million humans in Kolo, a staggering 1.5 million had surrendered. The remaining 900,000 were unlikely to all be killed. The death toll probably would not exceed half of that number. During the advance of the Demon Lord's army, some individuals who were well informed would have slipped away. These escapees would spread what they had witnessed in Kolo, such as the betrayal of the Kolo family, the surrender of all 5 Kolo cities, and the terror of the Dark Dragon King. An entire province had fallen, and not just fallen, but been occupied. For the Thunder Empire, and especially for the Southern Guardian Grand Duke Bachor, this was undoubtedly a significant blow and humiliation. The decoy demon lord of the Chaos Forest, the Dark Dragon King, had become widely known through a single battle. From now on, he would be the focus of countless heroes and various forces, placed squarely under the spotlight. Thinking about this, Zhang Nu could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. When heroes flocked to assassinate the demon lord and finally succeeded after numerous attempts, only to discover that the Dark Dragon King was a counterfeit and not the real demon lord, he wondered what kind of expression they would have. But for Zhang Nu, the real satisfaction came from hiding himself behind the scenes. However, it would be wise to build the resurrection altar in advance. If one day Long Yu was truly killed and needed to be resurrected, the altar could be used to bring him back and have him continue to charge forward, drawing the enemy's firepower. Zhang Nu opened the loot from capturing Kolo City, starting with the Mythmonite treasure chest. It was the only Mythmonite one among the 5 chests. You've opened the Mythmonite treasure chest. You've gained Gold X 5 million, Blueprint, Sacred Knights Sanctuary X1, Blueprint, High Mage Guild X1, Life Gems X 1000, Wind Gems X 1000. It was indeed worthy of being a Mythmonite chest. The contents were impressive, especially the 2 blueprints, both of which were Baroque-type buildings. One was a level 5 blueprint, and the other was level 4. Blueprint, Advanced Mage Guild, level 4 blueprint. Costs Gold X 800, 000, Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, Light, Dark, and Lightning Gems X 100 each. You may construct a High Mage Guild within your territory. Blueprint, Sacred Knights Sanctuary, level 5 blueprint. Costs Gold X 4 million, Light Gem X 1500, Life Gem X 1500. You may construct a Sacred Knights Sanctuary within your territory. The combined cost of these 2 buildings was only 4.8 million gold, and the chest had already provided 5 million gold. Zhang Nu had enough gems to cover the material requirements. Therefore, he summoned both of these buildings in the human section of the Darkness City. You've constructed the High Mage Guild. You've unlocked the ability to summon human units. You've gained a new summonable population, Mage Apprentice plus 10,000, Junior Mage plus 8,000, Intermediate Mage plus 5,000, High Mage plus 2,000, Grand Mage plus 100, Archmage plus 5, Grand Archmage plus 1. Zhang Nu was very satisfied. The High Mage Guild was a building specialized in recruiting human mages. Spellcasters were generally valuable units, and in Zhang Nu's current army, the primary spellcasting race was the elves, but their proportion was not very high. The human mages summoned from the Mage Guild were proficient in all 4 elemental magic types, and they were knowledgeable scholars with additional abilities in alchemy, potion making, enchanting, and other production skills. This not only improved the composition of his forces, but also increased the human population in his territory. Furthermore, it could enhance production capabilities. Zhang Nu quickly glanced at the levels and prices. Mage Apprentice, level 1 normal, costs 100 gold. Junior Mage, level 1 elite, costs 500 gold. Intermediate Mage, level 2 elite, costs 4,000 gold. High Mage, level 3 elite, costs 15,000 gold. Grand Mage, level 4 elite, costs 100,000 gold. Archmage, level 4 lord, costs 400,000 gold plus 4 elemental gems 100 each. Grand Archmage, level 4 overlord, costs 3 million gold plus 4 elemental gems 500 each plus 1 level 4 hero soul. Zhang Nu noticed that these mages were quite expensive. Even a mage apprentice costs 100 gold, which was the same price as summoning a draconian soldier, and the mage apprentice was just a level 1 normal unit. It seemed that mages were generally valuable units, perhaps due to their versatile production and research capabilities. Considering the cost, Zhang Nu decided to summon a Grand Archmage right away. A bright light flashed, and a figure in a pristine mage robe appeared. She was a mature-looking human female in her 30s, and although slightly older, she had a dignified and beautiful appearance, exuding an intellectual charm. "Greetings, my master," she said respectfully. Zhang Nu observed her white attire and decided on a name for her. Your name shall be Bai Jia from now on." This name suited a Grand Archmage well, and it was one of the more tasteful names that the Demon King had bestowed upon his servants. The Grand Archmage Bai Jia immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for granting me a name, my master." Zhang Nu then took a look at her attributes. Grand Archmage, Bian Jia, level 4 Overlord unit. Skills, Super Meditation, a rank, Dance of the Flame Dragon, a rank, Frozen Expanse, a rank, Storm's Descent, a rank, Earth Sundering, B rank, Instant Teleportation, B rank, etc. Description: This is an Archmage with the title of Grand Mage, and each Archmage possesses an incredibly extensive knowledge. She is not only a master of the 4 elemental magic types but also an unparalleled scholar of her time. After reading the introduction, the Demon King was pleasantly surprised. He had indeed found a treasure. Bai Jia's magical abilities and her level 4 overlord combat prowess were secondary to her true value as a super scholar. She possessed profound knowledge and a voracious appetite for learning. That would explain why she was so expensive. When Zhang Nu had summoned the dwarf Zhang Dachui, another level 4 overlord with production capabilities and a renowned forge master, he had cost significantly less than summoning Bai Jia. As they say, you get what you pay for. Whether it was Grand Archmage Bai Jia or Dwarven City Lord Zhang Dachui, these units with special production abilities or knowledge were typically hidden units that were hard to come by. Their additional value far exceeded their combat prowess. Next, Zhang Nu constructed the Sacred Knight's Sanctuary. You've constructed the Sacred Knight's Sanctuary. You've unlocked the ability to summon human units. You've gained a new summonable population, Squire Knight plus 30,000, Junior Knight plus 15,000, Intermediate Knight plus 8,000, High Knight plus 4,000, Grand Knight plus 1,000, Knight Commander plus 50, Titled Knights plus 5, Holy Knight plus 1. Zhang Nu quickly scanned the price list. Squire Knight, level 1 normal, costs 50 gold. Junior Knight, level 1 elite, costs 200 gold. Intermediate Knight, level 2 elite, costs 2,000 gold. Advanced Knight, level 3 elite, costs 8,000 gold. Grand Knight, level 4 elite, costs 25,000 gold. Knight Commander, level 4 lord, costs 200,000 gold plus 150 life gems. Knight Title Holder, level 4 overlord, costs 1 million gold plus 1 level 4 hero's soul plus 300 life gems. Holy Knight, level 5 overlord, costs 6 million gold plus 1 level 5 hero's soul plus 500 life gems. Not bad. This Baroque-type building could summon a substantial number of units, totaling up to 50,000. If constructed in the Darkness City, it would directly provide the city with an additional 50,000 loyal human inhabitants. What was even more valuable was that the Sacred Knight's Sanctuary had a level 5 overlord summoning slot. Even for the Darkness City, level 5 overlords were top-tier combatants, and a Holy Knight, in particular, did not seem like an ordinary knight. Furthermore, buildings with the name Sanctuary typically had functions related to training and learning. For instance, the territorial building Ancient Elven Sanctuary allowed for the rapid mastery of elven martial skills. This could enhance the territory's strength to some extent. Although Zhang Nu was a bit tight on resources at the moment, he still decided to summon the Holy Knight. A brilliant light flashed, and a dignified, justice-filled silver-haired hunk appeared before Zhang Nu. He was clad in platinum armor, and by his side was a golden-winged warhorse. Just the steed alone possessed the strength of a level 5 lord. At your service, my lord, the Holy Knight said respectfully. Zhang Nu glanced at the color of his armor. From today on, I'll call you Bai Jin. Holy Knight Silver replied with reverence, thank you for granting me a name, my lord. Holy Knight, Bai Jin, level 5 overlord unit. Skills, Holy Knight's Physique, Innate, Divine Combat Chi, a rank, Descent of the Divine, a rank, Radiant Aura, a rank, Holy Light Summoning, a rank, Heroic Aura, B rank, Aura of Justice, B rank, etc. Description, this is a knight of noble character and unyielding spirit, also an outstanding commander with superb combat skills and exceptional leadership abilities. Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised. Another little treasure? Not only was his personal combat prowess outstanding, but he also had a host of aura skills, making his command abilities on par with an Earthdrake Grand Marshal and even a bit higher. The Holy Knight was Old White, and the Grand Mage was Little White. With these two whites by the Demon King's side, his strength had improved considerably. The rewards from the Mythmonite chest were indeed generous. Now he still had 4 mithril chests. The quality of these 4 chests would likely be a bit lower. Zhang Nu opened them one after another, and the items he obtained were as follows. Cumulative rewards, gold times 6.25 million, blueprint, Imperial Library times 1, blueprint, Arcane Tower times 1, blueprint, Blazing Tower times 1, blueprint, Imperial Infantry Camp times 1, blueprint, Warhorse Ranch times 1, Life Gems times 800, Elemental Gems times 3,000. All in all, it was quite good. Opening the 4 chests yielded 6 blueprints, and considering the drop rates, these were relatively high. However, except for the Imperial Library, which was a level 4 blueprint, all the others were only level 3. Xiongnu decided to construct the Imperial Library in the central area of his Darkness City. The functionality of the Imperial Library was impressive. It housed over 200,000 books on various topics, from human history to legendary biographies, magic, martial skills, and production techniques. It was truly a treasury of knowledge. Furthermore, entering the Imperial Library to read would increase memory and comprehension speeds by 500%. Such a utility building might not show immediate effects in the short term, but it would significantly impact the territory over time, enhancing productivity, the strength of the people, and cultural refinement, similar to the ancient Elven sanctuary. As for the other 5 blueprint types, Arcane Tower and Blazing Tower were level 3 defense buildings. The Imperial Infantry Camp was of too low a level and would need an upgrade before it became useful. Besides, Xiongnu already had the Sacred Knights Sanctuary, so there was no immediate need. The Warhorse Ranch blueprint was level 3. However, in a forest environment, unless it was winged horses, it would not be very useful. Xiongnu did not plan to construct this building in his Darkness City. In summary, the rewards for capturing Kolo Province were satisfying. Shortly after, Xiongnu received a message from Long Yi. He was preparing to bring the Kolo family and the high-ranking officials who had surrendered from various cities to the Darkness City. Xiongnu had prepared the blood wine in advance. He wanted to meet these people personally. He intended to reveal his true identity as the Demon King to these high-ranking individuals. Maintaining secrecy was unnecessary for this group. They were going to assist Xiongnu in controlling Kolo and potentially more of Thunder Empire's territories in the future. As they would be spending more time together, they were likely to gradually figure it out themselves. It would be better to meet them face to face. As long as he ensured their silence, the risk of leaks would be minimal. Kolo City. Patey and the 12 high-ranking officials were ready. These 12 individuals were the governors or garrison commanders of the 5 cities in the Kolo region. Most of them were also part of the Kolo family. At this moment, they were surrendering to the Demon King, forsaking their previous identities and honor. Everyone was assembled, and the gold collected from the 5 cities was packed and ready. Thanks to the unique nature of the Kolo region, even though it was just a county, it was wealthier than most counts' territories in the southern border. Gru, leading about 100 Orcish soldiers, carried the gold into the teleportation field. In just 2 days, he had swiftly plundered approximately 400 million continental gold coins worth of gold. This was roughly equivalent to 30 to 40 million Demon King gold, which they would send back in one go. There would be plenty more to plunder in the future. Prepare yourselves. You are about to arrive at the capital city. Remember, do not look or ask too much. Everything in the capital city is classified, and no leaks are allowed. The Dark Dragon King said with a stern expression, "If anyone dares to violate this, I will make them regret their existence in this world." Patey and the others were taken aback. Over the past 2 days, the Dark Dragon King had instilled in them a nightmarish sense of oppression. They already held him in the same reverence as one would a deity and would not dare to utter even half a word. After Long Yi's instructions, he glanced at Sun Lu. "Initiate the teleportation." "Understood." The Skydrake Archpriest, Sun Lu, raised his staff and struck the ground, instantly summoning a massive teleportation field. Within it were Gru and over 100 Orcish soldiers carrying the gold, as well as Long Yi, Patey, and a dozen others. Patey could not believe her eyes. A spatial teleportation field? This kind of teleportation field that could be activated anywhere and anytime was something she had never seen or heard of before. It seemed that the Demon King's forces were filled with talented individuals. In her eyes, ever since the former lord had gained the status of a hero, forming the Divine Sword Heroes Guild, the fate of Kolo had been sealed, destined for tragedy. The next moment, the teleportation field activated, and Patey found herself in a place enshrouded in dense mist. This fog was not natural, it was an extremely potent magical mist, preventing her from discerning the full extent of the city. However, even in this haze, Patey was astounded. She could clearly sense that this was a city of miracles, with a grandeur and miraculous construction beyond imagination. Every brick and tile seemed to be crafted with special techniques, radiating energy and enchanted effects. Patey could faintly feel that the entire city was filled with powerful enchanted constructs, making it almost unbelievable. Furthermore, the moment she arrived, Patty noticed that her strength, reflexes, perception, vitality, spirit, and all her abilities had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. This city had a strengthening effect on her. In this place, she felt at least twice as powerful as she would in a normal environment. It was unbelievable, almost beyond comprehension. Before she could explore more, the 13 of them were brought into the Demon Dragon Castle. The Demon King's castle, rivaling a palace in grandeur, had doors that were dozens of meters high, easily allowing creatures as large as giants to enter and exit. As humans with a much smaller stature, they could not help but feel a profound sense of oppression when walking in such a place. They were led by the Dark Dragon King into a sumptuous lounge. Rows of seats were symmetrically arranged, exuding an air of opulence. A dozen foxskin attendants held blood wine, silently waiting on either side. At the front of the lounge, on a high dais, there was a massive throne, unmistakably the primary seat and the highest-ranking position that only the master of this chamber and the entire castle could occupy. However, what left Patty astonished was that at this very moment, seated on the primary throne was a draconian with dark golden scales. To his left and right stood two individuals, one burly, wielding a double-bladed spear and covered in diamond-like scales, and the other relatively petite, dressed in priestly robes adorned with 7-colored magical patterns. Patty could not comprehend the situation. Why was someone else seated in the primary position? She could not sense the draconian's strength at all. However, she could distinctly feel that the two individuals to his left and right were not concealing their aura, and it was so overwhelming that it was almost like facing the Dark Dragon King. Her intuition told her that these two draconians were possibly on par with the Dark Dragon King, if not slightly inferior. In other words, they were at the level of dragon kings. How was this possible? The kings and monarchs of the dragons were an exceedingly rare and precious existence among the dragon kind. The appearance of the Dark Dragon King had already shocked the empire. Why were there two more dragon kings in the Demon King's main castle? Even more bewildering was the fact that there were 4 draconians present at this moment, with 3 of them being dragon kings standing. So, who exactly was the one seated? Patty and the others were utterly dumbfounded as they witnessed an astonishing scene unfold. The supposedly Demon King, stepping forward, knelt directly on the ground, his face filled with an attitude of submission and deep respect. "My master, I have not failed your mission and have successfully completed the task you assigned." Upon hearing these words, their minds went completely blank. Patty felt her legs weaken, unsure if it was due to the overwhelming pressure in the room or if she had entirely lost control of her body. She found herself kneeling alongside the Dark Dragon King. The other 12 individuals followed suit, prostrating themselves, terrified to even take a breath. The situation was beyond their comprehension. The immensely powerful and terrifying Dark Dragon King, who had left a psychological scar on every Colo resident who had encountered him, was now kneeling before another being, referring to them as his master. This completely shattered their understanding, and this absurdity was something no one present had ever dared to imagine. Patty was filled with confusion, but she dared not speak. She did not know what to say. The Demon King, Zhang Nu, nodded slowly. "You may rise. Are these the administrators from the Colo region that you have brought back?" Long Yi replied respectfully, "Yes, they are. They hold high prestige in the Colo region. As long as they sincerely pledge allegiance to you, I believe it will be effortless for you to control Colo province." "Indeed, but..." Zhang Nu's tone changed. "There is a rat among them." At these words, Long Yi's expression changed drastically. Before he could identify the infiltrator, Zhang Nu activated a mind control spell with a light flicker of his will. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stood up, his expression filled with terror. He felt that he had lost control of his body completely, as if a horrifying presence was issuing commands to his body far more potent than those from his own brain. He was utterly powerless. You. The hero could not fathom how he had been exposed. All he could do was stammer, "I was wrong, mighty Demon King. Give me another chance. I don't want to die." The Demon King, with his crimson vertical eye wide open, gazed at the man. The moment their eyes met, the hero let out a blood-curdling scream. His body split open from the middle, shattering into hundreds, even thousands of pieces. Each fragment continued to disintegrate into dust and powder. In the end, he vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. Patty and the others had not sensed even the slightest magical fluctuation. Their shock was beyond words, especially after witnessing the Demon King's obliteration of the infiltrating hero. When the crimson vertical pupil on his forehead turned towards the remaining 12 individuals, it swept over each of them. In the moment that the eye gazed upon them, Patty felt as if her soul had been plunged into the depths of hell. She was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of death, much like a person drowning in the center of the ocean, with no hope of survival. It was a despair she had never experienced before, a vivid and undeniable encounter with death. Thankfully, it was just a brief glance, and the Demon King closed his crimson vertical eye. Patty felt utterly drained, gasping for breath, trembling uncontrollably, and almost unable to control her bodily functions. She had always considered herself far from being a coward, but in the presence of this entity that defied comprehension, her once prided courage, faith, and willpower seemed like a mere joke. Long Yi knelt once again, his voice filled with remorse. "My master, it was my oversight. I am guilty of a grave mistake by allowing an intruder to infiltrate." The Demon King chuckled. "Let it go, it's not that big of a deal. The others are fine." As he spoke, 12 foxkin maids approached, each holding a cup of blood wine. The Demon King spoke calmly, "Since you have chosen to pledge your loyalty to me, do not entertain thoughts of playing petty tricks behind my back. As long as you serve me with sincerity and wholeheartedly, you will receive the rewards you deserve, and today's choices will not be in vain." "Yes, your majesty." Patty and the 12 others hastily bowed their heads. They finally felt the oppressive aura that had hung over them diminish. They each took the cups of blood wine offered by the foxkin maids and drank it all in one go, cementing their control under the true Demon King. Satisfied, Zhang Nu nodded and said, "Li Si." The Skydrake Sovereign stepped forward, saying, "I'm here, my master." Zhang Nu continued, "You will take them through the next steps, instructing them on what to do and what not to do. Guide them through their roles." The Skydrake Sovereign nodded, replying, "Understood, my master." Li Si then led the 12 newcomers away for further employee training. Zhang Nu turned to Long Yi and said, "You performed well this time. Once the interval for the baptism is complete, return to Darkness City on your own and undergo the next baptism." Long Yi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your grace, my master." Zhang Nu cautioned, "The commotion you caused this time was substantial, but it's the effect I desired. You will face significant pressure in the future, and when necessary, I will send Zhang San, Li Si, or Nancilia to assist you. While I may not hold Duke Bachor in high regard, he is not an easy fodder to deal with. Thunder Empire boasts a multitude of skilled individuals, both within its official ranks and among its hidden powerhouses, like the Undying Phoenix, Hubert. You must be even more cautious and vigilant." Long Yi replied firmly, "To share your burdens and lay down our lives for you, my master, is the highest honor for us." The game had just begun. The Chaos Federation and the Thunder Empire were destined for a prolonged confrontation. Facing such a colossal behemoth, Zhang Nu could not afford to be complacent. That was why he deliberately revealed some of his strength, but not the full extent. With the appearance of the Dark Dragon King as bait, he had already enticed many big fish to bite. These fat catches would be enough to satisfy the Chaos Federation, the Darkness City, and the Demon King for a while. Next, Zhang Nu met with the Orc City Lord, Gru, to convert the plundered gold. He gained a staggering 38 million gold in one go. Gru had been performing well recently, so Zhang Nu decided to bestow a Demon Lord's baptism upon him. Gru recently had a breakthrough during the Holy King's baptism. At present, he was only at the early stage of level 4. After the Demon King's baptism, he immediately reached the late stage of level 4. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." The Orc City Lord was overjoyed. With this pace, by training in the Tower of Lost Trials for a while and solidifying his foundation in Qi and martial arts, he would be able to become a level 5 lord during the next baptism. Gru deeply realized how correct of a decision it was to follow the Demon King. Now, not only was Berserk Beast City thriving, but he himself was making rapid progress. His strength was already on par with the former city lord. The news of the fall of Kolo province on the Empire's southern border spread throughout the Thunder Empire in less than 3 days. It reached all corners, from the 4 borders to the heart of the Empire's capital city. This news sparked intense discussions among the people. Titles such as the ruler of the Chaos Forest, the new king of the Dragonkind, the mightiest demon king within the Empire's region, and the Dark Dragon King were now common topics of conversation. However, up to this point, the entire empire seemed to maintain a rather nonchalant attitude. Most people did not view this as a severe matter. After all, for the vast majority of the empire's inhabitants, Kolo Province was a remote and insignificant border region. Its occupation did not seem to have any significant impact on their daily lives. Indeed, the appearance of the Dark Dragon King was an exceedingly rare event, and it could potentially bring disaster. However, given the origin of the Chaos Forest, the question remained, how powerful could it truly become? Relying solely on a single Dark Dragon King to threaten the very foundation of the empire seemed almost impossible. Of course, this incident had put a dent in the empire's reputation. As a result, the empire increased the reward for killing the Dark Dragon King. Anyone who could slay this formidable demon king would be granted the title of a marquis and receive 3 billion imperial gold coins as a reward. This was, without a doubt, the highest bounty the empire had offered in several decades. This newfound bounty had thrust the Dark Dragon King into the spotlight across the empire. Adventurers yearning for instant fame, mercenary groups hungry for rewards, and heroes dreaming of instant glory were all gearing up for action. Numerous monster hunting plans were being devised and executed. Simultaneously, in the main city of the empire's southern border, Duke Bachor wore a grim expression. He had to admit that he had underestimated the strength of the Dragon Demon King. He had never expected his adversary to be a monarch-level existence. It seemed that the undying phoenix, Hubert, had likely met his end in failure, and the 8 guardian knights were probably lost as well. This realization left Duke Bachor deeply frustrated. If he was not bound by his responsibilities as a guardian Grand Duke, he would have left his duchy without hesitation and personally journeyed to Kolo to rip the accursed Demon King into pieces. Your Grace. Marquis Balak Craigie has arrived. Bachor nodded and said, "Let him in." A few minutes later, the head butler escorted in an elderly, spirited gentleman. This was Marquis Craigie of the Southern Empire. The Craigie family had a unique tradition that set them apart from typical hereditary nobility. In each generation, they would select 5 to 10 outstanding heirs, make them adopt pseudonyms when venturing into the world. These heirs would then travel, build their reputations, and ultimately, the one who achieved the highest renown and fame would inherit the title of Marquis. Marquis Craigie, from the current generation, had been an adventurer in his youth. He had traveled through several countries, embarked on countless adventures, and at the peak of his fame, rivaled even the likes of the undying phoenix, Hubert. Despite now holding the title of Marquis within the empire, he remained a top-tier powerhouse. Among the nobility of the South, his strength ranked among the top 3, just behind Bachor. He also commanded a significant following of adventurers and renowned mercenaries who had rallied under his banner. His influence was not to be underestimated. Duke Bachor, Marquis Craigie greeted with a respectful bow, "I've heard about the situation in Kolo. While it's not an important territory, it's still sacred imperial land. I'm willing to take on the task of subduing Kolo, uniting the surrounding lords to exterminate the Abyssal Dragon Demon King." Duke Bachor responded, "I don't doubt your strength, but even the undying phoenix, Hubert, has failed. This Demon King is more dangerous than we anticipated. You should reconsider carefully." Marquis Craigie chuckled. "Hubert, the undying phoenix? Huh. Back when I was a roaming adventurer, he was probably playing with mud somewhere. I've encountered plenty of such presumptuous adventurers who ultimately met their demise. Rest assured, Duke Bachor. If I'm volunteering, it's because I'm absolutely confident in dealing with this Demon King. Besides the high-caliber experts that I, along with several other counts, have cultivated, there's another force we can leverage this time." Duke Bachor took a moment to contemplate, his thoughts aligning with Marquis Craigie's proposal. "Are you referring to the Thunderous Society?" Marquis Craigie nodded, confirming, "Indeed, the Thunderous Society. Guardian Knight Gords and Undying Phoenix Hubert were both members of that society. It's a highly secretive group of elite heroes, a dozen or so of the finest in the entire Thunder Empire. Gords was Huang Hui. Hubert was Yan Qianjun. Both of them were incredibly lucky hero players. In truth, within the Thunder Empire, there were at least a dozen more as fortunate as them. Some had distinguished backgrounds, others possessed unparalleled strength. These high-achieving heroes formed an exclusive circle among themselves. As they were the elite champion heroes of the Thunder Empire, they named this circle the Thunderous Society. Each member was highly exceptional. For heroes of their caliber, ordinary demon kings would not pique their interest. Only the absolute top-tier demon kings could ignite their desire to hunt. But such top-tier demon kings were exceedingly rare. Now that the Abyssal Dragon Demon King had emerged, how could they not be tempted? Duke Bachor had exceptional intelligence capabilities within his southern territories. Naturally, he was aware of the existence of the Thunderous Society, even knowing the identities of some of its members. It was indeed a force worth utilizing. For Duke Bachor, both heroes and demon kings were challenging entities. Powerful heroes like these posed a threat to the Bachor Duchy and even the entire Thunder Empire. If he could manipulate the situation to make these superheroes and super demon kings contend with each other, then Duke Bachor would be more than happy to bide his time and act as the ultimate beneficiary when the time came. Duke Bachor pondered for a while before speaking. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th legions will be arriving at the southern border shortly. I will entrust you with the command of these 4 legions. You should know what to do. Marquis Craigie smiled confidently, replying, "You can rest assured, Your Grace." Duke Bachor then issued another command, "Knight Commander Bard, this time I'll need you to personally take action." A knight in golden armor stepped forward. He was the commander of the 10 Guardian Knights in the southern region and now held the mere title of the Chief Knight, as all 9 of his subordinates had fallen to the Demon King. This knight, named Bard, had been harboring a deep-seated desire for revenge. "I will personally take the head of this black dragon." Bard, the Guardian Knight commander, stated with unwavering confidence. "Please, Your Grace, await good news from me." With Marquis Craigie being the strongest noble in the southern region, just below Bachor himself, and a renowned adventurer from 20 years ago, along with Bard, a level 6 Guardian Knight commander, the strength of just these 2 individuals was substantial. Adding to this formidable force were the Marquis' noble family, along with several nearby counts and viscounts who would join the battle. The 4 Empire legions were already in position, and with the involvement of the Thunderous Society, the Abyssal Dragon Demon King would be hard-pressed to contend with such a force. As for Duke Bachor, he was the guardian of the southern region, the last line of defense. He would not leave the safety of the southern capital city easily. However, in case of extraordinary circumstances on Craigie's side, Duke Bachor could arrive swiftly to provide support. That dark dragon, despite its power, would not be able to stir up too much trouble. Meanwhile, in the Darkness City, Patty had completed her training. She now knew what to remember and what to forget. For instance, she needed to forget the existence of the true Demon King and treat the Abyssal Dragon King as the Demon King to continue this strategic deception against their enemies. Additionally, Patty had gained insights into the situation within the Darkness City and some of the miracles it had produced. This left her utterly astonished. The abilities of the Demon King were far more complex than she had imagined. Almost everyone who had pledged allegiance to the Demon King had received benefits, which tempted Patty and her companions. They realized that they could no longer return to the Empire now. They were committed to this path. In the afternoon, as they prepared to return, something completely unexpected caught their attention. In the central square of the Darkness City, there were 1,000 draconian craftsmen and 10,000 high laborers standing in orderly formations. In addition, there were units of human knights, about 5,000 to 6,000 strong, dressed in knightly attire and mounted on horses. Even the weakest among them had elite-level strength. This knightly force was comparable in size and strength to the Kolo Knight Order, if not slightly stronger. Lastly, there were at least 2,000 human mages present, all clad in robes, wielding staffs. Each of them was formidable, making up an elite mage corps. Patty was bewildered. Chaos Forest did not have any human cities, so why did the Darkness City have such a well-equipped knight order and mage corps? At this moment, a voice resonated, sending shivers down Patty and her companion's spines. It was not just any voice, it was the voice of the true Demon King himself. "Your Majesty." Patty and the others looked towards the true Demon King. He was disguised in a cloak and appeared ready to depart, making it impossible to discern his true identity. Zhang Nu explained, "This is the first batch of reinforcements for Kolo. My construction units will assist in repairing the city, strengthening defenses, and improving infrastructure. The Knight Order and Mage Corps will be temporarily stationed in Kolo City to help defend against potential attacks." Rather than assisting Kolo in defense, it seemed more like a strategic move to control the region better. They had recruited 5,000 junior knights for 1 million gold, 2,000 junior mages for another million, and spent an additional 2 million gold to recruit 500 intermediate mages and 1,000 intermediate knights. In total, it cost 6 million gold. While all of these recruits were only level 1 or 2 elites, they were significantly stronger than the previous forces in Kolo. Zhang Nu intended to dispatch this force to bolster the defenses. However, he knew very well that this force would not be able to withstand a full legion from the empire. To counter that, Zhang Nu had prepared a team of 11,000 draconian construction workers to swiftly repair and reinforce Kolo City and construct more defensive structures. His plan was to change the gatekeeper of the Chaos Federation from the Bloody Fortress to the Kolo region after capturing it, thus pushing the battlefield out of the forest, which would benefit the stability of the Chaos Federation. However, the downside was that the defense would be more challenging than before. At this moment, Zhang Nu intended to go himself. He wanted to inspect the situation in Kolo and had another reason for his visit. He knew that there was a particularly unique ruin near Kolo that was worth exploring. After eliminating Yan Qianjun and inheriting the legacy of the undying phoenix Hubert, Zhang Nu had examined all the treasure maps, information on ruins, dungeons, and forbidden areas that Hubert had collected over the years. He had pinpointed 2 places of particular interest. One of them was a mysterious ruin where Hubert himself had experienced the most significant adventure of his life. In this ruin, he had obtained the blood of the undying phoenix, the top-tier epic equipment Heart of Space. However, Hubert had not explored the entire ruin, likely due to the increasing difficulty in its later stages, even for someone of Hubert's capabilities. This ruin was located far away, and Zhang Nu was not ready to attempt it just yet. As for the other ruin, it was relatively close to Kolo, a place of great value. Zhang Nu planned to visit it during his inspection of the Kolo region, hoping to find unexpected and significant treasures. Zhang Nu arrived in the city of Kolo. He was dressed discreetly in a magical disguise cloak. The troops stationed in Kolo did not recognize the Demon King. Zhang Nu had only brought a few human companions with him, including Patey, the Holy Knight by Jean, and the Grand Archmage by Jia, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Kolo City was relatively sturdy. Zhang Nu inspected the main city of the region. The total population of Kolo City was around 600,000, which had decreased due to a recent war but was still quite prosperous. In the chaotic wilderness of the Chaos Federation, it was challenging for cities other than rapidly expanding ones like the Darkness City, Jauntry City, and Berserk Beast City to exceed a population of 500,000 in a short time. Due to the vast expanse of the Thunder Empire, like many imperial states in this world, the empire faced difficulties in governance, resulting in low administrative efficiency. This led to the necessity of granting a certain degree of autonomy to the local regions, which gave rise to hereditary nobility scattered throughout the empire. The Kolo family had ruled over the Kolo province for more than 300 years. This length of time was significant for ordinary humans, spanning at least 5 to 6 generations. It was quite a long period. However, for the people of Kolo, who lived on the imperial border, the influence of the empire was already weak and diminished. The empire was merely a distant concept to them. In this world, transportation was inconvenient, and traveling far from home was extremely dangerous. Consequently, the vast majority of Kolo's population had never left the southern region, and some of them had never even left Kolo province. For them, the empire was a distant concept compared to the local count and the Kolo family, who were the real authorities. As long as control over the Kolo family could be established, causing them to betray the empire, leveraging the Kolo family's influence would effectively control the entire region. Draconian laborers and craftsmen were being transported in batches to the area. The human knight and mage units from the Darkness City would also be gradually transported in the coming days, significantly bolstering the defense of Kolo City. However, it was clear that this would not be enough. Kolo City was not situated in rugged terrain and was not a formidable military fortress. Trying to stop the empire with just this city was nearly an impossible task. Zhang Nu believed it was necessary to select a strategic bottleneck location in the Kolo region and mobilize tens of thousands, or even more draconians to quickly construct a military stronghold. Furthermore, the Kolo region's economy was not thriving. Its core industry in the past had been slave trading, with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of people from the Chaos Forest region flowing through Kolo every year. The major tribes of the Chaos Forest, especially those living in the northern part, harbored deep hatred for the slave traders in the Kolo region. Now that Kolo had become the territory of the Demon King, this business was certainly no longer viable. The next most significant business in Kolo, after slave trading, was the trade of raw materials. The Chaos Forest was rich in resources, producing large quantities of materials every year. This trade was more stable than the slave trade. The Kolo family was the largest material merchant in the Chaos Forest. They purchased vast amounts of raw materials every year, conducted simple processing and refinement, and then sold them to various major cities in the Southern Territory through the empire's trade caravans. In return, they procured essential supplies, medicines, and food from these cities. However, due to the Demon King's conquest of Kolo, trade routes between Kolo and other cities in the Southern Territory of the empire were now severed. This not only impacted the economy of Kolo City, but also resulted in shortages of food and medicine, posing a direct threat to the livelihoods of nearly 2 million people. Nevertheless, this was not an insurmountable problem. The Chaos Forest had an abundance of food and medicinal herbs. In the future, the people of Kolo could purchase essential supplies through the Federation's channels. As for the economy, losing the two main pillars of slave trading and material trading would undoubtedly have a short-term impact. However, it was not a significant issue. The terrain in the Kolo region was mostly flat, consisting of hills and plains. With a relatively dense population, it was suitable for establishing factories to produce essential goods for the Chaos Federation. As for the material trade, it could also continue. If the north was no longer viable, they could expand westward. The Western Sunset Empire was about the same size as the Thunder Empire. However, the culture there was extremely conservative, and they were highly exclusive of non-human races. Only those of human lineage could operate in that region. To further improve Kolo, the Demon King took out several blueprints for construction, including the blueprint for Warhorse Ranch. You've constructed the Warhorse Ranch. You've unlocked the ability to summon Warhorse units. You've gained monthly renewable beast summonings, Purebred Warhorse X 5000, Black Iron Warhorse X 2000, Silver-Winged Pegasus X 1000, Golden-Winged Pegasus X 500. It was only then that Zhang Nu realized that this Warhorse Ranch was quite unique. Unlike traditional barracks-type buildings that limited the total number of summons, the Warhorse Ranch did not have a cap on the total summons, it only limited the monthly summoning limit. Although it seemed like there were not many units available for summons each month, these were all reset monthly. In theory, as long as there was enough time and resources, the Warhorse Ranch could cultivate tens of thousands, or even more, warhorses. Zhang Nu looked at the price list. Purebred Warhorse, Level 1 Normal, costs 15 gold. Black Iron Warhorse, Level 1 Elite, costs 80 gold. Silver-Winged Pegasus, Level 2 Elite, costs 700 gold. Golden-Winged Pegasus, Level 3 Elite, costs 5,000 gold. Zhang Nu was immediately intrigued. The prices of these horses were not high, in fact, they were very affordable. If he upgraded the ranch and expanded the scale of warhorse breeding, this single ranch could easily support Kolo's economy. Zhang Nu entrusted the management of the Warhorse Ranch to Patty and the Kolo family. When Patty saw the enormous horse breeding farm materialize seemingly out of thin air, she was completely taken aback. How was this even possible? In this world, could such a magical pasture exist? It could autonomously attract and summon fully grown, healthy, high-quality warhorses. According to the Demon King, it could produce at least 8,000 each month, including Pegasi. These were incredibly valuable horses. A single silver-winged Pegasus could easily fetch tens of thousands of standard gold coins on the market, and because of their difficulty to domesticate, they were always in high demand. With a facility like this, Kolo's regional economy was assured, wasn't it? The Western Sunset Empire was renowned for being a land of knights with a huge demand for high-quality warhorses. If they could open up a trade route to the Sunset Empire, the warhorse farm alone would generate considerable value. As per the Demon King's promise, the people of Kolo were responsible for protecting and tending to the horses. The profit generated would be split between Kolo, the Darkness City, with Kolo receiving 30%. Even with only a 30% share, for the current Kolo, this was substantial income, enough to quickly revitalize the region. Thank you, Your Majesty. Patty understood the value of this horse farm to Kolo. I will ensure vigilant care and maintenance of this magical breeding farm. Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction. Kolo could give up its former slave trade business. From now on, they would be in the horse-rearing business for the Demon King. This could turn out to be a wise mid-term strategy for prosperity. In the future, as the territory of the Chaos Federation expanded northward, humans could provide even greater value. In addition to the horse breeding farm, Zhang Nu also constructed several buildings in Kolo. However, these were all ordinary structures related to surveillance, shields, and defense, designed to enhance the Demon King's monitoring of the region and strengthen Kolo's defensive capabilities. After completing his inspection, Zhang Nu left the Kolo region and began searching for the ruins he planned to explore. These ruins were located in the northern part of the Kolo region, near the desolate barren firestone plains, perched atop a steep and massive cliff. Accompanying the Demon King were two newly recruited followers, the Holy Knight Bai Jin and the Grand Archmage Bai Jia. Bai Jin rode a majestic and unrivaled golden-winged alicorn, and he felt a bit puzzled by the desolation of the area. He inquired, "Your Majesty, is there really an ancient ruin in this place? Why does it seem so barren?" Bai Jia cast a reconnaissance spell to scan the wide surroundings, which appeared to be entirely covered in barren rocky terrain, devoid of any signs of advanced civilization or historical activity. In response, Zhang Nu explained, "This ruin is somewhat unique. It's within the massive cliff right ahead. According to the adventurer Hubert's information, it's a relic from an ancient Magitech civilization." Hearing this, both Bai Jin and Bai Jia were slightly surprised. White Pure was a human Grand Archmage. However, the term Archmage here had a different meaning. It referred to a mage who was a master of magic, a guide, and an instructor for other mages. The title of Archmage was not necessarily related to one's power level, but rather to their noble character, profound knowledge, and extensive expertise in various fields of knowledge. Magitech, magical technology, within the context of the magical civilization, was a field that combined various disciplines such as arcane mathematics, formation theory, and mechanical engineering. The known Magitech cannons in the Thousand Fangs City were created using this knowledge. Nowadays, Magitech had become quite rare, with only the gnome race and a few human nations showing interest. However, in ancient times, Magitech had once flourished. It had served as the foundation for several magical empires and magic supreme dynasties, profoundly influencing the world's structure and the development of civilization. Later on, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to excessive reliance on technology without personal growth, the era of Magitech had quickly declined. To this day, many ruins and artifacts from that time still remained, including floating Magitech airships built during the heyday of these great empires. When excavated and repaired, they could still be functional. These powerful relics were a testament to the past glory of magical technology. Zhang Nu held a strong interest in Magitech because, in this world, technology could significantly enhance production, increase efficiency, and bolster one's power. While technology could not become mainstream in a world dominated by magic, it still held substantial value. For these reasons, when he learned from Hubbard's legacy that there was a vast magical technology civilization site near the barren Firestone Plains, Zhang Nu immediately became intrigued. With some recent free time, why not explore this ancient ruin and perhaps even unlock some new secrets? This new dungeon was unlike any Zhang Nu had encountered before. It offered the opportunity not only for the Demon King to gain a deeper understanding of the world but also the potential for unique rewards. Soon, using his ability to perceive hidden information, Zhang Nu located the entrance to this intriguing ruin. The entrance appeared to be a seemingly ordinary cave on the surface of a desolate 1,000-foot cliff. However, Zhang Nu's special ability revealed more information. Citadel of Eternity, Level 6 Overlord Area. Description: a massive magical citadel constructed during the peak of an ancient magic supreme empire. Its primary research focus was on achieving perfect immortality. To accomplish this goal, ancient researchers conducted countless inhumane experiments here. Extremely high exploration value. This information both surprised and intrigued Zhang Nu. According to Hubert's information, he had expected this place to be, at most, a Level 5 Overlord area. It was quite unexpected to find that it was actually a Level 6 Overlord area, which presented a much greater challenge than he had anticipated. Zhang Nu had initially approached this dungeon with a relaxed mindset, but now he realized he needed to be more cautious. Even for him, a Level 6 Overlord area posed a significant challenge. The information gathered from Hubert was correct. This was indeed an ancient magical ruin. The heavily fortified citadel had been used for a series of insane projects, all in pursuit of unlocking the secrets of perfect immortality. Unfortunately, these endeavors had ended in failure. This place was aptly named the Citadel of Eternity. Inside the stone cave, they encountered a massive door. Despite the passage of countless years, there were no significant signs of rest. "There's a strong magical fluctuation here," exclaimed the Grand Archmage Bai Jia. "This Magitech citadel is still operational." Zhang Nu warned them, "The Undying Phoenix Hubert has been here before but couldn't even get through the main gate. This suggests not only is it challenging to enter but also that there are likely numerous traps. Be cautious." Although he had initially thought this would be an easy venture, discovering it was a level 6 overlord area made him realize he had underestimated the Citadel of Eternity. If he had known it was of such a high level, he might have asked the Elven King to come along as his subordinate. However, they were already here, and he did not want to waste time going back to prepare. With the Holy Knight and the Grand Archmage by his side, both formidable individuals, Zhang Nu felt confident. The size of this ruin was not too large, and its overall difficulty seemed lower than the ancient demonic lair. As for the level 6 overlord units within, they were no match for Zhang Nu's power, which exceeded even that of the 13 Malevolent King. It should be impossible for the citadel to pose a challenge to Zhang Nu. Because of this, Zhang Nu did not hesitate to take on the challenge. This was a type of location he had never encountered before, so he was eager to see what rewards conquering a Magitech ruin like this might bring. The three of them arrived at the citadel's main gate, which was quite unique in its appearance. It seemed like an intricately designed wall rather than a typical door. Its surface was covered in runes and seals, making it impossible to bypass even with spatial abilities. As they approached, the fortress seemed to activate, and countless symbols appeared on the door's surface. Bai Jin furrowed his brow and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Nu replied, "This is essentially a password lock for the fortress. Only by inputting the correct runic formation will the door open correctly. If you enter it incorrectly, it can trigger deadly traps. Such ancient runes. These are rarely used nowadays. It won't be easy to decipher them." Bai Jin asked, "Your Majesty, can you decipher it?" Zhang Nu answered, "I can decipher password runes, but I'm not proficient in runic formations, especially not for such an ancient one." "Your Majesty, allow me to handle this." Immediately, Bai Jia said, "I have some knowledge in dealing with ancient runic formations." Zhang Nu had initially considered a more brute force approach, but he was surprised to learn that Bai Jia also had expertise in deciphering such ancient formations. Was this the extent of a Grand Archmage's knowledge? This was indeed fortunate. The Citadel of Eternity, much like the sealing grounds in the John Tree Forest, had a similar design concept. Most of the fortress was constructed within a subspace or subdimension, making it challenging to forcibly enter using brute force. Zhang Nu activated his special ability to retrieve the password information. Bai Jia was responsible for constructing the runic formation into a magical array. They worked together, and as the magic rune formation was completed, the metallic surface transformed instantly, taking on a semi-transparent, water-like texture. Without encountering any resistance, the three of them passed through it like a thin bubble. Bai Jia remarked, "The technology of the ancient Magitech Empire is truly impressive. This door incorporates top-notch material science, as well as several magic conversions, including runic formations, alchemy, and spatial magic. It's worth studying for a long time." Being a scholar, she had a deep interest in ancient technology. At that moment, a psychic presence scanned over them, and a slightly sharp, emotionless female voice resounded in their minds. "Visitor identity verification in progress. Visitor lacks access permissions. Illegal intrusion warning. Intruders, please leave immediately." Bai Jin immediately drew his knight sword and positioned himself in front of the Demon King. "Who's there? Come out and speak if you have the guts. What kind of coward are you to hide in the shadows?" The voice replied, "Everything here is under my control. I am here, I am there, I am everywhere. Final warning. Leave immediately. Otherwise, I will initiate the assault program." "Can they communicate? Could there be an actual person here? Has the citadel been maintained all this time?" That seemed highly unlikely. The citadel had been abandoned for tens of thousands of years. Even with the longevity of dragons, living for tens of thousands of years was the absolute limit. Warning assessment ineffective. Assault program initiating. Transferring Citadel Guardians. In front of the trio, a sudden burst of light appeared, and dozens of figures materialized. These beings were black metallic creatures reminiscent of xenomorphs. Citadel of Eternity's Magitech Guardian, Level 5 Elite Unit. Skills: Magitech Beam Cannon, A rank; Magitech Reconnaissance Optics, B rank; Magitech Lightsaber, B rank; Self-Repair, B rank. Description: These are the Magitech Guardians of the Citadel of Eternity, possessing formidable attack capabilities. Currently, they are under the control of Immortal Subject Number 1. It had to be mentioned that, up until this point, these were the most science fiction-like creatures they had encountered. Although they had a strong sci-fi vibe, their essence was still Magitech-driven. They were essentially no different from magical puppets created by mages. What truly astonished Zhang Nu was that all these magical guardians possessed intelligence. However, they were not individual entities, but rather part of a collective. Each Magitech Guardian was controlled by the same entity, or will, known as Immortal Subject Number 1. Could it be that the immortality project of the Citadel of Eternity had not completely failed? Had they, in fact, succeeded in creating an entity capable of achieving eternal life? Without waiting for further contemplation, dozens of Magitech Guardians charged toward them. Their left hands transformed into Magitech cannons, and with the activation of the magic formations on their arms, they condensed magical beams. Your Majesty, be careful. Bai Jin unleashed a burst of divine light chi, forming a holy light barrier to fend off the ferocious attacks. Some of the Magitech Guardians approached, brandishing their right hands as they unleashed their lightsabers for a rush attack. Frozen Expanse. Bai Jia raised her staff, and a ferocious frigid wave swept through the entire corridor, freezing the magical guardians into stiffness. Die. Bai Jia activated Descent of the Divine, gaining instant immunity to magic. With his two-handed sword, he wielded it skillfully, slaying the Magitech Guardians one by one. You've slain a Magitech Guardian. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a Magitech Guardian. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a Magitech Guardian. Gold plus 15,000. Zhang Nu nodded. Indeed, the Holy Knight demonstrated remarkable courage and skill. He excelled in attack, defense, and commanding skills, showcasing his top-tier abilities. These Citadel Guardians were no match for his onslaught. The voice of Immortal Subject Number 1 emerged through the body of another Magitech Guardian. Your actions are a grave violation of the Empire's laws, and this will lead to severe consequences. Silence. The Holy Knight, Bai Jin, cleaved the Guardian's body in half with a single strike. Your era ended eons ago, your empire had turned to dust in the river of time, and you, with these antique relics, dare to obstruct His Majesty? Know your place. In a matter of moments, dozens of Magitech Guardians were annihilated. The three of them proceeded through the corridor, reaching an expansive hall ahead. Once again, the consciousness of Immortal Subject Number 1 appeared, stating, "Intruders are approaching Level 2 security zone. To protect the secrets of the Empire's top-secret laboratory, the self-destruct program will activate in 180 minutes. All Citadel combat personnel, proceed to immediately expel the intruders." Self-destruct program? Zhang Nu's expression shifted slightly. He began to piece things together. Immortal Subject Number 1 seemed devoid of emotions. Despite its intelligence, it resembled artificial intelligence more than sentient beings. Its thought processes were fundamentally different from intelligent life forms. The Citadel of Eternity had long been abandoned. The researchers and combat personnel had evacuated ages ago. There was no way Immortal Subject Number 1 was not aware of this. Yet, it showed no emotion, merely issuing programmed commands. All exits have been sealed. Intruders have been reassessed to Threat Level 2. Self-destruct program countdown, 179 minutes and 50 seconds. Activating Immortal Subject Number 10. Activation of Immortal Subject Number 10 successful. Transferring Immortal Subject Number 10. As the three of them entered the Citadel Hall, apart from the Magitech Guardians, 10 terrifying creatures were teleported in. These beings stood at 3 meters tall, with contorted facial features, white hair, and crimson eyes. They exhibited no trace of rationality. Their bodies were drenched and bound with iron chains, resembling beings just awakened from a seal. They emitted an aura of malevolence and death. Zhang Nu examined them closely. Immortal Subject Number 10, corrupted living dead, level 5 Lord unit. After scanning through the description, Zhang Nu had a general understanding of how these creatures had been created. Bai Jin frowned and commented, such a strong aura of death. Bai Jia said, undead? It seems a bit different. Zhang Nu explained, ancient researchers attempted to create a perfect immortal by combining the living and the dead. They wanted to retain all senses while having nearly infinite lifespans, but these are clearly failed experiments. The two of them exchanged looks. These experiments seemed utterly insane. The primary research direction of the Citadel of Eternity was perfect immortality. But what constituted perfect eternal life? Were the undead perfect eternal beings? Absolutely not. They were neither perfect nor eternal. Firstly, undead beings lacked sensory functions and could not enjoy the material world, making their extended existence a torment rather than perfection. Secondly, undead were not truly eternal. While their bodies were immortal, their souls decayed. Any intelligent undead, if it lived long enough, would undergo a drastic change in temperament. Their intellect would gradually blur, eventually becoming creatures driven solely by instinct. In this world, unless one became a god, attaining an immortal and indestructible divinity, it was impossible to achieve true eternal life. The Citadel of Eternity had attempted to create something that could maintain a vibrant soul while obtaining an immortal body, a true eternal existence. But how could that be easily accomplished? In the end, they had failed. In response to the invaders, Immortal Subject Number 1 activated Immortal Subject Number 10. Since there was a number 1 and a number 10, it indicated that there were likely many experimental subjects here, and their strengths were probably ranked according to their numbers. Judgment. The Holy Knight unleashed a blast of holy light, dealing fatal damage due to the attribute advantage. The Grand Archmage simultaneously summoned a fierce firestorm, attacking nearby Magitech Guardians and reducing them to pieces. You've slain Immortal Subject Number 10. Gold plus 240,000. You've slain a Magitech Guardian. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a Magitech Guardian. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a Magitech Guardian. Gold plus 15,000. Of course, Zhang Nu was not idle. Level 5 Lord enemies meant money. He summoned numerous lightning strikes and dragon flames, disposing of the undead with ease. You've slain an Immortal Subject, number 10. Gold plus 240,000. You've slain an Immortal Subject, number 10. Gold plus 240,000. You've slain an Immortal Subject, number 10. Gold plus 240,000. After dealing with 10 of them, that was 2.4 million gold coins. If you added the Magitech Guardians, this trip was quite profitable in terms of gold. Just then, the consciousness of Immortal Subject Number 1 transmitted another message. Immortal Subject Number 10 has been slain. Activating Immortal Subject Number 9. Threat level upgraded to level 3. The self-destruct program will activate within 120 minutes. A flash of light, and 8 monsters appeared. These were artificial giants, quadrupeds walking on limbs, with massive arms and a height of 8 meters, resembling giant apes. Immortal Subject Number 9, Seal Giant, Level 6, Lord Unit. Bai Jin widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What is it this time?" Before Zhang Nu could explain, Bai Jia's gaze became somewhat excited and fanatical. These should be the result of ancient researchers attempting to combine a human soul with an artificial alchemical body through soul sealing and alchemical methods, creating an immortal and powerful immortal subject. It had to be said, the Grand Archmage had a keen eye. What she said was already very close to the truth. The sealed giants were indeed created in this manner. Their bodies were crafted through alchemical and magical techniques, with human souls inside. If the soul could be in harmony with the body, theoretically, it could result in an immortal subject with limitless lifespan. Besides, the bodies could be mass-produced. If one aged or got damaged, they could simply be replaced. However, it was yet another failed creation. The sealed giants were no different from wild beasts. Zhang Nu furrowed his brow slightly. Continuing this way won't work. This Magitech Citadel has initiated a self-destruct sequence. The more immortal subjects and guardians we kill, the faster the self-destruct activates. This dungeon presented a considerable challenge, because the more individuals entered or the more minor foes and mini-bosses were dispatched, the higher the Citadel's alert level would escalate. A heightened alert level would accelerate the self-destruct sequence. After some contemplation, Zhang Nu concluded that they could not continue dealing with minor enemies in this manner. This dungeon was not designed to be tackled that way. They needed to bypass the other immortal subjects and head straight for number 1, as it was evident that number 1 was controlling the citadel. With resolve, Zhang Nu instructed his 2 subordinates, "You 2 will remain here to divert a portion of the enemy's firepower. I'll penetrate the citadel's core and dismantle its central control." "Yes, Your Majesty. We've got this. We should be able to hold them off for a while."